millions of peasants lived under harsh conditions. One of Catherine's greatest goals was to give Russia access to warm seas. This goal brought Russia into direct conflict with the Ottoman Empire. The Black Sea was no longer controlled only by the Ottomans. The Russian navy was rapidly growing stronger. And eventually, Crimea became part of the Russian Empire. During Catherine's reign, Russia began expanding not only southward, but westward as well. Poland was divided, and Russia advanced toward the heart of Europe. European powers could no longer ignore Russia. Under Catherine the Great, Russia had become a true superpower. In 1796, Catherine the Great died. Russia was now a vast empire, but its future was uncertain. At that very moment, a new power was rising in Europe, Napoleon Bonaparte. And very soon, Russia and France would be drawn into one of history's greatest wars. In 1812, Napoleon marched into Russia with one of the greatest armies in history. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were advancing toward the Russian Empire. Instead of fighting directly, Russian commanders chose to retreat. But the Russians left nothing behind. Fields, villages, even entire towns were burned. At last, Napoleon reached Moscow, but the city was silent. Soon, Moscow was consumed by flames. Russia was willing to burn even its own capital. Then winter arrived. Cold, hunger, and disease began destroying the French army. When Napoleon retreated, Europe's greatest army had been shattered. In 1814, Russian armies entered Paris. With Napoleon's defeat, Russia became one of the most powerful states in Europe. The Tsarist Empire was now at its peak, but beneath its glory, great problems were growing. While magnificent palaces rose, millions of Russian peasants continued living in poverty. By the mid-1800s, Russia had begun to change. Industrialization was growing, but the lives of workers were becoming harsher. Anger began spreading among the people. Hunger and poverty could no longer be hidden. And the Romanov dynasty still could not fully see the storm that was coming. In 1905, Russia was shaken by its first great wave of revolution. Thousands marched to ask the Tsar for help, but they were met with bullets. This event destroyed the people's trust in the Tsar. And now in Russia, revolution was no longer just an idea, but an approaching reality. In 1914, Russia found itself trapped in a new catastrophe. World War I began destroying the Russian army and economy. Hunger was spreading through the cities. People were no longer thinking about war, but survival. And the Romanov dynasty had reached the edge of collapse. In 1917, Russia finally exploded. Even the soldiers no longer wanted to defend the Tsar. The empire was collapsing from within. And finally, Nicholas II abdicated the throne. The 300-year Romanov dynasty had come to an end. Russia was now entering a path of no return. But the revolution was far from over, because a new leader was entering the stage. Vladimir Lenin. The Bolsheviks now wanted total power. In late 1917, the Bolsheviks seized control of the government. And so, a new era began that would change world history forever. But the Bolshevik victory did not bring peace to Russia. The country was soon dragged into civil war. The Reds and the Whites were fighting each other. Hunger, disease, and war destroyed the lives of millions. But in the end, the Bolsheviks won, and the foundations of the Soviet Union were laid. In 1924, Lenin died, but the real struggle for power in the Soviet Union was only beginning. The winner of this struggle would be Joseph Stalin. Under Stalin, the Soviet Union industrialized rapidly. Factories and massive projects spread across the country. But the price of this growth was terrible. Fear, oppression, and purges affected millions of people. In 1941, Hitler launched an invasion against the Soviet Union. The German armies advanced rapidly. Cities began falling one after another. But the course of the war changed at Stalingrad. The Soviet resistance shocked the world. The Red Army had returned, and now the tide of the war was turning. In 1945, the Red Army reached Berlin. The Nazis' final defense had collapsed. The war in Europe was coming to an end. The Soviet Union was now one of the most powerful nations on Earth. But a new struggle was about to begin. The world was now dividing into two sides, and the Cold War was beginning. Throughout the Cold War, the Soviet Union competed with America for control of the world. The space race, nuclear weapons, and a global propaganda war had begun. But years later, the mighty Soviet Union began to collapse. From Viking principalities to the Soviet Union, Russia became one of the most powerful and complex empires in history, and its story is still continuing. The meeting in Berlin had ended, but for Africa, the real storm was just beginning. Europe's empires would wait no longer. Whoever arrived first would claim the land. But Africa was still home to powerful kingdoms, and not all of them would surrender. The Zulu warriors, the Ashanti Kingdom, the Modest armies, and Ethiopia were preparing to fight for Africa's future. After the Berlin Conference, Europe wasted no time. Its empires began moving into different regions of Africa simultaneously. Britain expanded from north to south. France pushed inland from the west, while other European powers searched for their own share. But Africa was never an empty continent. Powerful kingdoms had stood here for centuries. And some of these kingdoms were determined to defend their lands. Africa's resistance was about to begin. In southern Africa, there stood a kingdom far stronger than Europe expected, the Kingdom of Zulu. Under King Cetshwayo, the Zulu army was renowned for its discipline and courage. They had no intention of surrendering their homeland. Every warrior was trained from childhood. The Zulu army was one of the most disciplined military forces in Africa. But very soon, this powerful kingdom would face the British Empire. January 22nd, 1879, the British Army had established a camp beneath Isandwana Mountain. Everything appeared calm. Beyond the horizon, thousands of Zulu warriors moved silently. The British had no idea what was approaching. The Zulu commanders used a battle formation that would become legendary. The Buffalo Horns formation was closing around the British camp. Within hours, one of the world's most powerful armies would suffer one of the greatest shocks in its history. By the end of the day, the British camp at Isandwana had fallen. The British Army had suffered a defeat it never expected. The news reaching London shocked the British Empire. No one had expected the Zulu army to achieve such a victory. This victory became one of Africa's greatest military successes against a European power. The Kingdom of Zululand had demonstrated its strength to the world. But the British Empire would not accept this defeat. A much larger army was already on its way to southern Africa. The defeat at Isandwana was unacceptable to the British Empire. London dispatched thousands of reinforcements to southern Africa. This time, British commanders would not repeat their mistakes. Every movement was carefully planned. Within months, the British Army advanced once again. Their objective was the heart of the Zulu kingdom. King Cetshwayo knew the final battle was approaching. At Ulundi, the fate of the Zulu kingdom would be decided. July 4th, 1879. The two armies met for one final battle on the plains of Ulundi. The Zulu warriors advanced once again with extraordinary courage, but this time they faced an army fully prepared for battle. Britain's new tactics and superior firepower changed the course of the battle. After Ulundi, the Zulu kingdom lost its independence, but its resistance became one of the enduring symbols of African history. As the Zulu kingdom fell, a new resistance was rising. In northeastern Africa, Sudan was beginning to rise. Muhammad Ahmad declared himself to be the Mahdi. Within a short time, thousands rallied to his cause. Joined the movement one after another. A massive uprising had begun against Egyptian and British authority. The objective was clear: Khartoum, and one of the most important sieges in African history. Farsai, Lanmatinin, 1884, the Mahdist forces laid siege to Khartoum. The city's defense was led by General Charles Gordon. He waited for reinforcements, but time was running out. After months of siege, the city became completely isolated. Khartoum was cut off from the outside world. In early 1885, Khartoum fell. The victory echoed across the world, as much of Africa fell under colonial rule. One nation remained independent: Ethiopia. Emperor Menelik II recognized the coming danger from across the country. Tens of thousands of warriors answered his call. Italy believed Ethiopia would fall like many other African states. It was a grave miscalculation. In 1896, near the town of Adwa, one of the most important battles in African history was about to begin. March 1st, 1896, in the mountains of Adwa, two armies met in a battle that would change history. Emperor Menelik II advanced with an army gathered from every corner of Ethiopia. The nation was determined to defend its independence. Italian commanders expected an easy victory, but Ethiopia's mountains would become their greatest challenge. By the end of the day, victory belonged to Ethiopia. Adwa became a symbol of Africa's fight for freedom. The victory at Adwa became more than Ethiopia's triumph. It became a symbol of hope for all of Africa. The news quickly spread across Europe. The world was talking about an African nation defeating a European army. By 1914, almost all of Africa had come under European control. The greatest exception was Ethiopia. The colonization of Africa changed the map forever, but the struggle for freedom never truly ended. While wars continued across Africa, in the Congo, a quieter, yet far more ruthless system was taking shape. Every village was required to collect fixed rubber quotas, month after month. Those quotas kept increasing. People spent most of their days deep in the forest, fields were abandoned, and village life began to change. Rubber from the Congo was fueling Europe's growing industries, but the price was paid by the people of the Congo. As rubber quotas increased, village life began to collapse. People no longer worked for their own fields, but for the demands of the colonial system. Fields were left empty, food became scarce, hunger and disease began spreading through many parts of the Congo. This was not only economic exploitation, the daily life of a society, its families, its security, and its future were being torn apart. English, in Europe, rubber symbolized the modern world, but in the Congo, that same rubber became a symbol of unimaginable suffering for millions. Britain's ambition was far greater than acquiring new territory. Cecil Rhodes dreamed of an empire stretching from Cape Town to Cairo. The project became known as Cape to Cairo. Its goal was an unbroken British corridor across Africa. Railways, telegraph lines, and new colonial outposts would become the foundation of this grand vision. But standing in the way was another European power, France. The two empires were about to confront each other in the heart of Africa. In 1898, a small town in Africa captured the world's attention. Its name was Fashoda. On one side stood the British Army, on the other, the French expedition. Two great empires claimed the same land. Across Europe, war seemed possible. A single wrong decision could have ignited an international conflict. In the end, France agreed to withdraw. Britain further strengthened its dominance in Africa. By the end of the 19th century, gold and diamonds had been discovered in South Africa. Almost overnight, the region became one of the world's most valuable territories. These lands were home to the Boer republics. Britain wanted control over this immense wealth. In 1899, war erupted. Britain launched a massive military campaign to seize control of the region. When the war ended, Britain emerged victorious, but the cost was immense for both the Boer people and Africa. At the beginning of the 20th century, Germany was expanding its African colonies. One of its most important possessions was German Southwest Africa. Land seizures and harsh colonial policies deepened the anger of the Herero and Nama peoples. The conflict that began in 1904 displaced thousands of people. The humanitarian catastrophe is regarded by many historians as one of the cursed genocides of the modern era. By 1914, almost the entire African continent had been divided. Only Ethiopia and Liberia remained independent. By 1914, nearly 90% of Africa was under European colonial rule. Borders changed, kingdoms disappeared, new colonial administrations emerged, yet those borders would continue shaping Africa for generations. But colonial rule could not extinguish the will of Africa's people. In the 20th century, independence movements would spread across the continent. The scramble for Africa changed the destiny of an entire continent, but history does not end here. In the next episode, we will witness Africa's long road to independence.
Chronology of existence. Chronology of existence. We were built to last through time.
The story of Russia began with the Vikings. Warriors from the north were moving east. In 862, Rurik arrived in Novgorod, and the foundations of the Russian state were laid. In the 9th century, Viking traders and warriors from the north began descending into the rivers of Eastern Europe. These warriors were called the Varangians. Soon, they began controlling the region's trade routes. According to legend, the Slavic tribes invited the Viking leader Rurik to bring order to the region. And so, the foundations of the Russian state were laid in Novgorod. Over time, the Varangians captured the city of Kiev. Thus, the Kievan Rus state was born. It would become the first great core of future Russia. During the reign of Prince Oleg, Kiev became one of Eastern Europe's most powerful centers. Trade routes stretching between the north and Byzantium rapidly enriched the lands of the Rus. In the year 988, Prince Vladimir made a decision that would change history forever. Kiev and Rus officially adopted Christianity, and Byzantine culture began spreading across the lands of the Rus. Orthodox Christianity became one of the foundations of Russian identity. Russia was no longer just a warrior society. A new civilization was being born. But a great disaster was approaching from the east, the Mongols. In the 13th century, Mongol armies led by Bata Khan began destroying Rus cities one by one. Kiev fell, cities were burned, the people were massacred. The Rus principalities were now under the rule of the Golden Horde, and Russia had entered a long dark age. But the Rus principalities did not disappear completely. Moscow slowly began gaining power. The princes of Moscow cooperated with the Mongols while surpassing their rivals. In 1380, Dmitry Donskoy launched a great resistance against the Mongols. The Battle of Kulikovo gave the Russian people hope for freedom for the first time. By the 15th century, Moscow was no longer just a principality. A new power was rising. Ivan III refused to pay tribute to the Golden Horde. In 1480, two armies faced each other at the Ugra River, and Mongol domination began to collapse. Moscow had now become the new center of the Russian world. In 1547, Ivan IV declared himself Tsar. This title symbolized Russia's transformation into an empire. But Ivan's rule became increasingly brutal. Fear became a tool to rule Russia. At the same time, Russia began a massive expansion into Siberia. After Ivan's death, Russia descended into great chaos. Famine, civil wars, and struggles for the throne began tearing the country apart. At one point, even Polish armies entered Moscow. Russia stood on the edge of collapse. But the people rose once again, and Russia was preparing for the rise of a new dynasty. In 1613, the Romanov dynasty rose to the Russian throne. The new dynasty tried to end years of chaos. During the Romanov era, Russia began expanding once again. The endless lands of Siberia would change the future of the Russian Empire. During the early years of the Romanov dynasty, Russia slowly began rising again. Years of war and famine had devastated the country. The new government was trying to rebuild the army and restore order. And the Orthodox Church became one of the greatest pillars of Romanov power. In 17th century Russia, religion was more than just belief. The Orthodox Church had become one of the most powerful institutions of the state. But life remained extremely difficult for the people. Peasants struggled under heavy taxes. Russia was growing, but the gap between nobles and common people was also deepening. Meanwhile, Russia continued expanding endlessly toward the east. Cossack units and explorers were advancing into the unknown lands of Siberia. Siberia was more than land. The fur trade was bringing enormous wealth to Russia. And with every passing year, Russia was becoming one of the largest land empires in the world. Born in 1672, Peter was very different from other Russian princes. From an early age, he was deeply interested in weapons, ships, and European technology. But intrigues inside the Kremlin never ended. Power struggles still shook Russia. Peter had already begun, dreaming about the wars of the future. One of the places that fascinated Peter the most was the foreign quarter of Moscow. There he met European engineers and soldiers. He realized how far behind Russia had fallen. But Peter's ideas disturbed the old Russian nobility. Peter's dream was clear: to turn Russia into one of Europe's great powers. In 1697, Peter left Russia and began his journey to Europe. But Peter did not travel simply to explore. He wanted to learn Europe's secrets. He studied shipbuilding, artillery, and modern armies. He was preparing to transform Russia completely. Peter now understood that Russia would never become a great power unless it changed. When Peter returned from Europe, he was no longer the same man. His first target was the old order. He began forcibly changing the traditions of the Russian nobility. The army was reorganized. Modern weapons and European-style discipline were introduced. And Peter's greatest dream was to give Russia a powerful navy. But a great obstacle stood before Peter: the Swedish Empire. At that time, Sweden was one of the most powerful states in Northern Europe. In 1700, at Narva, the Russian army suffered a devastating defeat. But Peter did not give up. This defeat would make Russia even stronger. After the defeat at Narva, Peter began rebuilding the Russian army from top to bottom. New cannons were forged, new weapons were produced, and for the first time in Russian history, a true war navy began to rise. Peter was no longer just a czar, he was becoming the architect of a new Russian empire. In 1703, Peter decided to build a new city on the Baltic coast. This city would become Russia's gateway to Europe. But St. Petersburg rose through great suffering. Thousands died during its construction. And before long, Russia's new heart had been born. In 1709, Russia and Sweden faced each other in one final great battle. King Charles XII of Sweden led one of Europe's most feared armies. But at Poltava, everything changed. The Russian army achieved one of the greatest victories in its history. The world now had to accept a new reality. Russia had become a great power. After the victory at Poltava, Peter declared that Russia was now an empire. Russia was changing rapidly. European influence had spread throughout the royal court. New schools were opened. Science, engineering, and the navy were strengthened. Peter's dream had come true. Russia was now one of the world's great powers. What once began as small Viking principalities had become a vast empire. Russia's rise was only just beginning. Today, Germany, the economic engine of Europe, one of the world's most powerful industrial nations. But how did this great country come into existence? This story takes us back 2,000 years. Around 2,000 years ago, there was no country called Germany. Instead, hundreds of Germanic tribes lived among vast forests and rivers. Each tribe had its own leader. The Franks, the Saxons, the Alemanni, the Goths, and many other Germanic tribes. They were not united, yet the foundations of the future German people were slowly taking shape. To the south stood the most powerful state in the world, the Roman Empire. Soon, great struggles would begin between Rome and the Germanic tribes, and those struggles would write the first chapters of Germany's story. North of Rome, a vast and untamed world stretched across the land. Hundreds of Germanic tribes lived in these lands. There was no country called Germany yet. The Franks, the Saxons, the Goths, and Alemanni would help shape the future German people. But to the south stood a powerful neighbor, the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was expanding northward. Its goal was to conquer Germania. The Romans built forts. They began bringing the region under their control. In 09 AD, a Germanic leader named Arminius emerged. In the Teutoburg forest, Roman legions were destroyed. The course of history changed forever. Centuries passed. Then Europe entered an age of great migration. The Huns arrived from the east, forcing many tribes to move. The Goths, Vandals, and many others spread across Europe. In 476, the Western Roman Empire fell. A new era began in Europe. After the fall of Rome, new powers began to rise. The Franks quickly gained power. They united many Germanic tribes. The Frankish kingdom expanded. It became one of Europe's strongest states. And soon, a ruler named Charlemagne would emerge. By the late 8th century, Charlemagne had become Europe's most powerful ruler. His armies conquered vast territories. His empire expanded rapidly. In the year 800, the Pope crowned Charlemagne as emperor. This empire would become one of the foundations of Germany's future. After Charlemagne's death, the empire began to weaken. Charlemagne's grandsons were fighting over the empire. To end the conflict, they came to an agreement. With the Treaty of Verdun in 853, the empire was divided into 3 parts. East Francia would eventually become Germany. According to many historians, the core of Germany was born here. East Francia continued to grow. A new German power was emerging. In 9, Otto was crowned emperor. Thus, the Holy Roman Empire was born, but it was not a single unified state. Hundreds of principalities and cities were ruled by their own leaders. This would delay German unification for centuries. For centuries, German cities grew. Trade and craftsmanship flourished. Merchants traded with regions across Europe. The cities became increasingly wealthy. In the north, the Hanseatic League rose to power. It controlled much of Baltic trade. German cities were growing rich, but the land remained divided into hundreds of states. In 1517, a German monk took a step that would change Europe forever. Martin Luther challenged the practices of the Church. His 95 Theses spread rapidly. Thanks to the printing press, Luther's ideas spread across Europe. The Reformation transformed Germany, but it also created new divisions. Tensions between Catholics and Protestants were rising. German lands were heading toward a new crisis. In 1618, an event triggered one of Europe's most devastating wars. The war lasted 30 years. Cities were destroyed and millions lost their lives. The war ended in 1648, but the German world lay in ruins. After the wars, a new German power began to rise. Its name was Prussia. It became famous for its discipline and army. Under Frederick the Great, Prussia became one of Europe's major powers. Soon, Prussia would change Germany's destiny forever. In the early 1800s, Napoleon was shaking Europe to its core. French armies entered German lands. The old order began to collapse. In 1806, the Holy Roman Empire came to an end. Napoleon destroyed an empire, but he also awakened German nationalism. After Napoleon's defeat, Europe's leaders gathered in Vienna. Their goal was to create a new order in Europe, and new borders were drawn. 39 German states were united within the German Confederation. But one question remained: who would lead the German world? In 1848, Europe was shaken by revolution once again. German nationalists wanted a united nation. For that purpose, the Frankfurt Parliament was convened. The parliament offered the German crown to the King of Prussia, but the king refused the offer. The attempt at unification had failed, but a new figure was stepping onto the stage: Otto von Bismarck. 1848 had failed, but the dream of German unity lived on. One major problem was the economy. German states taxed each other's trade. Led by Prussia, the Zollverein was established. Trade barriers began to disappear. Economic unity came first. Political unity would soon follow. There were two great powers in the German world, Prussia and Austria. Both wanted to lead, but Germany could have only one leader. The smaller German states began choosing sides. The balance of power was shifting. Unity still seemed far away. But history was approaching a great transformation. Meanwhile, Germany was changing. Industry was growing rapidly. Railways connected cities together. Distances grew smaller every year. As the economy grew stronger, the desire for unity grew as well. Germany was ready for unity. All it lacked was a strong leader. From the Germanic tribes to the rise of Prussia, the foundations of Germany had been laid. Now the stage belonged to one of history's most influential statesmen, Otto von Bismarck, in one of the harshest lands on earth. A child was born. His name was Temujin. No one knew his future, but his destiny was not ordinary. His father was a tribal leader, but his enemies killed him. Temujin and his family were abandoned. They had to survive. Temujin and his family were abandoned by their tribe. He grew up fighting hunger. Temujin brought food back to his family. He was already carrying the burden of responsibility. But being alone on the steppe was dangerous. He did not yet know the threat approaching him. One day, he was captured. But he managed to escape. Now he was alone. But he had a great vision. And that vision would change the world. Young Temujin found a powerful ally. His name was Jamuka. They grew up together. They fought together. Temujin began gathering loyal warriors. He was no longer alone. But leadership was not easily earned. Jamuka was chosen as leader. Temujin chose a different path. He chose ordinary warriors over nobles. This decision changed everything. Old friends were now rivals. An inevitable war was approaching. The steppe became a battlefield. And Temujin would not turn back. Temujin began to fight. The steppe was his battlefield. Many tribes joined him. His army was growing rapidly. But Jamuka still stood against him. A great battle began. Temujin did not retreat. Jamuka was defeated. His old friend was captured, and their destinies changed. Now the tribes were uniting. A great Kurultai was called. A new leader would be chosen. All eyes turned to Temujin. The tribes supported him, and a decision was made. A new era was beginning. Temujin was now Genghis Khan. The Mongols were now one army, and the world had not yet met them. Genghis Khan built a powerful army. The strength of the army was speed and mobility. They could shoot arrows while riding. Their bows were deadly. They used the feigned retreat tactic. They lured their enemies into traps and surrounded them. The army was disciplined. Every unit was organized. Orders moved quickly. A relay system was created. This system sped communication. Scouts gathered intelligence. Plans were prepared in advance. Now borders would be crossed. In 1211, Genghis Khan invaded northern China. The first target was China. The Mongols advanced against the Jin dynasty. The war was just beginning. In 1215, Zhongdu was captured. Zhongdu, Bugian-Kopeki. New cities were targeted. Northern China was now under Mongol control. In 1218, the Mongols turned west. A Mongol trade caravan arrived in Ot. But the caravan was arrested. The envoys were executed. Genghis Khan answered with war. In 1219, the Great Campaign began. Otra was besieged. The city was captured. The next target was Bukhara. In 1220, Bukhara fell. Genghis Khan entered the city. The next target was Samarkand was besieged. The city fell quickly. The Khwarezm Shah fled. The Mongols pursued him. The Khwarezm Shah died in the Caspian Sea. The Mongols advanced into Persia. Many cities fell. The Mongols continued westward. Now the world knew them. The Mongol army crossed the Caucasus Mountains. They were now approaching the gates of Europe. Mongol scouts were watching the Rus principalities. The great cities of Europe did not yet know the danger that was coming. Mongol reconnaissance forces moved across the Russian steppe. The borders of Europe were now before them. The Rus princes united against the Mongols. Europe was preparing a common defense for the first time. In 1223, the two armies faced each other at the Kelka River. This confrontation marked the beginning of a new era for Europe. The Mongols used the feigned retreat tactic. They were drawing the Rus army into a planned trap. The Rus army began to pursue the Mongols. But this advance was leading them into a trap. The Mongols suddenly turned back. The Rus army was now surrounded. The Rus army suffered a devastating defeat. Europe witnessed the true power of the Mongols for the first time. This victory was the result of Subutai and Jeeb's strategy. The Mongols had now tested the strength of Europe. The Mongols could have advanced deeper into Europe. But this campaign was only a reconnaissance mission. Europe was no longer unknown to the Mongols. This reconnaissance laid the foundation for future invasions. The Mongol reconnaissance army turned back east. The knowledge they gathered would shape future campaigns. In 1226, Genghis Khan launched his final campaign. The target was the Western Shaya Kingdom. The Mongol army entered Western Shiite territory. Soon, major cities were placed under siege. Western Shia cities were under heavy assault. The Mongols were tightening the siege ring. During the Western Jia campaign, Genghis Khan fell ill. Yet the army continued its advance. In 1227, Genghis Khan died. The death of Genghis Khan was kept secret from the army. The campaign continued until the mission was complete. Genghis Khan was buried in a secret location. The place of his grave remains unknown even today. In 1229, Ogedei Khan was proclaimed Great Khan. The Mongol Empire would continue to expand. Ogedei Khan made Karakoram the capital of the empire. From here, campaigns across Asia and Europe were directed. In 1236, Beta Khan launched a great campaign toward the west. Subutai was the strategic architect of this invasion. The Mongols defeated the Volga Bulk. The gates of Eastern Europe were now open. In 1237, Ryazan was besieged by the Mongols. The city was completely destroyed in a short time. In 1238, Vladimir fell to the Mongols. The resistance of the Rus principalities began to collapse rapidly. In 1238, Moscow was burned by the Mongols. Though still a small settlement, it was completely destroyed. In 1240, Kiev was captured by the Mongols. One of the greatest cities of Eastern Europe had fallen. The Mongol armies were now advancing towards Central Europe. Poland and Hungary had become the next targets. In 1241, European knights faced the Mongols at the Battle of Lignita. But once again, the Mongol army proved superior. In 1241, the Hungarian army suffered a devastating defeat at the Battle of Mohi. The Mongols had now reached the gates of Central Europe. The Mongol armies continued advancing across Central Europe. Europe now appeared defenseless. In 1241, Ogedei Khan died. The Mongol army had to return for the Kurultai assembly. The Mongol army withdrew from Europe. But this was not a defeat. Beta Khan established the Golden Horde in the Western Territories. The Rus principalities were now under Mongol rule. The Mongol Empire became the largest land empire in history. Its land stretched from China to Europe. The Mongols established secure trade routes across Eurasia. This period became known as the Pax Mongolica. The Mongol Empire connected different cultures across Eurasia. Knowledge and technology spread rapidly along its routes. Thanks to Mongol roads, travelers like Marco Polo reached Asia. The world was becoming more connected. The Mongols did not just build an empire. They changed the course of the world. After centuries of war, Japan was finally at peace, and the Tokugawa shoguns would do almost anything to keep it that way. But European merchants and missionaries had already reached Japan. As foreign trade expanded, Christianity was spreading with it. The Tokugawa increasingly feared that foreign religion and influence could become a threat to their authority. In the 1630s, the shogunate imposed sweeping restrictions on foreign contact. Japan was not completely cut off, but its gateways to the outside world would now be tightly controlled. In 1637, crushing taxes, hardship, and religious persecution ignited rebellion in Shimabara. Peasants and masterless samurai took up arms. Tens of thousands of rebels gathered at Hara Castle. The shogunate responded by sending an overwhelming force against them. In 1638, Hara Castle fell. The rebellion was crushed, and Tokugawa hostility toward Christianity hardened even further. At Nagasaki, Dejima became one of Japan's most important controlled windows to the outside world. The ships carried more than goods. Maps, medicine, astronomy, and new scientific ideas were also entering Japan. This became known as Rangaku Dutch learning. Japanese scholars studied Western medicine, astronomy, and technology. Japan had restricted the outside world, but it had not stood still. Its cities were growing, commerce was booming, and a remarkable new culture was emerging. Foreign contact was restricted even further, yet Japan was never completely sealed. At Nagasaki, a narrow gateway to the outside world remained open. Japan had largely closed itself to the outside world, yet within its borders, Edo was rapidly growing into one of the largest cities on earth. Years of peace fueled commerce. Merchants grew wealthier than ever, and the urban economy continued to expand. Artisans and craftsmen transformed Japan's cities. As prosperity grew, an entirely new urban culture began to emerge. This prosperity transformed more than the economy, it reshaped art and entertainment. In Edo, a remarkable new culture was beginning to flourish. Peace did more than expand the cities. In Edo, theater, music, and public performances became part of everyday life. As tea houses, entertainment districts, and artistic circles flourished, people embraced a new lifestyle known as Ukiyo, the floating world. During this era, Ukiyo woodblock prints emerged. Japanese artists transformed everyday life and nature into timeless works of art. For centuries, samurai had ruled the battlefield. Now, in an age of peace, they were searching for a new purpose. Japan was continuing to change. Decades of peace transformed the lives of the samurai. Most no longer lived on battlefields, but within Japan's growing cities. Many samurai became administrators, officials, and advisors. Their swords were increasingly replaced by documents and government service. Yet the spirit of the samurai endured. The ideals of Bushido honor, loyalty, and discipline were passed from one generation to the next. Japan remained largely isolated from the outside world, yet through the tiny island of Dejima, in Nagasaki, Western knowledge and technology continued to enter the country quietly. Dejima was more than a trading post. It was Japan's only window into Western science. Japanese scholars began translating Dutch books. Their work became known as Rangaku Dutch learning. Western knowledge in medicine, astronomy, and engineering gradually reached Japan, laying the foundation for dramatic changes yet to come. More than 2 centuries of peace were about to end. Ships appearing on the horizon would soon change Japan's destiny forever. In the summer of 1853, the American Navy entered Edo Bay. Its steam-powered warships displayed a level of power Japan had never witnessed before. Commodore Matthew Perry delivered a letter from the President of the United States. Its message was clear: Japan must open its ports. The shogunate faced an impossible choice. Resistance could mean war, while acceptance would end more than 2 centuries of isolation. After more than 2 centuries, the Edo Order had reached an irreversible turning point. Japan stood on the threshold of change. In 1854, the Convention of Kanagawa was signed. After more than 2 centuries of isolation, Japan opened its doors to foreign nations once again. Foreign ships could now enter Japanese ports. After generations of isolation, Japan was reconnecting with international trade. The decision divided Japan. Some believed change was inevitable, while others blamed the shogunate for weakening the nation. The Tokugawa shogunate had begun to crumble. Soon, Japan would witness the greatest political transformation in its history. Japan was now divided. One side fought to preserve the shogunate, while the other demanded that power be restored to the emperor. The last shogun, Tokugawa Yoshinobu, faced mounting pressure. Japan was rapidly approaching civil war. In 1868, the first major battle of the Boshin War took place at Toba-Fushimi. The shogunate's forces suffered a decisive defeat. After nearly 260 years, the Tokugawa shogunate was coming to an end. Japan was about to enter a new era. In 1868, the Meiji Restoration was proclaimed. For the first time in centuries, political authority returned to the emperor. The new government moved quickly to modernize the nation. Railways were built, factories rose, and Western technology spread rapidly across Japan. The privileges of the samurai class were abolished. In their place, Japan created a modern national army, serving the entire nation. In just a few decades, Japan had begun transforming from a feudal kingdom into a modern industrial nation. The world was about to witness a completely new Japan. The Convention of Kanagawa was only the beginning. In 1858, Japan was forced to sign new commercial treaties with Western powers. New ports were opened to foreign trade. For the first time, ordinary Japanese people came face to face with Western goods, technology, and culture. Many Japanese viewed these treaties as a national humiliation. Confidence in the shogunate began to collapse. This growing anger would soon give birth to a powerful new movement. Young samurai were preparing to reshape Japan's future. After the unequal treaties, anger spread across Japan. Young samurai united behind a new slogan, Sanjay Revere, the emperor, expel the barbarians. They believed only the emperor could save the nation. In their eyes, the shogunate had failed to protect Japan. As attacks against foreigners increased, Japan descended into instability. The authority of the shogunate weakened with each passing day. The movement soon evolved into a powerful political force. As the leaders of Satsuma and CHSH met in secret, the end of the Tokugawa shogunate drew closer than ever before. In just a few decades, Japan had transformed from a feudal society into a modern industrial power. The world now faced a rising new nation. Its industries expanded, its navy grew stronger, and its influence spread across Asia. Japan was no longer just an island nation. But by the 1930s, the winds were changing. As a global storm gathered, Japan was moving toward its very center. From hunter-gatherers to samurai, from shoguns to industrial power, Japan's remarkable journey has reached the end of one era, but another chapter was just beginning. Soon, Japan would stand at the center of events that would reshape the world forever. After centuries of isolation, Japan had become one of the fastest modernizing nations in the world. While preserving its traditions, Japan embraced science, technology, and education, rising as one of the great powers of the modern age. From samurai to shoguns, from isolation to modernization, Japan's story became one of history's greatest examples of a civilization adapting to change. With thousands of years of history, Japan became one of the world's most remarkable civilizations by uniting tradition with innovation. If you enjoyed this journey through history, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and join us for our next adventure into the story of civilization. Between 1799 and 1815, Europe became hell. Kingdoms collapsed, millions died, and the entire continent fell under the shadow of one man. His name was Napoleon Bonaparte. He began as a general, but soon became the Emperor of Europe. His armies could not be stopped until the frozen winter of Russia. And in the end, the man who shook the world fell at Waterloo. Europe was burning, and from the chaos, one man rose, Napoleon Bonaparte. He was not just a general, he would change Europe forever. His armies could not be stopped, kingdoms collapsed, Europe fell into war. But every empire has an end, and Napoleon's end would come at Waterloo. Napoleon was born in Corsica in 1769. He was noble, but not rich. At a young age, he was sent to military schools in France. He excelled in artillery science. When the French Revolution began, an opportunity appeared for Napoleon, and he quickly began to rise. His victories in Italy caught Europe's attention. Now everyone knew his name. In 1798, Napoleon turned toward Egypt. His target was Britain's trade route. Near the pyramids, a great battle began. The French army crushed the Mamluks. But soon after, the British Navy attacked. The French fleet was destroyed at Abu. Napoleon left his army behind and secretly returned to France because a greater goal was waiting for him. France was in chaos. The people were exhausted. The government was collapsing. In 1799, Napoleon made his move and seized power through a coup. Now he was the first consul of France, but in reality, he was the nation's sole ruler. Napoleon's rise had begun, and Europe would soon change forever. By 1804, Napoleon wanted more, to become the sole ruler of France. A grand ceremony was held in Paris, and Napoleon placed the crown upon his own head. Europe's kings were shocked because France now had a new emperor. Napoleon was no longer just a general, he had become the most powerful man in Europe. Napoleon's rise terrified Europe, and a great war began. In 1805, the Battle of Austerlitz began. Napoleon had trapped his enemies. In 1805, the Battle of Austerlitz began. Napoleon had trapped his enemies. Austerlitz became Napoleon's greatest victory. Now he ruled Europe. After Austerlitz, Napoleon did not stop. Much of Europe fell under French control. French armies marched into Europe's cities. Kingdoms collapsed one by one. Napoleon even placed his own family on thrones. Europe now lived beneath his shadow. But one power still resisted. Britain had not surrendered. Napoleon could not defeat Britain at sea. The French navies suffered heavy losses. So instead, he created a new plan, the Continental Blockade. Europe received the order. Trade with Britain was forbidden, but the economy began to collapse. And eventually, a major crisis with Russia began. That crisis would become a disaster. In 1808, Napoleon invaded Spain, but the people did not surrender. Guerrilla warfare began. The French army was attacked everywhere. Britain joined the war as well. Napoleon's armies were slowly being exhausted. And at that moment, a new crisis was rising in the east. Russia was the coming storm. In 1812, Napoleon marched into Russia. With him came hundreds of thousands of soldiers. But the Russians kept retreating. They burned cities and left no supplies behind. Napoleon finally reached Moscow, but the city was empty, and soon after, it was consumed by flames. When winter arrived, disaster followed. The cold destroyed Napoleon's army. After the Russian disaster, Europe united once again and declared war on Napoleon. Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Britain gathered on the same side. In 1813, the Battle of Leipzig began. For the first time, Napoleon was truly stopped. Now he was retreating, and his empire had begun to collapse. In 1815, Napoleon escaped exile and returned to France. The soldiers joined him once again. Napoleon was back in power. But the final battle was near. At Waterloo, Napoleon suffered a crushing defeat. Napoleon was sent into exile, and years later, he died alone in the Atlantic. Napoleon died, but his influence continued across Europe. His battle tactics were studied in military academies for years. The Napoleonic Wars accelerated the birth of modern Europe. To some, he was a tyrant. To others, a genius. But one truth remained: Napoleon changed the world. History began with a question asked between two rivers. Sumer, cradle of civilization, where rivers were tamed and time measured. They didn't just survive, they recorded human memory. Law, math, and time were born here. They controlled the rivers and built an empire. Logistics was born here. The wheel-powered trade. Bricks built the first state. Wealth became numbers, power became records. They divided time itself. The hour was born. They mapped the sky. The circle was defined. Writing began to tell stories and laws. The first hero, Gilgamesh, seeking immortality. Enlil roared, the great flood came. Cities served the gods, humans obeyed. Even kings feared the dusty underworld. Their myths shaped humanity. They fought for water, not unity. Internal wars ended their golden age. Drought turned nature into their enemy. A northern power would replace the cities. Every civilization is a continuation of a memory. Thousands of years earlier, humans did not know cities, but they had learned to live together. This was not a world of walls. It was a world of people leaning on each other. No streets, no doors, only life on the rooftops. Life began on the rooftops. A streetless human hive. Change broke the old safety. In 5000 BC, the first souls took a leap of faith. They walked away from the only home they knew, heading south toward the wild marshes. They were not searching for a place. They were searching for a way to live. And they found water. But water was not life. Water was chaos. Then someone cut the earth. They mastered water with engineering. The wheel began a new era. The first Sumerian city, Uruk, began the Bronze Age. Before civilization, only rivers existed here. Humans had not yet built cities. This land was older than the Sumerians. Sometimes the water gave life. Sometimes it took everything away. Humans here were not against nature. They were learning to live with it. Humans tried to stop the water. Alone, it was impossible. The land was no longer just plowed. A path was given to the water. Nature was changing direction for the first time. The homes began to multiply. People no longer lived alone. Neighborhoods appeared. Shared spaces formed. Someone began to guide it. They built the first skyscrapers. Writing was born from accounting. They turned stars into numbers. Water clocks measured the night. They created the 360-degree circle. Edaba trained the first administrators. Information became power through records. Writing became art and poetry. Rivers created a trade empire. They created the state treasury system. They created the first medicines. The cedar plow fed the first cities. Patterns became a visual language. The first global market was born. Law replaced tribal rule. Grain became the first wealth. Bronze gave them power. Taxes became a sacred duty. They connected east and west by sea. Sumerian cities were the Venices of the ancient world. A city raised against the desert. War became an organized force. The first army marched as one. Survival was decided in bronze. Sumer didn't die, it waited. Under the silent dunes of Mesopotamia, their words were preserved in clay. While empires of stone crumbled into dust, these humble tablets kept the secrets of the first stars, the first laws, and the first stories of mankind. They are the ghosts in our clocks, the logic in our laws, and the ink in our history. Sumerians may have vanished into the desert, but as long as we write, calculate, and look at the stars, they live within us. Sumer's chapter ends here, but the storm of history is just beginning. In our next episode, the world's first empire rises from these very sands. The Akkadian Empire witnessed the dawn of King Sargon and the birth of a new era. For the complete story of our world, don't miss our playlist, a chronological journey from Earth's creation to today. You will love exploring how every piece of the puzzle fits together. Stay tuned for the full chronology.
The year was 1066. England had become one kingdom, but its crown was no longer secure. When King Edward died without an heir, 3 powerful leaders claimed the same throne. The English nobles chose Harold Godwinson as king. But his coronation would not bring peace, would trigger one of the most famous invasions in history. From the north came Harald Hardrada of Norway. From the south, Duke William of Normandy prepared his fleet. England now faced 2 invasions at once. Harold would first march north, then turn his exhausted army south. Within weeks, England's fate would be decided on the blood-soaked fields of battle. September 1066, King Harald Hardrada landed on England's shores with thousands of warriors. The Vikings had begun their final great attempt to claim the English crown. At the Battle of Fulford, the Vikings defeated the English forces. The road to York lay open, and England faced a grave danger. Harold Godwinson wasted no time. He marched his army hundreds of miles north in just days. The rapid advance caught the Vikings completely by surprise. On September 25, 1066, Harold Hardrada was killed at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. The Viking army collapsed. Historians often regard this battle as the end of the Viking Age. While Harold celebrated victory in the north, one of the greatest invasions in English history was about to begin. On September 28, 1066, the Norman fleet reached England. Thousands of soldiers and hundreds of war horses came ashore, while Harold's army was still racing back from the north. William did not rush. Near Hastings, he built defensive positions and fortifications, waiting patiently for Harold to attack. Every move was carefully calculated. Harold finally reached the south with his exhausted army. Ahead stood the Normans. The battle to come would decide not only a crown, but the future of England itself. On the morning of October 14th, 1066, Harold's army formed its shield wall atop Senlac Hill. Below them, William's disciplined Norman army prepared to attack. For hours, Norman cavalry and archers launched relentless attacks. Yet, the Anglo-Saxon shield wall held firm against every assault. During the battle, rumors spread that William had been killed. He removed his helmet to reveal himself alive, rallying his army for one final assault. By the end of the day, Harold was dead. The Anglo-Saxon army collapsed. As the Battle of Hastings ended, a new era in English history had begun. After the victory at Hastings, nothing stood in William's way. London could no longer resist. England was forced to accept a new ruler. On Christmas Day, 1066, William was crowned King of England at Westminster Abbey. The Norman dynasty had officially begun. William did more than claim the crown. He built massive stone castles across England, symbols of Norman power and a new political order. 1066 was more than a conquest. England's language, government, nobility, and culture began to change forever. The nation had entered a completely new era. The conquest was complete. But William's next challenge was not war, it was ruling an entire kingdom. To do that, he ordered something never attempted before. Royal officials traveled from village to village, recording lands, farms, livestock, and people. Never before had England been surveyed in such extraordinary detail. Completed in 1086, the Domesday Book became one of the most remarkable records of the Middle Ages, documenting everything from land ownership to taxation. William did more than conquer England. He built a powerful system of government that laid the foundation for one of medieval Europe's strongest kingdoms. In 1087, William the Conqueror died, left behind a powerful kingdom, but once again, the question of succession divided the Norman dynasty. In 1120, Prince William Adelin sailed home aboard the magnificent white ship. No one knew the voyage would become one of England's greatest disasters. Near midnight, the ship struck hidden rocks. Within minutes, it sank. Prince William, Adelin, and hundreds of others drowned in the freezing sea. The prince's death plunged England into uncertainty. The kingdom no longer had a clear heir. Soon the nation would descend into years of brutal civil war. After Henry I died, no agreement could be reached over the succession. Supporters of Empress Matilda and King Stephen plunged England into years of civil war. Castles were besieged, towns were plundered, and royal authority collapsed. Historians remember this period by one name: the Anarchy. After years of conflict, a new figure emerged: Henry Plantagenet. The young prince would become the man who reunited England. In 1154, Henry II became king. The Plantagenet dynasty had begun. A new era of stronger government, legal reform, and royal power was about to reshape England. Henry II and Thomas Becket were once close friends. The king believed that by making him Archbishop of Canterbury, he could bring the church under royal control. But Becket changed. He chose to defend the church instead of the crown. The friendship soon became one of England's greatest political crises. In 1170, 4 Norman knights entered Canterbury Cathedral. Thomas Becket was murdered before the altar. The killing shocked all of Europe. Becket's death outraged the kingdom. Under immense pressure, Henry II publicly performed penance. Though still king, he could never fully bend the church to his will. In 1189, Henry II died and his son Richard became king. His courage and military skill would earn him the name Richard the Lionheart. Soon after becoming king, Richard joined the Third Crusade. The King of England now commanded one of Europe's greatest armies. Richard fought Saladin to reclaim Jerusalem. Although the two legendary leaders respected one another, neither achieved a decisive victory. Richard spent much of his life at war. In 1199, he died from an arrow wound. He left behind a legendary reputation, but England was about to enter a far more difficult era under its next king. The Magna Carta had been sealed, but peace did not last. When King John rejected the agreement, England descended into civil war once again. The rebel barons invited Prince Louis of France to claim the English throne. For the first time, a foreign prince invaded England to become its king. In 1216, King John died. England lost its king in the middle of a civil war. The crown now passed to his 9-year-old son, Henry. Crowned as a child, Henry III became England's new hope. But the kingdom was still at war, and the real struggle had only just begun. After years of conquest, civil war, and succession struggles, England slowly began to recover. But this was no longer the England of the Anglo-Saxons. It had become a Norman kingdom. The Norman Conquest, the Doomsday Book, and a Magna Carta reshaped not only England, but the political future of Europe itself. Yet England's greatest rise had not even begun. The Plantagenet kings would build one of Europe's most powerful dynasties and lead the continent into decades of war. In the next chapter, we will follow Edward I, William Wallace, the wars of Scottish independence, and the 100 Years' War as England rises to become one of Europe's greatest powers. To understand the future, we must first understand the past. Subscribe and continue exploring world history in chronological order.
Germany was not yet united. Dozens of states remained divided. In 1862, Otto von Bismarck stepped onto the stage. Bismarck had one goal: to create German unity. A new era was about to change Europe, the era of blood and iron. Major debates erupted in Parliament. The army budget had created a crisis. Bismarck stepped to the podium and delivered words that would enter history. Great questions are not decided by speeches, but by blood and iron. Bismarck's plan was clear. Unity would come through war. Bismarck made his first move. The target was Schleswig and Holstein. Prussia and Austria were allies. Together they marched against Denmark. War began in 1864. The Prussian army emerged victorious. But another plan lay behind the victory. Bismarck had already chosen his next rival. Denmark had been defeated. Now Austria was next. Disputes emerged between the Allies. Schleswig and Holstein became a source of conflict. This was exactly what Bismarck wanted: to isolate Austria. As 1866 approached, Europe was moving toward another war. War began in 1866. Prussia and Austria were now enemies. The Prussian army had more modern weapons. They would change the course of the war. The decisive moment came at Königgrätz. Austria suffered a crushing defeat. It had lasted only 7 weeks, but Germany's future had changed forever. After the victory, Germany was reshaped. Prussia was now the undisputed leader. In 1867, the North German Confederation was established. Many German states had united, but Germany was not yet complete. The southern German states remained independent. One final obstacle stood before Bismarck. Prussia's rise worried Europe, especially France. Emperor Napoleon III did not want a powerful Germany. Bismarck knew this, and he would push France into making a mistake. The two leaders were heading toward confrontation. War was now very close. In 1870, a new crisis emerged. The Spanish throne shook Europe. France demanded guarantees from Prussia. King Wilhelm rejected the demands. A summary of the meeting was sent to Berlin. Bismarck shortened and sharpened the text. The EMS dispatch was published. France was outraged and declared war. By the summer of 1870, the war was raging. German armies advanced deep into France. At Sedan, the French army was surrounded. Its escape routes were closing. Emperor Napoleon III was trapped inside the encirclement. Defeat had become inevitable. On September 2, 1870, Napoleon III surrendered. Bismarck's dream of Germany was now within reach. The war did not end after Sedan. German armies marched toward Paris. The capital was under siege. Food shortages began to spread. Bismarck waited patiently. When Paris fell, Germany would be born. Months of siege finally paid off. French resistance was collapsing. While Paris remained under siege, German leaders gathered at the Palace of Versailles. Northern and southern German states were uniting behind one goal: a single Germany. Bismarck's long-term plan was succeeding. German unity had become inevitable. January 18, 1871 was approaching. A new European power was about to be born. January 18, 1871 had arrived. The Palace of Versailles was about to make history. The German princes reached a single decision. Unity was now official. King Wilhelm I of Prussia was proclaimed German emperor. Centuries of division had come to an end. Germany was now a single empire. Germany was united. Now it had to be governed. The empire's first chancellor was Otto von Bismarck. The new Germany industrialized rapidly. Iron, coal, and steel production surged. Germany became one of Europe's most powerful nations. As industry expanded, new problems emerged. Millions of workers labored under harsh conditions. Bismarck saw the danger. The workers' movement was growing stronger. New laws were introduced. Health insurance and social protection were established. One of the world's first modern welfare systems was emerging. Bismarck was strengthening Germany from within. Not all of Germany's problems were solved. A new struggle was beginning. Bismarck was concerned by the political influence of the Catholic Church. He believed the state should come first. New laws were introduced. A fierce struggle began between church and state. This period became known as the Kulturkampf. Bismarck strengthened state authority across Germany. Germany was now united. Bismarck's new goal was to preserve peace. France wanted revenge. Bismarck sought to keep it isolated. In 1873, the League of the Three Emperors was formed. Bismarck did not want war. He protected Germany's power through diplomacy. Bismarck continued expanding his alliance network. The balance of Europe had to be preserved. In 1882, a new alliance was formed. Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy joined together. During this period, Germany grew rapidly. Its economy and industry rose to the top of Europe. By the 1880s, Germany had become one of Europe's most powerful nations. The year 1888 became a turning point for Germany. Emperor Wilhelm I passed away. His son Frederick III succeeded him, but he was gravely ill. Just 99 days later, Frederick also died. Wilhelm II ascended the throne. The young emperor had different ideas. A clash with Bismarck was inevitable. Wilhelm II did not want to be a symbolic ruler. He wanted to govern Germany himself. The disagreement between Bismarck and Wilhelm grew. Two powerful personalities stood opposed. In 1890, Bismarck was forced to leave office. The architect of Germany was leaving the stage. A new era was beginning. Bismarck was gone. Wilhelm II gave Germany a new direction. Industry expanded. The military grew stronger. Germany became a world power. But Europe was dividing once again. Alliances and rivalries were growing rapidly. United Germany had been born, but soon the world would face one of the greatest wars in history. To be continued, from Germany to World War 1848. Europe was burning. Kings were afraid, and the people demanded freedom. Napoleon was dead, but the ideas he spread still haunted the streets of Europe. Europe's kings believed they had restored the old order, but they failed to see the coming storm. In 1848, the flames of nationalism, freedom, and revolution would sweep across the continent. In 1815, Europe's kings gathered together. They wanted to restore the order changed by Napoleon. In 1815, Europe's kings gathered together. They wanted to restore the order changed by Napoleon. Censorship increased. Newspapers were shut down. Armies kept the people under pressure. But the ideas of freedom were not dead. The fire of revolution was silently growing across Europe. In the 19th century, Europe was changing rapidly. Factories were growing, and cities were covered in smoke. Workers labored for 14 hours a day. Children were dying inside factories. In the 1840s, an economic crisis began. Bread prices soared. The people of Europe faced hunger. Now, it was not only those demanding freedom. The hungry also wanted revolution. In 1848, the fire of revolution exploded in Paris. The streets quickly filled with barricades. King Louis-Philippe of France was forced to flee before the anger of the people. The monarchy collapsed. The Second Republic was declared in France. The revolution that began in Paris would soon spread across all of Europe. The revolutions quickly reached Austria. The streets of Vienna filled with protests. Students and workers built barricades in the name of freedom. Metternich, one of Europe's most powerful men, was forced to flee. This moment symbolized the beginning of the collapse of old Europe. During the revolutions of 1848, the German people also wanted unity. Germany was still divided into dozens of small states. The idea of nationalism was growing. Many Germans dreamed of uniting under one flag. The Frankfurt Parliament gathered. Its goal was to create a free and united Germany. Although this movement failed, the idea of a united Germany could no longer be stopped. The revolutions of 1848 also shook Italy. Many Italians now dreamed of a united nation. Revolutionaries like Giuseppe Mazzini began organizing the youth of Italy. In northern Italy, the people rose against Austrian rule. The revolutions of 1848 failed, but the unification of Italy had already begun. Most of the revolutions of 1848 were quickly crushed. The kings regained control once again. The revolutionaries were divided among themselves. Workers, liberals, and nationalists did not share the same goals. Thousands of people were killed. Many revolutionaries were sent into exile. The revolutions appeared to have failed, but the ideas of freedom and nationalism could no longer be stopped. The revolutions of 1848 had failed, but Europe had already begun to change. Italy and Germany would unite in the years ahead. As nationalism grew, the great empires slowly began to weaken. The storm that began in 1848 would eventually lead Europe toward even greater wars. Napoleon was dead, but the ideas he spread continued to live on. The people now demanded freedom, constitutions, and national unity. The old order of Europe was beginning to collapse. The revolutions of 1848 appeared to fail, but they laid the foundations of modern Europe. And Europe would never be the same again. The revolutions of 1848 became one of the turning points in European history. Although they were defeated, the ideas of freedom could no longer be destroyed. Europe was entering the modern age. Industry, nationalism, and power struggles would reshape the world. And the changes that began in 1848 would one day lead to wars that changed the entire world. In 1848, people rose up across Europe. The continent was shaken by the fire of revolution. The ideas of freedom, constitutions, and nationalism inspired millions of people to rise. The kings crushed the revolutions, but the old order of Europe would never truly return. The revolutions of 1848 became the beginning of modern Europe and the great wars to come. The revolutions were over, but Europe was no longer the same. Industry was expanding, and railways were connecting the continent. Nationalism could not be stopped. Germany and Italy were moving toward unification. But a new rivalry was emerging across Europe. It would eventually affect the entire world. The revolutions of 1848 had failed, but some leaders had learned from them. A new power was rising in Prussia. It would change the destiny of Germany. The German states slowly began to unite. Nationalism was becoming a political force. Europe was entering a new era, and the rivalry between the great powers was growing stronger. What was only a dream in 1848 became reality in 1871. Italy united as well. Nationalism was redrawing the map of Europe. But for every winner, there were losers. Multi-ethnic empires were beginning to shake. The changes that began in 1848 would lead Europe toward a world war only decades later. The revolutions of 1848 did not affect only Western Europe. The idea of nationalism was spreading into Ottoman lands as well. Across the Balkans, many peoples, began questioning their identity and future. Similar challenges were emerging in the Austrian Empire. Different nations were demanding greater rights. This was the greatest legacy of 1848. Nationalism had become an unstoppable force across Europe. Historians gave the revolutions of 1848 a name: the Springtime of Nations. Because millions of people were demanding freedom, constitutions, and national unity. The revolutions were crushed, but the ideas survived. 1848 was not a failed revolution. It was the birthpain of modern Europe. After 1848, Europe began to change. No ruler could completely silence the voice of the people anymore. Many countries introduced constitutional reforms. Parliaments became increasingly important. Industry was growing, and cities were expanding. Europe was becoming the economic center of the world. But a new rivalry was emerging among the rising powers. This rivalry was preparing the stage for future conflicts. The transformation that began in 1789 had shaken all of Europe by 1848. Freedom, constitutional government, and nationalism became the most powerful ideas of the 19th century. But these ideas did not bring unity alone. They also created new rivalries and conflicts. The revolutions of 1848 came to an end, but their legacy continued to shape the 20th century and the modern world. Deep within the jungle, a civilization forgotten by time once rose. In the deep jungles of Central America, a civilization was born. A civilization beyond time. What an accurate description. The verdant lands of Mesoamerica, a civilization that was constantly evolving, not just in its calendars. Its pyramids were ladders reaching to the sky, and each GLF on its walls was a code whispering the secrets of the universe. For centuries, it was hidden by nature. Here are those lost ruins, once nestled in nature. Every stone, every vine tells a story. But this civilization would change the world. The Maya civilization spread across a vast region. It all began with small villages. Corn was at the center of life. To them, humans were created from maize. Villages slowly transformed into great cities. Cities rose in the heart of the jungle. Stone structures reached toward the sky. They built massive pyramids without metal, only with intelligence. engineering. Without using wheels, iron tools, or pack animals, they built pyramids overlooking the sky by moving tons of stone deep into the forests. Population. The total population of the cities exceeded 10 million during this period. These structures were not just architecture, they were connected to the sky. On certain days, sunlight touched the pyramids and moved like a serpent of light. Architecture. They developed an acoustic and astronomica. Architecture so precise that during the equinoxes, the sun's rays would cast a serpentine shadow on the pyramid steps. The Maya watched the skies. The stars were their guide. Astronomy and calendar. They calculated the movements of Venus with accuracy. The solar calendar they developed differs from our modern calendar by only seconds. They tracked planetary movements, especially Venus, which was crucial to them. They tried to understand time and found ways to measure it. They created complex calendars, still incredibly accurate today. They were one of the first civilizations in the world to use the concept of 00. They developed a base 20 number system. Writing system. They possessed the most advanced writing system hieroglyphs in the Americas. They wrote history books using over 800 symbols. The Maya writing system was advanced, combining symbols and sounds. They imprisoned Venus in time, carved history into stone, and discovered 0. They carved their stories into stone, leaving records of kings and wars. Kings were not just rulers, they were believed to speak with gods. Rituals were part of daily life. Everything had meaning. Sacrifices were made for the gods to maintain balance in the universe. But the Maya world was not peaceful. Cities were constantly at war. Wars were fought for power, blood was spilled for control. Captives were highly valued. They meant both power and ritual. Then nature began to change. Drought made life harder. Agriculture began to fail. The land was no longer as fertile. Cities were slowly abandoned. People left their homes behind. Massive structures stood empty. The jungle reclaimed everything. A great civilization collapsed, but the reason remains unclear. One thing is certain: the collapse was sudden and deep. But the Maya people did not disappear. They continued to live on. Today, millions of Mayas still exist. Their culture and language live on. Their past still lives within them, and their story continues. The Maya civilization transcended time, leaving a deep mark on humanity. And some mysteries remain unsolved. Perhaps they never will be. The secrets of ancient civilizations and codes from the past. Stay tuned for more. Everything began with the Nile River. Flowing through the desert, the river flooded each year and left behind rich black soil. And on that soil, one of the greatest civilizations in human history was born. Every year the Nile flooded its banks. When the waters receded, rich black soil remained behind. Because of this fertile land, people began settling along the Nile. Over time, two powerful kingdoms emerged along the Nile: Upper Egypt in the south and Lower Egypt in the north. Two crowns, two rulers, and two kingdoms divided the land of the Nile. But one day, everything changed. A king from the south united the two kingdoms into a single land. His name was Narmer, and with him, ancient Egypt was born. The kings who came after Narmer were more than rulers. They saw themselves as the earthly representatives of the sky god Horus. And so a new title was born in Egypt: Pharaoh. The pharaoh was the most powerful ruler of Egypt, but he needed trusted officials to govern the kingdom. The most powerful of them was the vizier. The true power of Egypt came from the Nile River. Each year its floods made the land fertile. Thanks to this, Egyptian farmers built a thriving civilization. Large cities emerged along the Nile River. Cities such as Memphis and Thebes became centers of Egyptian life. Trade, craftsmanship, and daily life flourished within them. Markets in Egyptian cities were always busy. Merchants sold fruits, fabrics, and pottery goods. Trade was an important part of everyday life. In ancient Egypt, artisans worked with great skill. Statues, jewelry, and pottery were shaped by their hands. These craftsmen reflected the art and beauty of Egyptian culture. Writing was a great power in ancient Egypt. Scribes recorded information by writing hieroglyphs on papyrus. History, laws, and stories survived through these writings. Religion was at the center of life in ancient Egypt. The Egyptians worshipped many gods, such as Ra, Osiris, and Anubis. Inside the temples, priests performed daily rituals for the gods. The Egyptians built massive temples for their gods. These sacred structures were not only places of worship, but also religious and cultural centers. Priests performed rituals here in the name of the gods. Ancient Egypt possessed a powerful army. Soldiers fought with spears and shields, while chariots became the fastest and strongest weapon on the battlefield. This army protected Egypt's power and its borders. At the top of ancient Egypt stood the pharaoh. Egyptians believed the pharaoh was not just a king, but the living representative of the gods on earth. His word carried the power of law throughout the land. The Egyptians did not believe death was the end. They believed the spirit of the pharaoh would continue to live. But for that to happen, the body had to be preserved, and so the practice of mummification began. Royal tombs were filled with gold, jewels, and sacred objects. But over time, these tombs became targets for thieves. The pharaohs now had to protect not only their bodies, but their tombs as well. Pharaoh Djoser wanted his tomb to stand forever. His architect Imhotep proposed a new idea, stacking stone structures upward, and in the desert of Saqqara, the first pyramid in history began to rise. After the first pyramid, pharaohs began demanding even larger structures. Pharaoh Sneferu ordered the construction of a massive pyramid, but as it rose, the angle had to be changed, giving the structure its unusual shape. Today, it is known as the bent pyramid. Pharaoh Khufu decided to build the largest pyramid in history. On the Giza Plateau, millions of stone blocks were moved, as construction continued for years. In the end, one of the greatest stone monuments in human history rose into the sky, the Great Pyramid of Khufu. The pyramids were not alone in Giza. Watching over the desert stood a colossal statue, with the body of a lion and the face of a human. It is known today as the Sphinx. The Great Pyramid was not only massive, it was built with astonishing precision. Its four sides are almost perfectly aligned with the cardinal directions. Even today, it remains one of the greatest engineering mysteries of the ancient world. Inside the pyramids were complex passages and hidden chambers. Narrow corridors led deep into the burial chamber of the pharaoh. There, the sarcophagus and objects meant for the afterlife were placed. Building the pyramids required millions of stones. These massive blocks were cut from limestone quarries near the Nile. Workers used copper tools to break the rock and prepare stones, weighing several tons. The cut stone blocks were transported along the Nile River, loaded onto wooden barges. The massive stones were carried toward Giza. The Nile became the most important transportation route for the pyramid construction. Once the stones reached Giza, they were dragged across the desert on wooden sledges. Hundreds of workers pulled the massive blocks with thick ropes. Water was poured onto the sand to reduce friction and help the stones move more easily. As the pyramid grew taller, moving the stones became increasingly difficult. To solve this, architects built massive ramps around the structure. Workers pulled the blocks up these ramps to reach the higher levels of the pyramid. Egyptian architects carefully determined the alignment of the pyramid, using ropes, measuring rods, and the positions of the stars. They aligned the structure with the cardinal directions. This is why the pyramids achieved an almost perfect symmetry. Thousands of workers who built the pyramids lived in villages near Giza. These settlements contained bakeries, workshops, and resting areas. The pyramid construction had become one of the largest organized projects in ancient Egypt. After years of work, the pyramid slowly began to take its final shape. Workers placed massive stone blocks on the upper levels. Each new stone was seen as a step toward the pharaoh's immortality. Today the pyramids appear rough and weathered, but when they were first built, their surfaces were covered with smooth, white limestone casing stones. Under the desert sun, the pyramids shone like enormous towers of light. When the pyramid was completed, a special capstone was placed at the top. Many historians believe it was covered in gold. Shining in the sunlight, it symbolized the pharaoh's ascent toward the gods. The pyramid was not a single structure. Around it stood temples, ceremonial courtyards, and long stone causeways leading to the pyramid. These places were used for royal funerals and sacred rituals. Years later, the life of the pharaoh came to an end. Priests and royal attendants began preparing for the great funeral ceremony. For the Egyptians, death was not the end, but the beginning of the journey to the world of the gods. Priests prepared the body of the pharaoh for the journey to eternity. The organs were removed, the body was dried, and then wrapped in linen bandages. This sacred process ensured that the pharaoh's spirit could return to its body. The pharaoh's organs were placed inside special containers. These containers were known as canopic jars. Gold objects, statues, and sacred symbols were also placed inside the royal tomb. The mummified body of the pharaoh was carried toward the pyramid in a grand funeral procession. As priests recited prayers, mourning women raised their arms and cried in grief. This ceremony symbolized the pharaoh's final journey to the world of the gods. Priests prepared the burial chamber of the pharaoh. Golden treasures, statues, food offerings, and sacred symbols were placed inside the tomb. The Egyptians believed the pharaoh would continue his life in the afterlife. The pharaoh's sarcophagus was placed inside the burial chamber. Priests recited their final prayers and completed the sacred rituals. With this moment, the pharaoh's journey into eternity began. After the funeral ceremony, the passages of the pyramid were sealed. Massive stone blocks were slid into the corridors to close the tomb. From that moment on, the pharaoh's resting place was meant to remain protected forever. Years passed, then centuries. Pharaohs changed, dynasties rose and fell, yet in the desert, the pyramids continued to stand against the passage of time. Centuries later, the pyramids had become relics of an ancient world. Travelers and merchants crossing the desert could see the massive structures from afar, and everyone asked the same question: who had built these enormous monuments? Over time, some people tried to enter the pyramids. Narrow corridors and dark passages led deep inside the structure, yet the pyramid still held many secrets. Inside the pyramid there were not only corridors. Some passages were blocked by massive stone blocks. These hidden structures were designed to protect the pharaoh's tomb. As centuries passed, most of the treasures inside the pyramids disappeared. Many tombs had been emptied or damaged. What remained were empty stone chambers and the traces of a lost civilization. Once the pyramids were crowned with shining capstones. Many historians believe these pyramidions were covered in gold, but over time they disappeared, leaving the pyramids with bare summits. Centuries passed, kings and empires rose and fell, yet the pyramids continued to stand in the desert. The journey doesn't end here. We will continue exploring world history in chronological order. Follow the channel and visit us to continue the adventure. In 15th century Europe, spices were worth more than gold. The Ottoman control over trade routes forced Europe to search for new paths. And so the kingdoms of Europe turned toward the oceans. The greatest age of exploration in human history was beginning. The pioneer of the age of exploration was the Kingdom of Portugal. Prince Henry established schools for navigation and cartography. Portuguese sailors began exploring the coasts of Africa. Their goal was clear: to reach India by sea. In 1497, Vasco da Gama began his voyage to India. Throughout the long journey, the sailors fought against death. And finally, Europeans reached India. The spice trade was changing, and world trade was entering a new era. Christopher Columbus's voyage continued for weeks in uncertainty. The crew was beginning to lose hope. And one morning, a new world appeared on the horizon. Columbus believed he had reached Asia, but he had actually discovered America. The newly discovered lands sparked great rivalry among European kingdoms. In 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed. The world was being divided between two great powers. Because of this agreement, Brazil came under Portuguese control. In 1519, Ferdinand Magellan began one of the greatest voyages in history. After months of searching, they discovered a hidden passage in the south. The Pacific Ocean was far greater than they had imagined. And finally, for the first time in history, the world had been circumnavigated. The Spanish did not only explore America, they also began conquering it. The Aztec Empire was one of the most powerful states in the Americas. But war, disease, and technological differences were weakening the Aztecs. And in the end, the Aztec Empire collapsed. In South America, the Inca Empire became the next target. The Incas were one of the greatest civilizations of the Andes. The Inca Emperor Atahualpa was trapped by the Spanish. And soon after, the Inca Empire also collapsed. The age of exploration increased the wealth of Europe. The center of world trade had shifted to the Atlantic Ocean. But this era also brought suffering to millions. And the world had changed forever. Gold and silver from the Americas began transforming the European economy. European cities were rapidly growing, and trade was entering a new era. While Mediterranean ports declined, the Atlantic coasts were rising. England, Spain, and Portugal were becoming the greatest maritime powers in the world. The age of exploration also had a dark side. millions of Africans were forced into slavery. The wealth of the New World was built on human labor and suffering. And the Atlantic Ocean became the new center of global trade. Over time, new maritime powers also emerged. The Dutch and the English began rising in global trade. The riches of the East were falling under the control of European companies. And world trade was becoming truly global for the first time. The age of exploration marked the rise of European empires. The nations that ruled the seas now ruled the world. The old world order was ending, and the modern age was beginning. And humanity had entered a path with no return. The ships that crossed the oceans did not only discover new lands, they changed the course of human history. New continents, new empires, and a new world was born. And the world would never be the same again. Today, English is one of the world's most influential languages. The British Empire became the largest empire in history. But where did it all begin? The answer lies on this mysterious island thousands of years ago. These lands witnessed Romans, Vikings, Normans, and countless invasions. Every conquest reshaped England, and every war forged a stronger kingdom. England's rise did not happen overnight. It was the story of thousands of years of invasions, survival, and relentless struggle. In this episode, we begin long before the name England even existed. To understand the world's greatest empire, we must first uncover how this island was forged. Around 15,000 years ago, Britain was not yet an island. It was connected to Europe by a vast land known as Doggerland. The first humans crossed this land into Britain. These early communities survived through hunting and gathering. There were no cities, no kingdoms, only nature, and the struggle to survive. As the Ice Age ended, rising seas submerged Doggerland. Britain became an island, a transformation that would shape its destiny for thousands of years. Britain now stood alone, yet this isolated island would one day become one of Europe's most contested lands and, eventually, one of its greatest kingdoms. Around 4000 BC, new settlers arrived in Britain. They brought more than a new way of life. They introduced farming, livestock, and permanent settlements. During this era, one of history's greatest mysteries began to rise: Stonehenge. Even today, historians still debate how these massive stones were moved and why the monument was built. Many researchers believe Stonehenge served as an astronomical observatory, a sacred temple, or a ceremonial gathering place. Its true purpose remains one of history's greatest mysteries. Stonehenge would stand for centuries as one of Britain's greatest symbols, but a new era was approaching. With the Bronze Age came stronger societies, new technologies, and powerful tribes that would reshape the island forever.
Around 800 BC, the Iron Age reached Britain. New weapons, new technologies, and Celtic tribes gradually spread across most of the island. The Celts built powerful hill forts instead of simple villages. They forged iron weapons, traded with neighboring regions, and competed constantly for power. Among the Celts, the Druids were the most respected figures. They guided religion, law, and tradition, while nature itself was considered sacred. For centuries, the Celts ruled Britain. But across the sea, a rising power had begun to look toward the island. Soon, the Roman legions would arrive on Britain's shores. In 55 BC, Julius Caesar became the first Roman commander to reach Britain's shores. Although the expedition failed to establish lasting control, Rome had discovered the island. Nearly a century later, in AD 43, Emperor Claudius launched a full-scale invasion. This time, Rome came to stay and conquer much of Britain. The Romans built roads, bridges, forts, and new cities. Londinium quickly became one of the most important centers of Roman Britain. But Britain never fully surrendered. Soon, a remarkable queen would lead one of the greatest rebellions against the Roman Empire. Her name was Boudica. In AD 60, Queen Boudica of the Iceni rose against Roman rule. Her call united tribes across Britain with a single goal: freedom. The rebellion spread rapidly. Camulodunum, Londinium, and Verulamium were consumed by fire as Rome's greatest cities in Britain fell one after another. Rome refused to retreat. In the final battle, disciplined legions defeated the Celtic armies. Boudica's rebellion ended in defeat, but her legend would live forever. The rebellion had been crushed. Rome strengthened its grip on Britain, building roads, forts, and cities that would shape the island for centuries to come. In AD 410, the Roman Empire was under immense pressure. Its legions withdrew from Britain, ending nearly 4 centuries of Roman rule. With Rome gone, cities declined, roads fell into ruin, and central authority collapsed. Britain once again became a land ruled by local chiefs and tribal kingdoms. Soon, Angles, Saxons, and Jutes arrived from northern Europe. First invited as mercenaries, they gradually settled across much of Britain. The newcomers established their own kingdoms: Wessex, Mercia, Northumbria, Kent, and others emerged, laying the foundations of what would one day become England. In the late 8th century, Britain faced a new threat. Viking warriors emerged from the northern seas, launching swift and devastating raids along the coast. In 793, the attack on Lindisfarne Monastery shocked Europe. Historians often mark this raid as the beginning of the Viking Age. The raids soon became full-scale invasions. The Crons, the great heathen army, conquered one Anglo-Saxon kingdom after another, threatening the future of England itself. Just when all seemed lost, a leader rose from the kingdom of Wessex. His name was Alfred, and he would change the destiny of England forever. In 871, Alfred became King of Wessex at a time when Viking invasions threatened to destroy the kingdom. The future of England now rested on his shoulders. In 878, Alfred personally led his army at the Battle of Edington. His victory marked a decisive turning point against the Viking advance. After his victory, Alfred did more than defend his kingdom. He built fortified towns, strengthened the law, and revived education. These reforms laid the foundations of future England. Alfred never ruled all of Britain, but the foundations he laid would allow his descendants to create the first unified kingdom of England. After Alfred's death, his son Edward the Elder continued his father's mission, steadily reclaiming territories controlled by the Vikings. Edward was not alone. Kay's sister Thelfold ruled Mercia with remarkable skill and won decisive victories against the Vikings, Kay becoming one of the most influential women of the Middle Ages. In 924, Athelstan ascended the throne. Within a few years, he united nearly all of England under a single crown for the first time in history. After centuries of invasions and conflict, England had finally become one kingdom, but peace would not last. New Viking armies were gathering in the north, and an even greater storm was approaching. In the early 11th century, King Canute the Great conquered England, uniting the Anglo-Saxon and Viking worlds under one crown. But this union would not last. Under Edward the Confessor, England regained stability, yet one great problem remained: he had no heir to inherit the throne. As Edward's life drew to an end, several powerful rulers claimed the English throne. The eyes of Europe turned toward England. As the year 1066 approached, England stood on the brink of the greatest succession crisis in its history. Soon, Duke William of Normandy would change the fate of the island forever. After centuries of invasions, wars, and division, England finally emerged as a single united kingdom. Alfred's courage, Edward's determination, Stelflud's leadership, and Athelstan's unity shaped the future of England. But peace would not last. Across the sea, a new army was gathering. The coming storm would change England forever. In the next episode, history's most famous conquest begins. The year 1066 would forever change not only England, but the course of European history. To understand the future, we must first understand the past. Subscribe to Chronology of Existence and continue exploring world history in chronological order.
The year is 793. The ships on the horizon were not ordinary. Long, narrow, and crowned with dragon heads. The warriors of the north were coming. The longships reached the shore. Warriors carrying shields and axes stepped onto this silent coast. Lindisfarne was no longer safe. A monk wrote in his chronicle, "God protect us from the fury of the Northmen." Europe was now facing a new threat. The Vikings were not born raiders. It was the harsh geography they lived in that pushed them toward the sea. Narrow lands, long winters, and limited resources forced northern people to search for new horizons. Population was growing in Scandinavia. Land was limited. For young warriors, the path to wealth and glory now lay across the sea. The Vikings' greatest strength was not only their warriors, but their ships. Long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through shallow rivers. The Vikings did not raid England alone. Soon they reached the coasts of France, the Baltic, and the rivers of Eastern Europe. The northern warriors were now everywhere across Europe. In 845, Viking ships sailed along the Seine River. The northern warriors had reached the heart of Europe. Their target was Paris. King Charles the Bald was forced to pay a large tribute to save Paris. European kingdoms were now negotiating with the Vikings, instead of stopping them. The Vikings were no longer only raiders. They settled across large parts of eastern England. These lands became known as the But England did not completely fall. King Alfred the Great of Wessex managed to stop the Viking advance. His resistance changed the future of England. Some Vikings turned east instead of west. Traveling along great rivers, they reached Byzantium. They were now known as the Varangians. Some Viking warriors entered the service of the Byzantine Empire. In Constantinople, they became the emperor's most trusted guards. This elite unit was known as the Varangian Guard. The Vikings were not only raiders, they explored new lands and settled there. Iceland became one of the most important colonies founded by the northern people. Viking explorer Eric the Red sailed even farther west. He named the newly discovered land Greenland and established a new colony there. Leif Erikson sailed farther west and reached a new continent. The Vikings had set foot in North America nearly 100 years before Christopher Columbus. The Vikings were not only warriors, they built powerful trade networks stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, transporting furs, silver, and valuable goods. Viking society was divided into three main classes. Jarls were the ruling elite, Carls were the free people, thralls stood at the lowest level as slaves. In the Viking world, battle was more than survival. They believed in Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, and that brave warriors would enter Valhalla after death. Over time, the Viking world began to change. Scandinavian kings accepted Christianity. The old gods were slowly replaced by a new faith. The Viking Age came to an end, but the legacy of the northern warriors lived on in Europe's culture, trade, and exploration. They were not only raiders, they were explorers who helped shape history. One of the most mysterious figures in Viking history was Ragnar Lothbrok. According to some sources, he was a great warrior. According to others, only a legend. Ragnar Lothbrok later turned toward the shores of England, but this time, the campaign would not end as he expected. Ragnar Lothbrok quickly gained fame in the Viking world. His raids across England and Frankish lands made his name legendary among northern warriors. Ragnar was not only a warrior. Under his leadership, many Viking warriors united. Across the northern world, his name became associated with great expeditions. Ragnar Lothbrok sailed toward England one last time, but this time he did not command a great army. This journey would change his fate. Ragnar Lothbrok was captured in England. By order of King Alella, he was thrown into a pit of snakes. But his death did not end the Viking raids. It marked the beginning of a much greater army. Ragnar's death caused great anger in the north. His sons gathered one of the largest Viking armies in history to take revenge. In 866, the great heathen army reached the shores of England. This was no longer a raid. It was the beginning of a permanent invasion. The great heathen army quickly captured the city of York. The city would now be known as Jorvik and became a major center of Viking power in England. The great heathen army quickly began to shake the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Northumbria, Mercia, and East Anglia fell under Viking control. Much of England was now in the hands of northern warriors. Much of England had fallen to the Vikings, but the kingdom of Wessex still stood. King Alfred formed the last line of defense against the Viking advance. In 878, at the Battle of Edington, Alfred's army stopped the Viking leader Guthrum. This victory became a turning point that prevented England from falling completely under Viking rule. After the victory at Edington, Alfred and the Viking leader Guthrum agreed on the Treaty of Wedmore. England was now divided between two worlds, the south under Anglo-Saxon control and the east under Viking rule. In 1066, William, Duke of Normandy, invaded England. This conquest was not only a change of kings, it was the return of the Viking legacy to England. The Norman descendants of the Vikings reached not only England, but also the Mediterranean. In southern Italy and Sicily, they established new kingdoms and shaped the politics of southern Europe. In 1066, Viking King Harald Hardrada launched his final campaign into England, but he was defeated at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. This defeat marked the end of the Viking Age. The Vikings changed Europe not only through war, but through the legacy they left behind. The cities they founded, the trade routes they opened, and the kingdoms they shaped permanently influenced the continent. The Vikings became the first Europeans to reach North America. The settlement at Vinland was short-lived, but it marked the first known European journey across the Atlantic. The Vikings were not only raiders, they were traders, explorers, warriors, and the legacy they left behind changed the course of European history. The greatest strength behind Viking success was their ships. Carefully built, long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through rivers. The Vikings were not only brave, they were skilled navigators. Using the sun, the stars, and signs from the sea, they were able to travel across the open ocean. The Vikings were not only warriors from the north, they were explorers who expanded Europe's horizons, sailors who reshaped trade routes, and a civilization that influenced the course of world history. The towering cedar trees atop the mountains of Lebanon were the pens that wrote the destiny of the Phoenicians. These trees were so remarkably strong that the ships built from them defied the fierce waves of the Mediterranean. It all began with a voice lost among the dusty pages of history, beyond written history. The masters of the sea lay quietly in wait. With the launching of these vessels into the sea, history's first true seafaring people emerged. The Phoenicians were not a single empire, but a series of interconnected giant port cities. Tyre and Sidon were like impenetrable fortresses built upon the sea. These ports became the first great metropolises where goods, languages, and cultures from across the world blended together. The heart of maritime trade beat here. And the wealth of Phoenicia flourished within these harbors. Tyrian purple, obtained from sea snails, was more valuable than even gold in the ancient world. This special color was produced through the laborious processing of thousands of sea mollusks. Over time, this color became an indispensable status symbol for kings, emperors, and nobles. The greatest secret of Phoenicia's economic power and wealth lay hidden in this unique purple dye. But Phoenicia represented not only trade, but also an impenetrable defense. A circular waterway leading to the center, with a small island in the middle where the admiral was positioned. When the enemy entered, they would find themselves facing a massive fleet. This was strategy written in stone and water. The Cotton Harbor, rising in Carthage, was the most advanced military engineering marvel of the ancient world. From the outside, this circular harbor appeared to be a quiet trading center, but inside, there were secret hangars housing more than 200 warships. According to legend, Phoenician merchants discovered glass by chance while lighting a fire on the beach. Turning this coincidence into a magnificent craft, the Phoenicians became one of the first peoples to succeed in shaping glass by blowing. Transparent glass vessels, elegant vases, and colorful beads became the most sought-after luxury goods, everywhere from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. Glass craftsmanship proved their aesthetic sense and commercial intelligence to the entire world. They were drops of light spreading to every corner of the Mediterranean. This was the greatest proof of how the Phoenicians mastered the elements of nature, fire, and sand. Now we turn our camera thousands of miles away, across the Atlantic Ocean, to the rainforests of Mexico. While the Phoenicians were shaping glass, the Olmecs, a major culture of the Americas, were rising to prominence. They were carving colossal basalt rocks to erect mysterious 20-ton statues and developing complex calendars. While the Phoenicians navigated by looking at the stars, the Olmecs used those same stars to build their pyramids. Two different worlds with one shared curiosity: the sky. Meanwhile, in the east, in the heart of China, the Zhou dynasty reigned supreme. This empire, which proclaimed the sanctity of governance, with the concept of the regency of the heavens, was laying the foundations of philosophy and social order. While purple-dyed fabrics adorned kings in the west, an empire of silk and wisdom was rising in the east. Varsalan met in history was like a gigantic machine beating, unaware of each other, but at the same pace. They set aside complex hieroglyphs and cuneiform scripts to create the first alphabet, consisting of only 22 letters. Thanks to this revolutionary invention, reading and writing moved beyond the monopoly of palaces and reached the common people and merchants. The foundation of the modern alphabets we use today was laid with this knot tied by Phoenician scribes thousands of years ago. The Phoenicians did not just build ships, they also learned to read the language of the sea. They were the first sailors to find their way during night voyages by following the North Star, known at the time as the Phoenician Star. Their double-rowed galleys, the biremes, provided both agility in war and high capacity in trade. This technological superiority made them the undisputed sole masters of the open seas. They were the only people who dared to cross the Pillars of Hercules, known today as the Strait of Gibraltar, which was considered the end of the known world. They fearlessly ventured into the fierce waters of the Atlantic Ocean, circumnavigated the African continent, and reached the British Isles to trade in tin. For them, the horizon was not a limit, but the beginning of a new world waiting to be discovered. These courageous expeditions changed the geographical knowledge of antiquity forever. Carthage, whose foundations were laid with the exile story of Princess Dido, soon reached a power that would overshadow even its mother city, Tyre. This new city rising on the North African coast became the most magnificent fortress of the Phoenician spirit and commercial genius. Carthage was not just a colony, it was the new master of the Western Mediterranean and the center of a massive empire that would rival Rome. This rise ensured the spread of Phoenician influence throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. One of the greatest strategic battles in history took place before the city of Tyre, which was considered impenetrable. To capture this island city on the sea, Alexander the Great achieved a massive feat of engineering by building a causeway from the shore to the island. This relentless siege, lasting for months, was not just the fall of a city, but a historical turning point where the Phoenician city-states began their physical decline. With this event, the absolute dominance of the ancient world over the seas began to change hands. Even though the Phoenicians have withdrawn from the stage of history, their indelible footprints still remain in every letter we write today, in our maritime rules, and in our global trade system. They were the first true global civilization to connect distant lands. Their courage, intelligence, and cultural legacy continue to shine like jewels embedded in the foundations of the modern world. Although the masters of the sea are gone, we touch the legacy they left behind every single day. The ancient world was far larger than we imagined, bound together by invisible threads. From Phoenicia to America, from China to Africa, humanity built with the same unwavering determination. In the next episode, we'll explore the great turning point where these civilizations met. Don't forget to subscribe and join this vast journey. 1884. Europe's most powerful empires gathered in Berlin for one of the most important meetings in history. Only one map dominated the table: Africa, the last great continent, not yet fully divided among Europe's empires. Yet something was missing from that room. Not a single African leader had been invited to decide the future of their own continent. A few signatures, a few strokes of a pen, and the fate of millions would be changed forever. In 1800, Africa was far from empty. It was home to hundreds of kingdoms, millions of people, and civilizations that had flourished for thousands of years. Europeans knew Africa's coasts well. For centuries they had built trading posts and conducted the Atlantic slave trade. But the continent's interior remained a mystery. Many Europeans who ventured inland never returned. Malaria, tropical diseases, and the harsh environment made the continent incredibly difficult to conquer. On European maps, these lands were marked as almost entirely unknown, but soon, a single breakthrough would change everything. The first weapon that helped Europe conquer Africa was not a rifle, it was a medicine. Quinine, extracted from the bark of the cinchona tree, became one of the first effective treatments against malaria. The African interior, once deadly to Europeans, roost heads and certain death became pathways of exploration. Explorers, soldiers, and cartographers began moving deeper into the continent. The north of Africa's unknown interior was no longer peaceful, but to be divided. At the very moment, King Leopold and the Belgium destroyer of the European empires the calling of them. Leopold's colonial powers, Spain, Portugal, Britain, they answered with the same no. Leopold had turned his attention to lands Europe had not claimed, a hard African basin. The expeditions about to begin would change far more than maps. It would create a last wind fair. Leopold was now in motion. The fainted Henry Morgenstern were pushing deep into the Congo River. Stanley signed agreements with many local chiefs, which the local people did not fully understand. With every new agreement, the maps became more complete. Leopold's dream of a colony was slowly becoming reality. No one realized it yet. These expeditions were laying the foundation for one of history's most brutal colonial regimes. Leopold's advance into the Congo did not go unnoticed by Europe's great powers. Now, everyone's asking the same question. If Belgium, why could we? One after another, Europe's powers are toward Africa. France, Germany, Portugal, and Italy all being moved toward the same continent. Africa was no longer just a continent to explore. Europe's great empires had begun a race to divide. In 1884, Europe's great powers had once again blended this time to decide Africa's future. 4 hours, I rarely examined. Africa belongs seen only sites to explore, but as a continent be divided. A nation will represent on its head, but a self representative is present. The decision in Berlin would be Chicago's political map that warfare had fully begun. At the end of the Berlin Conference, a new report simply claiming land map would all be enough. In the ancient origin of South represents their decision, accelerates even for across the planet. New aspirations would take shape, the maps being more detailed. The borders were not fully done yet, but the future was now being shaped by decision maker. At the Berlin Conference, activity spread across every corner of Africa. Each nation wanted to be first to reach new territories. New routing exploded, rivers were carefully mapped, mountains and valleys were created in marble. The twin were cities, powerful kingdoms and brown gate, necks and riches. But Europe, small journey separated, very soon, this race would be destined patent. 1805, the ship came for Congo, sands, belonged to Nation Bowen. Of the early moderns, Leopold had gained international recognition for his rule over the continent, his ambition and reality. The maps anciently, the roots were not, in his rich, the hard hackers into Nelia. From his side, Ethiopia Ori, but soon, the continent become one history starts alone stories. At that moment, the world was mending new world, its name, rubber. Bicycles, electricals, electricals, the Industrial Revolution had more and more rubber. Tree were spending and crummy, one of the most valuable was inside for the Congo. Congo's new gorge of authority for Europe is king of the world's most valuable natural treasures. The senators quit real to let not up doors, leaving an allegation of this birthday. Not hard to continue, but from my lanes, these are remorse. To reach the lines, people worked from us every single day, it being forced to come out of the lives. After our war, every operated through circles Europe. Rough from the wars, tower of histories, but the rise of the very speed by the of Africa. One of them require among communities, I'll go to the growing burden. Fields were nicked, the life began to change, rhythm of village life, slowly started to disappear. But man sought to Europe, but in the loss of the well grew heavier every day. First the outside world read about Spain, but the travelers and missionaries began recording what they witnessed. Letters, reports, highways house, slowly began reaching Europe. The public roads, shop to the Republic, for some began skiing which happening in Congo. The silent had broken, with longer to stop the expansion, really what was happening in Congo, into immersion. The ports in Congo became impossible anymore, measured bay to be gone across Europe. Spurs published hopes all the day, pop hit, opening sleep rule. Rear battle troll, the pole-based laser for the month out leading shift. But this is nothing but colonial race threat, greater, don't begin. Grenade in Berlin, they not only invade the Congo, future all in the year that to France, May, and the European was the full looks almost impotent. But the freedom center, how the pyramid did how the zoo, Ashanti, and Mizar resist. Will it love that, this were Africa, or two, say that. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, in the caves of Jalkudian, primitive humans control fire for the first time. The struggle for survival begins amidst dark forests and wild animals. As the Ice Age ends, people leave the caves and settle. Along the Yellow River, the first about 252 million years ago. Pangea. Earth is still extreme hot. All mammal-like creatures emerged. A battle for survival. Resilient species. Moved in water. Years ago, the first dinosaurs appeared. Survival cautiously in open areas. The dinosaurs had not begun yet. They adapted more easily. 215 million prevalent. Earth began predator-prey balance formed. Rainfall. 200 million giant not guys. Found balance. Power not script of me. In 1402, the devastating defeat at the Battle of Angkora brought the Ottoman Empire to the brink of this meant on the beginning of the Azid, I was taken captive. For that so seeking free. And all the and London. The Empire of the base of the what have free? Intimately, patiently began gathering his strength. Thus, Ottoman effectively divided among the rival princes. Mehmed Celebi moved against his rival, Isa Celebi, in Anatolia. Isa Celebi prepared to throw Anatolia, and flashes, Mehmed Celebi gained the and Mithila as free. As he depended on this powerful island, so performed in Anatolia, so being to our devising bomb for these developments prepared the envoy in Rumelia. Musa Celebi crossed into Rumelia and quickly began Syrian. Soldiers and commanders gathered around Musa Celebi, because in Rumelia quickly into the tower. Thus, Musa government, after taking control of the these developments once again lost the tower. And against Musa Celebi. As in mentally up to cross into room. Meanwhile, Musa Celebi completed preparations for the decisive battle. In 1413, the final raid of the two brothers took place at the invasion first gallop. With secret the beast Celebi is performed. Every other entered Edorn and Celebi ascended the Ottoman throne and others. The new sultan began rebuilding the state of war. the interregnum and even many Aetolian lords once again pledged the army began to be reorganized. It was a period of recovery and stabilization. Soon after, the leadership of Sheikh the moved to West. As the rebel West and Sheikh Bedreddin was carried. Bedreddin was killed. Memdai was sent to administration. The strength against internal death Sultan Ahmed the first marked the beginning of Nirvana. However, the Byzantines supported this rebellion to weaken it. False Mustafa clenched against support. As in Amelia quickly intensified. Forces collapsed. They suppressed, false Mustafa and neutralized. Amelia was suppressed. Prince Mustafa began to weaken. Following the event, Prince Mustafa was severed. With development, Murad II strengthened his authority in strong authority across Anatolia and Rumelia. The question of internal rebellions, Murad II re-established strong authority across Anatolia and Rumelia. A memory course of history to be continued. All states once again, the old order had returned. The north, the Patriot become the south divided. The peninsula will across the peninsula. These groups, known as the Carbonari, from the dream of a united Italy, even the smallest uprisings, arrests, going, nationalist movement, become a free. Mazzini valued the young Italy to unite the people under a single flag. The ideas quickly spread across the peninsula, to the dream of a united Italy, and slowly volunteered for 16 to 9. Strong and united, revolutionaries were killed or imprisoned. Even far from Italy, for Paris to Vienna, Berlin unrolled against the Austrian army, fighting the world's attention toward Italy. King Charles was toward Italian unification. For the first time, thousands of volunteers from different Italian states marched side by side. The number of 1848 battlefield. Field Marshal Retsky expedited the number of the defeat. Dream of unification and again. But the struggle was far from over. The leaders would change history, Cavour and Garibaldi. In 1849, the Battle of Novara cut another devastating blow. To the defeat, in 1852, Prime Minister of Sardinia, he believed Italy could not start diplomacy. He strengthened his Cavour began winning the support of Europe's great powers against will now be fought through diplomacy as well. Soon, a secret meeting with Emperor Napoleon III of France would take place. That agreement would change destiny forever. It course the future of Armenia, if Austria attacked came first, forcing France the idea. The battle of Chita, the 8th of Amdi were soldiers clashed in one of Europe's. The horrors of Solferino changed more in the course of war. Despite victories, and it followed. Napoleon III signed the Armistice of Villafranca. Decision enraged Cavour, believing the illusions and in 1850, Garibaldi made a bold decision. With around 1,000 volunteers, he sailed to liberate Sicily. Garibaldi and his red shirts landed at Marsala. Their determination was immense. The people of a united Italy was no longer just a dream. Garibaldi did not stop with his volunteer army and Italy. Garibaldi with little resistance. King Francis II left the capital. Bourbon rule in southern Italy was nearing its end. Most of Italy was now united, but the most important of the nation's future was the most declared himself. Instead, he built the future kingdom of Italy. Despite becoming a national title, he built now close unification, but Venice and Rome still remained. The kingdom tradition were finally coming to an end. Yet Venice remained under Austrian rule, while Rome ruled by the Papal States. The King of Italy had been born, but we just reigned. Venice and Italy took war with Austria, and Italy joined Prussia and Bulgaria. The Italian army was too desperate to bring back. But the course of the war had congrats, Austria suffered defeat and was forced to cease. After the peace to Italy, only one goal remained. In the war, troops seized the opportunity. On September 20th, 1870, after brief fighting, Rome came under a tradition of United Nation. Long awaited achievement. But everyone accepted the league and refused to. Political unity had been achieved. Deep economic and social divisions between North and Southern Italy still remained. Italy was finally, but the Geneva war becoming a united country had only just finished more than a peninsula. Italy also was celebrating the new century would bring wars that would reshape Europe, as to united beneath a single flag. Mazzini's vision, co-conquer and victor. Africa.
Chronology of existence. We were built to last through time.
The Safavids were a great milestone. The exploration of Safavid power. Expanded Persian culture and art. They entered one of history's greatest rivalries. In 1501, a new power was rising in Persia. That leader was a very young age. The greatest power of the Safavids was the Kizilbash Turkoman war. The rise of the Safavids would become a major threat to the Ottomans. Two empires would enter a deadly struggle. The origins of the Safavids did not come from an empire, but from a religious order. They began in Ardabil. The part of the order was Sheikh Safi al-Din Ardabil. Was only mystical Turkic tribes were gathering under the Safavid banner. A resentment slowly transformed into their power. Toward the throne of Persia. The initial faith of Persia declared him as the state. This decision completely changed Persian history. But this situation would create a major conflict with the Ottoman Empire. And these two great powers turned into devastating. Shah Ismail was not only a religious leader, he was also a highly successful commander. The armies rapidly conquered much. Rival Turkoman states were falling one the state to be vast. Beyond Persia, the rapid rise of the Safavids created great concern in the Ottoman palace because in the east, a dangerous new rival had emerged. Sultan Selim I. Sultan Selim Sato saw the threat because Kizilbash influence had spread deep to Ilya. Toward the east, the army was marching. What was inevitable? Were preparing for one of history's gifts. War was now inevitable. In 1540, on the plains, they held their attack, but the Ottoman defense was extremely strong. The Battle of Chatlateran became one of the moments. devastating losses, Shah enforced a retreat. When Chalderan marked the beginning of Safavid rivalry. Chalderan, the Ottoman army left a deep impact on Shah Ismail. Safavids did not collapse. The Ottomans controlled the Middle East for many years. They also became a major cultural center. Art, architecture, and Persian culture flourished, especially as Isfahan became one of the empires that changed Middle Eastern history forever. After the defeat, he slowly began losing his former strength. But the empire survived. New leaders kept the empire alive. Over time, Isfahan became the magnificent capital of the empire. It became one of the most powerful empires in Middle East. Years later, a powerful ruler was Isfahan became one of the richest and most magnificent in the world. Science also flourished. Safavid influenced the entire region. But the Ottoman rivalry did not end. So in 3 regions, Eastern, Anatolia, Iraq. But over time, the Safavid Empire began to weaken. But the legacy that lived forever in Middle Eastern history. From Silicon in 717 effectively collapsed. For centuries, Europe stood united under one faith. The Catholic Church, a powerful authority on the continent. Kings were changing, but the power of the Church, people believed salvation could only come through the Church. Fear of damnation had spread across every corner of Europe. Not only religion, but laws, education, and Europe was ruled under a single spiritual authority. Over time, corruption within the church began, seeking forgiveness for money. People were told, there gathered immense wealth. The people of Europe lived in poverty. Anger was silently. A dangerous question was now rising across Europe. For the first time, people could freely read new ideas. Under the influence of the Renaissance, Europe was beginning to change. People questioned authority. And in Germany, monk would change this order forever. Martin Luther was originally studying law. But one day, a violent storm changed his life for death. Luther decided to dedicate his life to God, and he entered a monastery. He prayed for hours, and fasted for days. But no matter what he did, he could not find peace. While studying the Bible, Luther reached an idea that would change everything. Such was possible through faith alone. At the time, the church people were told their sins could be forgiven. Paying money could bring people closer to heaven. Fear was controlling the faith of the people. Pope had enormous wealth for St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. And sale of indulgences was spreading rapidly across Europe. Martin Luther grew furious as he because to him, faith was not something to be sold. In 1517, Martin Luther wrote one of the most important documents. He nailed his theses to the door of Wittenberg Church. Press. Luther's ideas spread across Europe within weeks. People were now open to church. For the first time, church was seriously challenged. In 1521, Martin Luther was summoned to the Diet of Worms. Officials demanded that he take back his words. But Luther refused to step back unless proven otherwise. The Pope excommunicated and the Holy Roman Empire declared him an outlaw and without punishment. But several German princes secretly began protecting him. Martin Luther continued working and he began translating the Bible into German. This moment was a revolution for their own language. Control over knowledge was beginning to break. New ideas were spreading rapidly. The reform movement limited to Germany, Europe, and Luther's ideas began spreading across. In Switzerland, Zwingli was challenging Christians. Then and the Reformation became more radical. According to Calvin, God had already determined the fate of mankind. The belief of a single Christian world. Catholics and Muslims had begun seeing each other as enemies. As the Reformation grew, tension across Europe intensified. In Germany, the peasants began to revolt. Free people had lived on crushing taxes, and now they knew. Reformation ideas were turning into rebellion. But Martin Luther did not support the total chaos. The rebellion. Tens of thousands of people their lives across Europe. Meanwhile, in England, this was emerging. Henry was a male heir. But his marriage. England found itself in conflict with Rome. In 1540 was declared head of the Church of England. And thus, the Anglican Church was born. Monasteries were closed, and church lands were seized, entering a completely different path. A massive crisis, and the Counter-Reformation began. The Council of Trent was assembled. The Church was trying to stop corruption within itself. Jews emerged. The Jesuits built schools, educated people, and spread Christianity across the world. But the conflicts in Europe were far from over. The religious division in Paris witnessed a horrific massacre. Thousands of Protestants were killed during the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. The streets of Europe flooded. The religious wars were tearing the country apart. In Spain, the Inquisition brutally punished religious dissent. The Catholic world was struggling to preserve its authority. In 1618, Europe the war was destroying armies, but entire populations. And famine spread across Europe. Catholics and Protestants fought each other for decades. Europe descended into bloody destruction. For a new era. The 30 Years' War had devastated Europe. Millions of people died from famine and disease. The peace of in Europe. States would now be allowed to choose in Europe had come to an end. The continent had been permanently divided. The Reformation was not only a religious movement, it was a great revolution that carried Europe into the modern age. 541 million years ago, Earth did not resemble the world we know today. In the depths of life suddenly began to multiply. Predators appeared. The first great war began beneath the seas. In a few million years, Earth transformed into an alien world. 141 million years ago, an incredible event, it's called explosion. Clicked off ever before. Life had existed on Earth for billions of years, but most organisms were extremely simple. Microscopic organisms, soft-bodied creatures, primitive forms of life. But then, a massive change began. The atmosphere was changing. Oxygen levels were in. And this transformation allowed life to reach an entirely new level. For the first time, complex eyes evolved. Hard shells appeared. Powerful muscle systems developed. Creatures could now move efficiently. But the greatest change was this. Creatures began hunting one another. And so, Earth predators emerged. One of the most terrifying creatures of the Cambrian seas was an animal. It was nearly 1 meter long. By the standards of its age, it was a gigantic monster. It had enormous eyes. It catches problems. The trilobites were among the most common creatures of the Cambrian period. They had shells. Some could swim, while others could float. And for millions of years, they dominated the oceans. But the Cambrian explosion did not only create, it also created competition. To survive, creatures had to become faster. They had to be younger. Defenses began to evolve. Shells became thick. Spikes appeared. Camouflage began to evolve. Predators were strange creatures roamed the seas. Some had long spikes. Others had multiple eyes. Through looked like an alien world. Many animal groups that appeared during this era became the ancestors of modern life. Scientists still ask one question: why did the Cambrian explosion begin? Some point to rising oxygen levels. Others believe genetic changes were responsible. But one thing is certain. Without this event, complex life might never. There would be no fish, no dinosaurs. This was the beginning of Earth's great story of life. The story of humanity in our oceans. 504 ago, massive continents drifted slowly, while oceans covered most of the planet. On land, there was still great silence. The oceans were the true center of life. Strange colonies of organisms spread across the seafloor. Sponge-like creatures, primitive worms, and bizarre soft-bodied organisms. Some creatures began actively swimming for the first time. This development completely transformed predation. Now, hiding was no longer enough. To escape, they had to fight. During the Cambrian explosion, evolution accelerated dramatically. According to many scientists, most major animal groups appeared during this era. First arthropods, the first advanced predators, the first complex nervous systems. Nature was becoming far more complex. And this complexity became the foundation of all future life. The eyes we use today, our movement systems, even basic body structures, may trace much of their origin back to this period. Life in the Cambrian seas was brutal. A predator could attack at any moment. That is why organisms were forced to evolve constantly. Faster fins, stronger shells, sharper senses. For millions of years, this struggle continued. 1912, China, the last emperor, was about to fall. Puyi was only 6 years old. A 4,000-year-old imperial system was ending. The longest-lasting empire in world history was fading into darkness. The ancient Chinese empire now rested on the shoulders of a child. There was fear inside the palace, because the dynasty was collapsing. From Shang to Qing, a 4,000-year-old order was nearing its end. And China's last dynasty was fading into darkness. China had been ruled by dynasties for centuries. Empires rose, wars were fought, yet the system survived. And this civilization became the longest-lasting political system in history. But now, that order was collapsing. 1368, a peasant seized the throne of China. Zhu Yuanzhang grew up in poverty. He became a monk, then a rebel. And Ming Dynasty was born. Hongwu was a ruthless emperor. He executed thousands of officials. But he rebuilt agriculture. And China began to rise again. Yongle opened China to the sea. And Zheng He commanded the greatest fleet on earth. Chinese ships reached the coasts of Africa. But China closed its doors to the world. Famine was slowly destroying China. and the rebellions began. In 1644, the rebels entered Beijing, and the last Ming emperor took his own life. But the real threat came from the north. The Manchus were building a new empire, and the gates of China were opened to the Manchus. In 1644, the Qing dynasty began. The new emperor, only a child. The Qing regime changed China by force. Cities that resisted were destroyed. And the Qing began ruling all of China. In 1661, Kangxi ascended the throne. Kangxi remained on the throne of China for 61 years. He crushed rebellions and reunified the Qing Empire. He was fascinated by science, especially astronomy and mathematics. And under Kangxi, the Qing once again became one of the world's greatest empires. In 1735, the era of Qianlong began. The Qing Empire reached the greatest extent in its history. Art, porcelain, and imperial culture reached their peak. But China still believed it had no need for the outside world. In the 1830s, a new war was approaching. Opium addicted millions of people. And China tried to stop the opium trade. But Britain responded with war. The Qing army was unprepared for modern warfare. Britain's industrial power crushed China. In 1842, the Treaty of Nanking was signed. Hong Kong now belonged to Britain. In 1860, Beijing fell. The Summer Palace was looted and burned. At the same time, China was falling into civil war. The Taiping Rebellion caused the deaths of millions. In 1894, the Qing entered war with Japan. And China collapsed against Japan's modern army. Taiwan was lost. The Qing was humiliated once again. And some believed China needed to change. In 1898, Guangxu launched major reforms. But Cixi refused to give up power. The emperor was imprisoned, the reforms were stopped, and China was thrown into chaos once again. In 1900, the Eight-Nation Alliance marched toward Beijing. In 1900, the armies of Britain, Japan, Russia, Germany, France, America, Italy, and Austria-Hungary advanced toward Beijing. Cixi fled the capital. China was now under the pressure of foreign powers, and and the Qing moving through its final days. China was occupied by foreign armies in its own capital. The Qing dynasty agreed to pay massive reparations, and the Chinese people began losing faith in the empire. Inside the army, revolution was now being discussed. In 1908, Empress Dowager Cixi died, and the Qing dynasty lost its last powerful ruler. The one who ascended the throne was only a small child, Hui, the last emperor of China. In 1911, the uprising began in Wuchang, and the revolution quickly spread across China. One by one, the provinces broke away from Qing rule. The revolutionaries wanted a new China, a republic. And in the end, Qing generals agreed to surrender. On February 12, 1912, Hui was removed from the throne, and the 4,000-year-old Chinese Empire came to an end. Constantine III, Roman emperor, Christian, and a visionary, he chooses the ancient city of Byzantium, mouth of the Bosphorus, between Asia and Europe, and here he builds the new Rome. 6 years, 100,000 workers, forums, palaces, a hippodrome, and this city will stand for 1,000 years. The walls, 5th century Theodosius, 6 kilometers, 20 meters high, 3 layers of defense, for 1,000 years. These walls stopped the greatest armies of Europe, Huns, Avars, Bulgars, Russians. They were all broken at these walls, until 1453. When the Roman Empire collapsed, the world changed. But Rome did not disappear. Its heart kept beating, and that heart was Constantinople. Today we call this Empire Byzantium. But its people never called themselves Byzantines. They used only one name, Romans. While Western Rome collapsed into darkness, another world was rising in the east. Rome's shift to the east was not an accident. Emperor Constantine understood the empire's future now lay in the east. So in the year 330, the capital moved away from Rome. The new capital would be Constantinople. This was not just a change of cities. This decision changed the destiny of Rome. Constantinople was not only a capital, it was one of the world's greatest trade gateways. And this city was not only wealthy, it was protected by one of the strongest defensive systems in the world. As Western Rome collapsed, central authority across Europe rapidly disintegrated. But in the east, Constantinople remained a powerful, imperial center. The city became one of the most important crossroads of trade between East and West. This trade network gave Byzantium enormous economic strength. Byzantium was powerful, not only militarily, but also through diplomacy. In the 6th century, Emperor Justinian became one of the most powerful rulers in Byzantine history. Justinian's greatest ambition was to restore the former borders of the Roman Empire. Byzantine armies advanced into North Africa and ended Vandal rule. Soon after, Byzantine forces advanced into Italy, and Rome returned to imperial control. The Mediterranean once again began to resemble the center of the Roman world. During Justinian's reign, Hagia Sophia was built and became a symbol of imperial power. 527, Justinian, 38 years in power, and the height of the empire, reclaiming the West, Africa, Italy, Spain, former Roman territories, the Codex, the foundation of law. We still use it today, and Theodora, the empress, coming from slavery, fighting for women's rights, 1500 years ago. Hagia Sophia was not only a place of worship but also a peak of Byzantine engineering. Constantinople was not only a capital, but also one of the richest cities in the world. For centuries, Constantinople once again became one of the richest cities in the world. The heart of trade between East and West beat here. 8th century, iconoclasm, icons banned, war within Christianity, and this war weakens the empire. 1054, the Greats. Rome and Constantinople, Catholic and Orthodox. They never united. In 1204, the Fourth Crusade, the Crusaders plundered the Christian city. Byzantium falls to its own brethren. 50 years of occupation, and then a resurgence. But weaker, always weaker. Justinian reorganized Roman law and left a lasting legacy. However, Byzantium entered long and exhausting wars with the Sasanian Persians in the east. After these wars, the Arab conquests began, and Byzantium lost important territories. Yet Constantinople survived, thanks to its powerful defensive walls. Byzantium survived not only through war, but also through diplomacy. The empire developed new military systems to defend its borders. But in 1071, the Battle of Andkirk became a major turning point for Byzantium. After the defeat at Manzikert, the gates of Anatolia began to close for Byzantium. Byzantine control in Anatolia rapidly weakened. During this period, Byzantium was forced to seek military support from the west. But the Crusader armies unexpectedly turned toward Constantinople. In 1204, Constantinople was captured by the Crusaders. The city was looted, and Byzantium suffered a devastating blow. Byzantium recovered, but it never regained its former strength. The 14th century, the Ottoman Empire, rising from Anatolia. Byzantium, now a city-state, just Constantinople and the Peloponnese, in 1451, Mehmed II, 19 years old, and his goal is clear. This city, April 1453, 80,000 Ottoman soldiers, 7,000 Byzantine defenders, and a 21-year-old emperor, Constantine XI, the last Roman emperor. Meanwhile, a new power was rising in Anatolia, the Ottoman state. Ottoman ships were transported overland into the Golden Horn. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II arrived before the walls of Constantinople. This move neutralized the city's strongest defensive line. With the final assault, the defenses of Constantinople collapsed. On May 29, 1453, Constantinople fell. This event marked the end of the Byzantine Empire. But Rome did not die, because Byzantium left a legacy. Orthodox Christianity, Russia, Greece, the Balkans, law, Justinian's Codex, the foundation of Europe, art, mosaics, icons, and Hagia Sophia. 1500 years. First a church, then a mosque, now a museum, and it's still standing, because Byzantium knew how to build structures that took 1,000 years to build, and these structures are still speaking. We can still hear Rome's last breath. Byzantium, Eastern Rome, Constantinople, Istanbul. The names have changed, but the stones are the same, and we are looking at the same stones 2,000 years later. Rome was founded in 753 BC. It ended in 1453 AD, 2,206 years. Byzantium protected Hagia Sophia for 1,000 years. Istanbul is still situated between two continents. Hagia Sophia welcomes its visitors in all its splendor on Turkish soil. This great transformation, stretching from the last era of Rome to the rise of the Ottoman Empire, was one of the most important turning points in history. we continue to trace the footsteps of world history together. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and stay with us on this journey for the continuation of the series. Deep in the mountainous valleys of Mexico's Oaxaca, on ancient peaks peering out from the mists, the shadow of a civilization still live on. They called themselves New Savvy People of Rain. Historians call them the Mictec. January 1932, Mexican archaeologist Alfonso Caso, while digging in the hills of Monte Alban, touches one of history's most astonishing treasures. 7 Tomb contains over 500 artifacts made of gold, silver, turquoise, and jade. But this is just the beginning. Because behind these treasures lies the dramatic story of a forgotten civilization. A people who ruled the rugged mountains of southern Mexico from around 1500 AD to 1523 AD. They weren't just warriors, they were the world's finest masters of gold craftsmanship. They were decorating buried mummies with turquoise mosaics. Using lost wax techniques, they created decorations that are still inimitable today. But the story isn't just about gold and precious stones. This is the story of the 8-deer jaguar paw, the greatest leader in the history of the Rain People. The story of a man who conquered 94 cities, united 3 different regions under a single kingdom, but was ultimately killed by his own family. In this documentary, we will unveil the pages of lost codices. We will break 1,000 years' silence and journey into the mysterious world of the Rain People. Welcome to the heart of the Mixtec civilization. The Mixtec people call themselves New Savvy People of Rain. This name reveals the fundamental truth underlying their existence. Rain. In the rugged mountainous terrain of Oaxaca, agriculture depended on rain, and rain was a blessing from the god Jehovah. The Mixteca region was divided into 3 main areas. High Mixteca, mountainous and cold, difficult for agriculture but rich in minerals. Low Mixteca, warmer, more suitable for agriculture, and coastal Mixteca, tropical, famous for its cocoa and salt trade. Chilpancingo was the sacred capital of Mixtecs. From the 8th century AD onwards, it became the center of Mixtec politics and religion. Codices record the birth of the 4 crocodiles, the first ruler of Chilpancingo. This is the beginning of Mixtec history. The Mixtecs were recording their own history centuries before the arrival of Europeans. These codices, drawn on deerskin, tree bark, and cotton cloth, recounted the births, marriages, wars, and deaths of rulers. But these codices were not merely historical records. They were also mnemonic tools, recalling oral tradition and serving as guides for storytellers. Each image held a story, a legend, an epic. In 1063 AD, a prince is born in Chilpancingo. He is named 8 Stags because he was born on Stag Day, the day of the 8th stag. But history will remember him by another name, Jaguar's Claw. 8-deer was the son of 5 Crocodile the High Priest, and 9 Eagle. He had 2 siblings, 12 Earthquake, and 9 Flower. But 8-deer was the one fate had chosen. According to the codices, during his reign as King 8, he conquered 94 cities. Each victory was recorded in vivid colors on the pages of the codices. He is always depicted wearing a jaguar helmet, a symbol of his warrior spirit and strength. But 8-deer ruled not only by the power of the sword, but also by diplomacy. They formed an alliance with 4 jaguars, a more powerful Toltec ruler than Cholula. In return for this alliance, they received the turquoise nose ornament, a symbol of Toltec royal power. The most striking story of 8 Deer is his tragic relationship with his family. His stepsister, 6 Lizards, married 11 Winds. This marriage posed a threat to 8 Deer because 11 Winds' family had their eyes on the Tilantongo throne. In 1101 AD, the 8 Deer finally conquered the city of the Red and White Bunch, the center of their rivals. They captured 11 Winds and his brothers, but they spared their youngest brother for Winds. This pardon would seal his fate. 14 years later, in 1115 AD, 4 Winds, now both 8 Deer's half-brother and son-in-law, formed an alliance. The combined forces of the Mixtec kingdoms rose up against 8 Deer. 8 Deer were captured and sacrificed. The greatest conqueror in Mixtec history died at the hands of his own family. The codices silently record this moment, the fall of a hero, the cross of power and arrogance. January 6, 1932. While excavating at Monte Alban, Alfonso Caso sensed something beneath the soil, a tomb, but no ordinary tomb. This would become the richest archaeological treasure in the Americas. 7. The tomb was originally built by the Zapotecs between 300 and 600 AD, but the Mixtecs reused it centuries later. This was a way of embracing the power of the past and paying respect to the spirits of their ancestors. 9 skeletons were found inside the tomb, but the most surprising thing were the artifacts. 121 gold objects, silver ornaments, turquoise necklaces, jade stones, obsidian ears, and crystal vessels. All were prime examples of the mastery of Mixtec craftsmen. But the most striking artifact was a human skull covered in turquoise mosaics. It had a hole in it for incense. It was an incense burner, a war trophy, perhaps a sacred object made from the skull of an enemy leader. For years, archaeologists believed the main person in the tomb was a male warrior, but recent research suggests it was actually a woman. The weaving tools found alongside her needle spools of thread, crystal bowls suggest she was a high-status woman, perhaps a priestess or queen. This discovery prompted us to rethink the role of women in Mixtec society. We also see strong female figures in the codices, women who were both warriors and rulers, like the 6 monkeys. The tomb's treasures are now on display at the Oaxaca Cultural Museum, but the tomb itself, high up in Monte Alban, still awaits visitors. Although the lights inside are out, its stories live on. For the Mixtecs, rain was not just a meteorological event. Rain meant life, and Yahui, the god of rain, was their supreme god. Yahui is typically depicted wearing a blue or green rain goggles mask with a jaguar-like expression and bared teeth. Rain or steam is thought to emanate from his nostrils. This imagery symbolizes both his life-giving and destructive power. Ceremonies were held on mountaintops in honor of Yahui. During severe droughts, much darker rituals were performed. Historical records indicate that child sacrifices were offered to appease the rain god. This practice reveals the deep fear and reverence inherent in Mesoamerican religions. Natural forces were things that humans couldn't understand or control, and appeasing these forces was essential for the survival of society. The Mixtec religion was based on an animistic worldview. Mountains, caves, rivers, all were filled with spirits. The world consisted of 3 layers: earth, Nu, sky, Yuchi, and underworld, Nunador. The codices recount the earliest creation stories. 1 deer, the jaguar snake, and 1 deer, the puma. Snake created the world's first beings. Noah. When the sun rose, these first beings turned to stone. Some survived by taking refuge in caves and continued to live there. This belief system explains the cave cult of the Mixtecs. Caves were sacred places. The dead went there, and spirits lived there, and some caves are still visited today as sacred pilgrimage sites. In 1521, Hernan Cortés and the Spanish conquerors captured Tenochtitlan. The Aztec Empire collapsed, and the independence of the Mixtecs came to an end. The arrival of the Spaniards was meant to be the end for the Mixtec civilization, but that wasn't entirely the case. The Mixtecs survived culturally. They preserved their language, traditions, and identity. Today, more than 500,000 people still speak Mixtec. In the mountain villages of Oaxaca, traditional farming methods continue. Women still weave, and ancient symbols live on in the patterns. The story of the Mixtecs is a testament to the resilience of indigenous cultures. Despite the devastating effects of European colonialism, they were a people who wrote their own history, created their own art, and worshipped their own gods. Most of the codices were taken to Europe. They are now in libraries in London, Vienna, and Oxford, but their spirit still lives on in the mountains of Oaxaca. The jaguar claws of 8 deer happened in 1115, but its story is still told more than 1,000 years later. Perhaps this is the definition of a true legend. The legacy left to us by the Mixtecs goes beyond gold and precious stones. It reminds us of a part of humanity's shared heritage, the rise and fall of a civilization, and a people's struggle for survival. And when the mists cover the valleys of Oaxaca, when the wind blows through the mountains, you can still see the jaguar helmet of the 8 deer. It's still there, still waiting, still telling its story. We are traveling through world history in chronological order, civilization by civilization, step by step across thousands of years. From the first cities to great empires, from forgotten kingdoms to legendary rulers. This journey has just begun. Join this journey through world history. Subscribe and explore the story of humanity with us. Henry VIII was dead. The English crown now belonged to young Edward VI. But 2 princesses were waiting. England stood between 2 very different destinies. In 1547, 9-year-old Edward VI became King of England. In reality, powerful nobles ruled in his name. Under Edward, Protestant reforms transformed England at an unprecedented pace. But Princess Mary refused to abandon the Catholic faith she had defended all her life. In 1553, King Edward VI fell gravely ill. Before his death, he made a decision that would change England's future forever. Edward removed both Mary and Elizabeth from the line of succession. Instead, he intended the crown for Lady Jane Grey. But England had no intention of accepting a queen chosen behind closed doors. Lady Jane Grey was proclaimed Queen of England. But people remained silent. Meanwhile, Mary began gathering loyal supporters across England. England stood on the brink of another civil war. The people had chosen the rightful heir to England's throne. Lady Jane Grey's reign lasted only 9 days. On October 1st, 1553, Mary is officially crowned Queen of England. For now, Elizabeth publicly pledged her loyalty to her sister. But Mary's greatest battle had only just begun. She was determined to restore Catholic England. Mary's first goal was to restore Catholicism as England's official faith. Catholic worship returned to churches across England. Pressure on England's Protestants grew stronger with each passing month. These harsh policies would earn her the name Bloody Mary. But Mary believed one thing was still missing, an heir who could keep Catholic England alive forever. Mary made a decision that would change England's future. She would marry Prince Philip of Spain. In 1554, the 2 rulers were united in a magnificent royal ceremony. But many English citizens feared what the marriage would mean. Men believed England was falling under the shadow of Spain. Those fears soon exploded into open rebellion, and once again, Elizabeth found herself at the center of the storm. 1554, England stood on the brink of rebellion. Sir Thomas Wyatt had set out to overthrow Queen Mary. Men believed Princess Elizabeth had secretly supported the rebellion. Elizabeth was imprisoned in the Tower of London, her own mother's fate still haunted its walls. For Elizabeth, the Tower was more than a prison. It was a place where Anne Boleyn had lost her life. Elizabeth believed every passing day would be her last. An execution warrant for Elizabeth was placed before Queen Mary. At the very last moment, Mary refused to sign it. Elizabeth was released, but neither sister would have trusted the other again. Mary had spared her sister's life, but now she desperately needed an heir to secure her Catholic kingdom. At the end of 1554, Queen Mary announced that she was exacting a child. For Elizabeth, the news seemed to end any hope of ever becoming queen. But weeks turned into months. A child never came. Mary's long-awaited pregnancy proved to be fit to pregnancy. The dream of a Catholic heir had vanished, and Mary's reign would never recover from this devastating blow. Mary remained determined to restore Catholicism across England. Hundreds of Protestants were accused of heresy. During her reign, 287 men, women, and children were executed for their faith. History will forever remember her as Bloody Mary. But religion would not be Mary's only tragedy. Her health was beginning to fail, and England's future was slipping away. Queen Mary's health began to deteriorate rapidly. Across England, powerful nobles quietly began shifting their loyalty to Elizabeth. Elizabeth patiently prepared for the day she might inherit the crown. England stood on the threshold of a new era. On November 17, 1558, one queen's reign ended, and another legend was about to begin. In 1558, Queen Mary passed away. At 5 years old, Elizabeth became Queen of England and welcomed new nation. A new chapter in history had begun. But Elizabeth's greatest challenge was still ahead, the most popular parent of England. In 1588, England faced the greatest threat in its history. Spain launched the mighty Armada to invade England. Elizabeth inspired her army with her legendary speech at Tilbury. The English fleet shattered the seemingly invincible Spanish Armada. The victory transformed Elizabeth into a legend, and England into a rising world power. After the defeat of the Armada, England entered a new era of confidence and prosperity, and the arts flourished during Elizabeth's reign. English explorers sailed farther than ever before, putting new routes across the world. Elizabeth's reign came into England's golden age. All tribes, Elizabeth made one decision that would change England forever. Unlike before, Elizabeth chose not to marry. She refused to share her authority with any husband or foreign king. People came to know her as the Virgin Queen. But without an heir, that left the uncertain future. When Elizabeth died, the Tudor dynasty would come to an end. The new royal house would rise. Elizabeth sought to end decades of religious conflict. Her religious elements brought a new era of stability to the kingdom. Elizabeth firmly established her authority over England. On England's northern border, a new rival was waiting. Her namesake, Queen of Scots, she claimed the English crown. Mary, Queen of Scots, believed she had a legitimate claim to the English throne. Elizabeth regarded her cousin as the greatest threat to her reign. Elizabeth placed Mary on the house arrest within 2 decades. Then came the conspiracy that forced Elizabeth to make the hardest decision of her life. In 1586, a dangerous conspiracy emerged in Queen Elizabeth. But Elizabeth's intelligence network intercepted every secret message. The evidence pointed directly to Mary, Queen of Scots. In 1587, Mary, Queen of Scots, was executed for treason. And one furious king prepared his revenge against with enemies to lead. Elizabeth turned England's eyes toward the water world. Francis became England's greatest enabler. All new trade across the globe. The foundations of what would become British Empire were beginning to take shape. Elizabeth's greatest legacy would not be built with ships alone. It would also be written with words that changed the world forever. In 1603, Elizabeth had after ruling England for 45 years. The Tudor came to an end. The English crown passed peacefully to James VI of Scotland. A new dynasty had begun, and with it, a new chapter in England's history. Humans learn how to survive. Before we understand it, we'll travel back, not hundreds, not thousands, but millions of years into the past. This is our world. Travel back before humanity. A colder Earth. Much of the planet. Yet one region refused to freeze. The cold could not reach here. Animals gathered where life remained. Water meant survival. The first humans appeared here in Africa. Daylight was their safety. The open land meant life. But the night changed everything. In the dark, they were not alone. Running survival. They could not fight. Only escape. Not every enemy had teeth. The wind could be stopped. Not everywhere meant death. For the first time, someone slipped. Something was wrong with the stone. They had found a place the wind could not reach. The dark was deeper than night. For the first time, it felt safe. For the first time, they did not fear the darkness. They fed on wild plants and fruits they found in nature. The animal carcasses they found were their only source of protein. This was insufficient for existence. They had to organize and become stronger. The line between life and death was very thin. Survival came first. The stone broke. The edge was different. It cut the skin. Meat separated. They had never seen flesh open like this before. The smell was strange, but irresistible. Others noticed the smell. Something new was happening. For the first time, food brought them together. Life reflects is about always being. Inventions are shaped by need. You look at the stone again, this time, not as a rock, as a possibility. There was much material where they lived. They didn't have time either. The strongest species was not human. The smartest had not awakened yet. One day, it picked up a stone. Not to throw. Not to hide. It looked at it. Something's happening. The bone cracked, not by teeth, but by stone. They had found a new force. He struck again. Same place, same motion. This time, on purpose. He struck. The others watched. The movement repeated. Now there was not only a doer, but learners. This was not a hunt. This became a lesson. Humanity began here. They fixed the sharp stone to a branch. It became the first spear. With the handle, the blow grew stronger. Even bone could break now. They moved together through the grass, not fleeing anymore, approaching. Step by step, they advanced. The sticks were no longer for defense. They stopped, so did it. No one fled. Something had changed. They held the spears tighter. Fear was still there, but controlled. For the first time, they faced nature, together. It stepped back. For the first time, they advanced. It ran. Now the hunters followed. No escape remained. Everything was decided here. Closer and closer. There was nowhere left to go. The hunt ended. Nothing would be the same again. They were no longer prey. They had become hunters. Stone met flesh. The tool had meaning now. They cut with intention, not tearing, shaping. This was more than food. This was control. The hide kept the cold away. Stone-shaped bone, tools could now create tools. A tiny hole appeared. Nothing would fall apart again. They no longer searched for shelter. They built it. Bone, wood, and hide became walls. Nature was reshaped. For the first time, they had a place to return to. From stone came tools. From tools came life. The sky flashed. Night changed. They had never seen light like this. They only watched. The sky struck the earth. The tree began to burn. They felt the power of the fire. They touched the light. It followed them. Now the night stayed away. The night was no longer theirs to fear. They had made their own sun. From the sky came fire. They carried it, and the darkness ended. They brought meat closer. Something changed. The smell was new. They waited. He tasted, then reached again. This was better. They all held the meat over the fire. The lesson spread without words. They tasted together. Hunger changed into comfort. The fire fed more than their bodies. Eyes spoke first. Faces carried meaning. Sound was no longer instinct. Imitation began. Sounds gained meaning. The first agreement was born. Thought was shared. Humans were no longer alone. Language was being born. Europe had lived for centuries under the shadow of wars, plagues, and fear. Cities were dark, the streets were silent, and death was everywhere. The church controlled the intellectual world of Europe, and people feared questioning it. But from this darkness, a new age would rise and change history forever. The Renaissance was born in Italy. Florence, Venice, and Genoa had become the centers of Mediterranean trade. Wealth arriving from the east was beginning to transform the Italian cities. And this wealth would begin the rebirth of Europe. In Florence, one family stood above the others. The Medici family had built immense wealth through banking. Artists, scientists, and thinkers were now supported by powerful families. And Florence was becoming the cultural heart of Europe. In 1453, Constantinople fell. Many Byzantine scholars began fleeing to Italy. They carried not only their belongings, but also the knowledge of the ancient world. And this knowledge will spark a great intellectual transformation in Europe. The people of the Renaissance were looking back to the past, especially to the worlds of ancient Rome and Greece. Ancient sculptures, architecture, and philosophy were being rediscovered. Europe was bringing the legacy of the ancient world back to life. And then, one of the greatest geniuses in history emerged. Leonardo da Vinci was not only a painter. He was also an inventor, engineer, and scientist. And his ideas would influence centuries to come. Renaissance scholars were trying to understand the human body. Muscles, bones, and organs were being studied in unprecedented detail. Knowledge was no longer coming only from ancient books, but from direct observation. And these studies would lay the foundation of modern science. The workshops of Italy were becoming the new centers of knowledge in Europe. Painters and artists had begun to recreate reality itself. Perspective, light, and human anatomy were transforming art forever. And art was becoming one of the greatest symbols of the Renaissance. The Renaissance was not only the rebirth of art, but also of science. People had begun to question the natural world. New ideas were spreading across Europe. And this transformation would lay the foundation of modern science. Scholars had begun to study the heavens. stars and planets were being observed more closely than ever before. Some scholars began to believe the old ideas might be wrong, and the heavens were becoming humanity's new frontier of discovery. The Polish astronomer Nicolaus Copernicus introduced a revolutionary idea. Earth was not the center of the universe. Later, Galileo began observing the heavens through a telescope, and humanity's view of the universe began to change forever. But these new ideas had begun to threaten the church. Scientists were now questioning the old order, and this questioning would spark a great conflict across Europe. But the spread of knowledge could no longer be stopped. And then, an invention appeared that would change everything. The printing press changed the speed of knowledge forever. Books could now be reproduced in massive numbers. And ideas began spreading across all of Europe. The Renaissance had given people a new idea. The world could be explored. Europe was now sailing into the oceans, and the age of exploration was about to begin. In 1492, Christopher Columbus sailed westward. His goal was to reach India. But without realizing it, he had reached a new continent. And this discovery would change the fate of the world forever. European sailors were now reaching every corner of the world. Vasco da Gama had found the sea route to India, and Magellan's fleet would sail around the world. Europe was no longer just a continent, it was becoming a global power. The Renaissance was transforming not only ideas, but entire cities. Massive domes, marble columns, and grand structures were rising everywhere. Art and architecture had become the new symbols of power. And Europe was being reborn. The Renaissance had completely transformed Europe. Kings were growing stronger, and new states were rising. Science, education, and ideas were shaping Europe's future. And a new age had begun. Europe was no longer the old world. Science, art, and exploration were leading humanity into a new age. And the fate of the world was changing forever. Because the Renaissance was the birth of the modern world. One night, humans stopped wandering. In the end, they understood each other. They talked about tomorrow, as if it would stay the same. They were chatting, unaware of what the morning would bring. The world was falling apart. The world as they knew it was slipping away. Even the animals were running away. And they didn't know where to go. There was no road for the first time. For the first time, they fell behind. Knowing wasn't enough to understand. They were helpless in the face of nature's power. The trace disappeared. The lands where they hunted were gone. There was no ground left to stand on. They called, but there was no response. Hunger now had a face. Hope was fading. Fear divided tribe. Life was silently leaving her. Some returned to their memories. Life was waiting here. From the ashes, life has returned. They didn't go this time. They waited. The answer was in the ground. They tried to replicate the world. Patiently. They watched. It changed. They did it again. The animals are back. But nothing was the same. They no longer had to follow them. For the first time, they could stay. And again. Now they understand. They could do tomorrow. Humanity changed the day it stopped. Civilization began here. They were no longer searching for food. They learned, and they taught. For the first time, they watched life grow. Days passed. The earth responded. Time was no longer chasing them. She was returning with them. They had entered the rhythm of the world. More fires were lit. More fires were lit. People don't travel very far anymore. Walking around the camp, they reinforced the walls. What was temporary has become permanent. The wind no longer made the decision. They had some difficult visitors. He walked into the wilderness. They did not come as enemies. They allowed them to stay. They fed them. A new alliance was emerging. The person was no longer alone. They had a future ahead of them. They stayed nearby. They felt like they were part of something bigger. Farm life has begun. They learned to live with life. They led the flock. Fear has been replaced by confidence. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. The earth responded. My hands were full. The hunger has receded. First time enough. The earth finally spoke. Their waiting weighed heavily on them. They hit the harvest. Not for today. For later. Food now had value. The value had to be protected. It was hidden in protected areas. Ownership is born. Some were protecting even more. This was no longer a partnership. They fought for tomorrow. Food became difficult. The union had ended. This chaos had to end. One voice became more important. They chose to listen. Order replaced chaos. That night, security emerged, and the next morning, society was born. Not everyone was a hunter anymore. Some protected, some produced. Some of them were no longer hunting. They were making tools. The information wasn't withheld, it was taught. Experiences were shared. A voice began to be heard. Nobody was right yet. It was no longer power. It was words that determined the outcome. The first verdict was given. The Neolithic Age has begun. Next chapter, the Chalcolithic Age. You can continue this journey with us. America had survived, but had not yet healed. The Civil War was over, the Union had been preserved, and slavery had been abolished. Half the nation lay in ruins, and millions faced an uncertain future. Returning soldiers no longer faced battlefields. They had turned to shattered homes, ruined towns, an economy that had completely collapsed. The old South had disappeared forever. Nearly 4 million enslaved people were now free, but freedom did not guarantee security. America was about to begin the greatest reconstruction project in its history. Decisions made for the next decades would not only reshape America, they would transform the balance of power across the entire world. How did the nation rise from the ashes of civil war to become the world's greatest industrial and economic power? America's greatest transformation begins now. With the Civil War over, America faced one critical question: who would defeat the South turn to Union? President Andrew Johnson sought to reunite the nation as quickly as possible. Johnson proposed allowing the former Confederate states to rejoin the Union after pledging loyalty. In Washington, many believed the South should face much harsher consequences. Radical Republicans argued that allowing the South to return unchanged would make the sacrifices of war meaningless. Reconstruction had come not just a rebuilding effort, but a fierce political battle. America stood between two futures. One sought to restore the old order, while the other aimed to build an entirely new nation. The struggle between them would shape the country's destiny for decades to come. Nearly 4 million people were finally free. Freedom offered neither land nor security. For many, life had to begin again from nothing. Through the Freedmen's Bureau, the federal government established schools, hospitals, and support programs to help formerly enslaved people build new lives. Many Southern states resisted these changes. New laws known as the Black Codes sought to restrict the freedom that had only just been won. Slavery had ended, but the struggle for equality would only begin. America's future would now decide not only in battlefields, but in its laws and its society. In 1866, a dangerous new organization emerged across the South. Ku Klux Klan used violence and intimidation to stop Reconstruction and restore the old order. Many free people threatened, attacked, and prevented from voting. Restoring peace across the South would prove far more difficult than anyone had imagined. Meanwhile, another battle unfolded in Washington. Fierce clashes between President Andrew Johnson and Congress reshaped the future of Reconstruction. Yet, amid political turmoil, America was quietly transforming. Railroads stretched across the continent, factories multiplied, and a new industrial age was beginning. Even before the scars of the Civil War had fully healed, America entered a new era. Factories multiplied, steel plant endured, and the nation experienced an industrial revolution unlike anything in its history. Railroads linked the east and west, thousands of miles of new tracks accelerated trade, and America began to unite into a single economic powerhouse. Andrew Carnegie built a steel empire, while John D. Rockefeller dominated the oil industry. America was no longer simply recovering, it was preparing to become one of the world's economic leaders. New cities rose across the nation, and millions flocked to industrial centers and such opportunity. America's rise seemed unstoppable. As industry expanded, America's demand for workers grew rapidly. Millions crossed the Atlantic from Europe, hoping to build a better life in the United States. For many, the first stop was Ellis Island. After medical inspections and registration, the door to a new life finally opened. Italians, Irish, Germans, Eastern Europeans, and many others settled in America's rapidly growing cities. They fueled nation's economic expansion. Within just a few decades, America had become one of the fastest growing economies on Earth. The nation's ambitions were no longer limited to its own borders; they were beginning to reach across the world. By the late 19th century, America had entered an era of extraordinary wealth. Prosperity was far from equal. While industrialists built vast fortunes, millions of workers struggled under harsh conditions. Factories operated day and night, and production expanded at an astonishing pace. America was rapidly becoming one of the world's greatest industrial powers. Figures like Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, and J.D. Morgan did more than build companies. They helped shape the foundation of modern American economy. Their fortunes rivaled wealth of entire nations. America was no longer growing only within its own borders. Its booming economy and industry were expanding its influence across global trade. Soon, that economic strength would evolve into military and political power. In 1898, the battleship USS Maine exploded at Van Arbor. Although the exact cause was never proven, the disaster ignited a wave of outrage across the United States. Newspapers demanded action. Soon, the United States declared war on Spain, opening a new chapter in its role on the world stage. The war lasted only a few months. The United States Navy decisively defeated the Spanish fleet, securing a victory that surprised the world. Following the victory, the United States gained control of Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. America was no longer just a continental nation, it had become an emerging global power. When Theodore Roosevelt became president in 1901, America entered a new era. Young, energetic, and determined, he sought to strengthen the nation's economic, political, and military power. Roosevelt launched reforms, challenged the unchecked power of giant corporations. He believed the federal government should play a stronger role in protecting the public interest. At the same time, Roosevelt modernized the U.S. Navy. The voyage of the Red White Fleet sent a clear message that America had become a global naval power. America's ambitions now stretched far beyond its own continent. To secure global trade and move its navy more efficiently, an even greater project was about to begin. At the beginning of the 20th century, America launched one of the greatest engineering projects in history. The goal was to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through a single canal. After years of difficult construction, the Panama Canal was completed. It became a strategic landmark that transformed global maritime trade. American warships and merchant vessels no longer needed to sail around South America. The canal dramatically expanded America's global reach. As America grew stronger, Europe was drifting toward a crisis. A great war was about to erupt, one would change not only Europe, but America's future as well. In 1914, Europe descended into one of the greatest wars in history. Across the Atlantic, the United States chose to remain neutral during the conflict's early years. Although officially neutral, American factories operated at full capacity. Weapons, supplies, and industrial goods shipped to Europe fueled the economic boom at home. In 1917, President Woodrow Wilson declared that the time had come for America to end the war. It was a decision that would permanently transform the nation's role in world affairs. By the end of the war, the United States had proven not only its military strength, but also its economic and diplomatic influence. America was emerging as one of the leading powers of the new century. After the war, America entered an era of extraordinary economic growth. Factories operated at full speed, cities reached toward the sky, and the nation embraced a new age of prosperity. Handy-foot assembly line made automobiles affordable for millions. Technology and mass production were transforming everyday life at an unprecedented pace. Jazz flourished, cinema expanded, and modern consumer culture was born, what they'd known in the roaring 20s. Beneath the prosperity, the economy had become dangerously fragile. The soaring stock market was quietly set the stage for a crisis that claimed millions of lives. On October 29, 1929, Wall Street collapsed. Within hours, millions of dollars vanished, triggering one of the worst economic disasters in American history. Thousands of businesses failed, banks closed, millions lost their and red lines institutions just to survive. The nation that had once led a world economic boom was now wrapped in a devastating depression. America's future suddenly seemed uncertain. Just as hope seemed lost, a new leader emerged. Franklin D. Roosevelt promised to rebuild the nation, preparing to launch reforms that would change America's future forever. When Franklin D. Roosevelt took office in 1953, America was still trapped in the Great Depression, but a new president pleased the nation. Through the New Deal, millions went to work building dams, roads, bridges, and public projects that reshaped the nation. As the economy slowly recovered, confidence returned. America had begun to find its way out of the worst economic crisis in its history. While America was recovering, the rest of the world was moving toward another war. Rising tensions in Europe and Asia signaled a global conflict that would soon change history once again. On December 7, 1941, the attack on Pearl Harbor ended America's neutrality. The United States was now fully involved in the Second World War. American industry rapidly shifted to wartime production. Factories operated around the clock, turning to the industrial backbone of the Allied war. After the war, a new world order emerged. The United States was no longer just a powerful nation, it had become one of the leading forces in global politics and economics. In less than 8 years, America had transformed into one of the world's greatest powers, but its story was far from over. New challenges and global rivalries would continue to shape its future. America's rise was more than a Soviet one nation. It helped shape the 20th century and the modern world. In our next documentary, we'll witness how this event transformed history on a global scale. 40 kilometers northeast of Mexico City lies a mystery. Its name comes from the Aztecs, the birthplace of the gods. But they didn't found this city, they discovered it. In the 1400s, When they looked at these ruins, they gave them names, but they didn't understand them. Because Teotihuacan doesn't speak. There's writing on it, but it's undecipherable. They have kings, their names are lost. And today, 2,000 years later, we are still asking the same question: who were they? In 100 BC, while the Roman Republic was being established, and the Jin dynasty was rising, something else was happening here. In the middle of the valley, there was no river, no harbor, but someone was building one of the world's greatest cities. No wheels, no iron, but 100,000 men. That plan, terrible plan. Plan for Teotihuacan is a message, a 2-kilometer-long boulevard, the way of the dead. Why the dead? Because along this road, there are small hills, graves, but who is in them, we don't know. The tombs have been plundered, perhaps kings, perhaps priests, perhaps victims, but this path is not just a street, it's an axis between the earth and the sky. In the middle of the road, the Pyramid of the Sun, 65 meters high, 225 meters base. In terms of volume, it is larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. But it's different. This pyramid is made of limestone and volcanic tuff, and it's not hollow. In the 1970s, a tunnel was discovered. It's 100 meters long. From underground towards the very center of the pyramid. But what's in the center? A tomb? A treasure? No, a room. And in that room, in 2015, mercury was found. Tons of mercury, liquid metal, for the journey of souls, for the passage of the dead. Mercury is poison, but it is also immortality. Chinese emperors also drank mercury to become immortal. They died in Teotihuacan. Mercury is perhaps the same thing, a quest for immortality. But for whom? For a king, or for the city itself? At the end of the road, the Pyramid of the Moon. Smaller, older, more mysterious. 12 platforms in front of it, 12th number, 12 moons, 12 planets, 12 gods. We don't know. But we know that this pyramid is more sacred than the Pyramid of the Sun. Because here, there are sacrifices, human sacrifices, children, animals, all for a ritual. Every 12 years, every 52 years, at the 0 point of its sacred calendar, we don't know, but the bones speak, and blood has seeped to the stones. The pyramids are fascinating, but the real Teotihuacan was here. Event Tatatla, Sakawala. The names are modern, but the buildings are 2,000 years old. Multi-story apartment buildings. The first apartment buildings, perhaps, each one housed 60 to 100 people, families, craftsmen, merchants, and on the wall of every room, paintings. Red, green, yellow. There's no wall without a jaguar, because the jaguar is power, and feathered serpent, and the feathered snake. Quetzalcoatl, sky and wind, knowledge and death at the same time. Teotihuacan is a manufacturing center, obsidian, volcanic glass, the sharpest blade in the world, 100 times sharper than surgical steel, and this obsidian is everywhere. In Guatemala, in Honduras, all over Mexico. Trade, but how? No wheels, no animals, people carry things on their backs, 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and what did they get in return? jade from Guatemala, 1,000 kilometers, feathers from the Amazon, seashells from the Pacific. This city is the center of a network, and this network has enveloped the continent. But Teotihuacan isn't just rich. Everything is planned. Streets are like cages. Every block is a square. Water, sewage, perhaps. 2,000 years ago, and there are no portraits of kings, no monuments. How was this city governed? The priestly class? A military aristocracy? Or a system we don't understand? Perhaps the first megacity, the first anonymous power. 1,000 kilometers to the south, another world. The Maya, Tikal city-states, hieroglyphic writing, kings. But in 378 AD, something changes in Tikal. A new dynasty, a new architecture, and this architecture comes from Teotihuacan, Stela 31, stone monument. On it, a figure, Teotihuacan-style clothing, black glasses, the black-eyed squirrel. Its name is the black-eyed squirrel, and from that day on, Tikal grows up. It's fighting, it's expanding. Did Teotihuacan influence the Maya, or did it invade them? In Guatemala, at Caminalju, there's the Teotihuacan pyramid, same style, the same technique. In Honduras, in Copan, there is Teotihuacan obsidian. This is not just trade, this is power, perhaps an MC, perhaps a prince ascended the throne through marriage, perhaps an army came and changed a dynasty, but the result is the same. The influence of Teotihuacan stretches thousands of kilometers. This is not a city, it is an empire. Silent, unwritten, but real. And here's the interesting thing, the Maya wrote. They recorded everything, but about Teotihuacan, they wrote almost nothing. It was simply, that day, people came from faraway lands, 1,000 kilometers, and then, silence. Why was Teotihuacan so frightening, or so secretive? Around 550 AD, maybe 600 AD. It's not certain, but something is happening. The city center is burning. The temples are being destroyed. The temple of the feathered serpent in particular. Symbols are being broken. Statues are being shattered. Is this an external attack, or an internal rebellion? Climate change, drought, Lake Texcoco is drying up, agriculture is collapsing, 100,000 people are going hungry, or the obsidian trade is stopping, alternatives are emerging, power is disappearing. But this isn't a sudden end, it's slow. 100 years people are leaving, apartments are being emptied, some are going to Maya lands, to Tikal, to Copan. They're taking their knowledge, their beliefs with them. Some are going up into the mountains, to the high plains, and the city is being forgotten, right? No. Because 600 years later, the Aztecs arrive, and they don't forget. They call it the birthplace of the gods, and they build temples here for their gods, layer upon layer, history upon history. The 1900s. Archaeology begins. The Porfirio Diaz era. Mexico is modernizing, and Teotihuacan becomes a tourist destination. But science progresses slowly. The 1970s, the tunnel is discovered. '80s, radar. More structures beneath the city. 2003, a new chamber beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. 2015, Mercury, and still, something new every year. The 2020s, LiDAR, remote sensing, and we still can't decipher the writing. We still don't know the names of the kings. Today, Teotihuacan is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Every year, it receives 4 million visitors. But still, the same mystery remains. Who were they? Why did they go? And, perhaps most importantly, what can we learn from them? The collapse of megacities, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality. All of these existed 2,000 years ago, and we're still asking the same questions. Teotihuacan is silent, but its stones speak. Every step is a message. Every wall tells a story. And we just listen. 2,000 years later, we're still listening. Because some places are outside of time. Some questions must remain unanswered. Perhaps that is why it is still there, waiting. The birthplace of the gods, and perhaps of us who. Teotihuacan is still being excavated. Every new discovery updates this film. The city was lying Mercury discovered in 2015. Everything is still being analyzed. The lighting system remains a mystery. Everything followed a deliberate plan. Perhaps never figure out why they were built. Here they are, pyramids beneath the aligned stars. This city, their secrets forever hidden. No one knows who built it. One of the greatest mysteries in human history. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. One of England's most powerful kings would lose almost everything within just a few years. His throne was shaken, nobles were furious, and friends were closing in. Then, a single document began to change the course of history. That document would transform not only England, but the future of modern democracy itself. In 1199, John rose to the throne of England. The kingdom he inherited, though powerful, was already beginning to crack from within. The nobles didn't trust him, the people were exhausted by Texas. And King Philip II France was waiting to turn John's weakness into opportunity. In 1203, France laid siege to one of England's greatest fortresses, Chateauguay. King Philip II advanced steadily, capturing Normandy piece by piece. John failed rallied armies. England's continental lands were slipping away. In 1204, Normandy was lost. The defeat shattered King John's authority and prestige. After losing Normandy, John faced a new crisis. This time, his enemy was not France, but the Church. A bitter dispute erupted between King John and the Pope over who would become Archbishop of Canterbury. Pope Innocent III refused to back down, and John rejected the Pope's decision. In 1208, the Pope placed England under interdict. Churches closed, religious services stopped, and fear spread across the kingdom. As the crisis deepened, a spiritual leader prepared to make his final move. In 1209, King John was excommunicated. He had lost not only political support, but also religious legitimacy. The king's authority collapsed. England's parents quietly began to unite against him. John now faced three enemies at once: the Pope, France, and his own parents. After years of isolation, John realized he could no longer resist. In 1213, he accepted the Pope's authority and thought to end his excommunication. John died in a dream, placing England under the Pope protection. But King Surrender did not calm barons. Instead, rebellion became inevitable. John had made peace with the Pope. He could no longer control his own barons. Barons from across England united. Their goal was not simply rebellion. This time, they intended to force the king to obey the law himself. England was moving toward one of the most important confrontations in its history. The rebellion could no longer be stopped. Barons gathered their armies and marched against the king. John would still fight, but no one was certain he could win. At last, both sides agreed to meet on a field of meat beside River Thames. No one knew this meeting would change not only the fate of the king, but the future of freedom itself. June 15th, 1215, on fields of meat, one of history's most important meetings began. The barons were not simply rebelling. They wanted to limit the king's power with written law for the very first time. Under immense pressure, John had no choice but to accept the terms. Magna Carta signed that day would become not only a symbol of England, but of the rules of law itself. Everyone believed the agreement had brought peace, but John had a very different plan. Within days, he began searching for a way to destroy Magna Carta. John turned to his most powerful ally, the Pope. Before long, England stood on the edge of war once again. John had accepted Magna Carta, but at the same time, he was asking Rome for help. John argued that the agreement had not been accepted freely, but under the threat of force. Soon, the decision was announced. The Magna Carta was declared invalid. The barons, there was no turning back. England was once again descending into civil war. The royal barons made an astonishing decision. They offered the English crown to Prince Louis of France. Louis accepted the offer. In 1216, he landed on the shores of England with his army. London opened its gates. Many nobles now believed Louis was the rightful king. England had been divided, and John was closer than ever to losing his crown. As the French advanced, John retreated north, but now he was racing not only against his enemies, but against time itself. In the autumn of 1216, King fell gravely ill. Within days, his condition rapidly worsened. On October 19th, 1216, King John died. His death would completely change the course of the war. The crown now passed to his 9-year-old son, Henry, and a new chapter in England's history was about to begin. Only 9 years old, Henry was crowned king. England's future now rested on the shoulder of a child. But the kingdom would not be led by Henry. It would be guided by England's greatest knight, William Martel. His first decision surprised everyone. The Magna Carta was restored. In an instant, everything changed. England was no longer fighting for a king, but for its future. In 1217, two armies met at Lincoln. This battle was no longer just for a throne, it was for England's future. William Marshall gave the order to charge. Within minutes, the battle began to turn. The French army was retreating. For the first time, the rebellion was collapsing. The victory was not yet complete. One final battle would decide the fate of England. France had not given up. A powerful fleet carrying soldiers and supplies sailing toward England. Off the coast of Sandwich, the two fleets collided. This battle would become England's final test. The English won this victory. France's hope of conquering England disappeared in waves. The war was finally over, but its greatest legacy was not victory, it was the idea of liberty born from Magna Carta. After months of war, both sides realized that peace had become inevitable. Prince Louis abandoned his claim to the English throne. At last, the long crisis began to come to an end. Young King Henry was no longer a ruler. He had become a symbol of united England. The greatest legacy would not be who won war, but the rules of the war changed. The new government made an unexpected decision. Magna Carta was restored. This time, the goal was not only peace, but was to restore Protestant kingdom. As the years passed, the Magna Carta became more than a document. It became one of the foundations of English law. No one realized it that day. This had taken in 1215 changed not only a kingdom, the very idea of freedom for generations to come. England was rising once again. This time, it wasn't only castles being rebuilt. Trust in the kingdom was returning well. Kings reigned powerful. No ruler could ignore that absolute power had its limits. As the years passed, society grew stronger. The rule of law became one of England's greatest legacies. But England's story was far from over. New dynasties, great wars, and legendary rulers were about to change the course of history. Under Henry III, England slowly regained its strength. Cities expanded, trade flourished, and the kingdom prepared for a new era. Kings understood that swords alone no longer secure a kingdom. Power, loyalty, and law now had to stand together. In a century ahead, England would stand at the center of events that would shape not only Europe, the world. A new age was about to begin. An age of Edward I, William Wallace, the wars of Scotland, and some of the greatest struggles in history. Once on the brink of civil war, England was now marching toward a very different future. The legacy of the Magna Carta had not been in England alone. For centuries, it inspired ideas of law and liberty across the world. But England's greatest struggles were still to come. New games, new wars, and heroes who would shape history were waiting ahead. England's story is far from over. The next chapter will witness the rise of Edward I, the resistance of William Wallace, and England's transformation into one of Europe's greatest kingdoms. Subscribe and join us as we continue our chronological journey through world history. In 680, England remained trapped in 30 after years of devastating conflict. King Charles I had instituted, the monarchy destroyed, and the royal throne left empty. The revolution had failed to bring peace. The nation was keen to ignite chaos. As his exiled prince looked toward England, the course of history would to change once again. In 1660, the exiled Prince Charles crossed the sea to reclaim England. The people welcomed him with overwhelming enthusiasm. The monarchy was being restored. Charles II was crowned King of England, Scotland, and Ireland. But this time, nothing would be the same. The crown had returned, yet Parliament had become far more powerful. In 1665, an invisible enemy struck London. The Great Plague had begun. The disease spread from neighborhood to neighborhood. Thousands died within days. Infected homes were sealed, trapped entire families inside, on quarantine. Nearly 100,000 people perished, leaving London devastated by one of the greatest disasters in history. The native September 1666, a small fire in Big Main Lane sparked an unimaginable disaster. Powerful winds spread the flame rapidly, turning London wooden streets into an ocean of flame. Four relentless cities, churches, homes, iconic landmarks were consumed by the inferno. Nearly 15,000 homes were destroyed. The disaster marked the beginning of London's rebirth as a safer and more modern city. In 1685, Charles II died. The crown passed to his brother, James. James II was openly Catholic, allowing England's Protestant majority. His attempt to expand royal authority ignited a new struggle with Parliament. England was dividing once again. Soon, one of history's most important revolutions would unfold with a single major battle. In 1688, a group of English nobles secretly invited Prince William Orange to England. William landed in England with a powerful fleet, needing a nation to a historic turning point. Losing support radically, James II fled France without fighting for his throne. This nearly led his event to be known as the Glorious Revolution, forever changing England's future. In 1689, William married accepted Parliament's conditions before ascending the English throne. The bill made form of limited part of monarchy for the first time. From that moment on, no monarch could make laws or raise taxes without Parliament's approval. The age of absolute monarchy in England had ended. The foundations of modern constitutional monarchy laid. After the Bill of Rights, real political power still shifted toward Parliament. Kings could no longer rule alone. The nation's future was increasingly decided by elected representatives. Political stability fueled great economic growth, launching England into a new era of prosperity. This new system of government influenced not only England, but future democracies around the world. As the economy expanded, England needed a stronger financial system. In 1694, the Bank of England was founded, one of the greatest milestones in the history of modernity. The bank financed the government, stabilized the currency, and held commerce for economists. England was now on its way to becoming not only a political power, but also one of the world's greatest economic powers. England was beginning to lead the world, not only in politics and trade, but also in science. As England transformed science by empowering the laws that govern the universe. For the work of the Royal Society, England was becoming Europe's center of scientific discovery. Scientific progress would become one of the strongest foundations in future global power. In 1707, England and Scotland came together to make a historic decision. The Act of Union was signed, uniting two kingdoms under a single state. Kingdom of Great Britain was born, the single parliament governing both nations. This union paved the way for Britain to become one of the greatest empires in world history. After the birth of Great Britain, the nation's focus turned to the seas, building a powerful navy became its highest priority. New dockyards were built, hundreds of warships were constructed, and the Royal Navy expanded rapidly. The Royal Navy protected not only Britain in war, but also explored global trade routes. This command of the seas would soon transform Great Britain into one of the world's greatest global empires. Great Britain was no longer shipping on Europe, the future of the water world. Trade for the colonies strengthened Britain's economy year after year. The Royal Navy protected Britain's trade routes, securing its growing global influence. With dominance at sea and growing commercial power, Great Britain on the path of building one of history's greatest empires. At the beginning of the 18th century, a great transformation was quietly taking shape across Britain. Doing that accelerated production as machines slowly began replacing human labor. Factories were rising, production increasing at an unprecedented pace. The Industrial Revolution sought to begin, and stormed not only Britain, but the entire world, forever. Great Britain had urged one of Europe's most powerful nations. Science, commerce, naval power, and partnering together were building the foundations of a new superpower. Britain's influence had crossed continents, reaching every corner of the world. But Britain's greatest rise had yet to begin. The Industrial Revolution was opening the door to a new age that changed the world forever. Centuries of wars, revolutions, and political struggles had brought Great Britain to the threshold of a new era. Now, science, commerce, and industry would shape Britain's future. The first machines to roar in motion, making the greatest economic transformation in human history. With a little stability, a powerful economy, and growing navy, Britain was ready for a new era. Given set up on bold to reshape not only Britain, but the entire world. During the 18th century, a silent revolution began across England. Performing by 4 orders, thousands of countries died in search of new opportunities in rapidly growing industrial towns. Handcrafted production was gradually giving way to machines. A completely new age of manufacturing was about to begin. Soon, the inventors improved steam engine would transform not only Britain, but the future of the entire world. In 1769, Scottish engineer James Watt improved the steam engine, creating one of the most important engines in history. Factories were no longer dependent on rivers. Steam power allowed production to continue day and night. Steam power rapidly multiplied factories. England's city expanded, and production accelerated like never before. The Industrial Revolution had become unstoppable. At the heart of the Industrial Revolution were two resources, coal and iron. Together, they fueled Britain's unstoppable rise. Coal-powered furnaces, while iron-built machines, bridges, and factories. Britain itself was being reshaped. Britain was no longer producing only textiles, locomotives, ships, machinery, and weapons were now being manufactured on an unprecedented scale. Within a few decades, Britain became the world's first industrialized nation. But another revolution saw transform transportation forever. This event gave birth to one of history's greatest transportation revolutions. In 1825, Lord Stephenson code for travel on the world's first bliss steam railway, marking the beginning of a new era. Distances were shrinking compared to before. Railways transformed not only Britain, but the entire world. The Industrial Revolution had reached full speed, and Britain was raising a global leadership. Industry, commerce, and science were now working together. One would become the economic heart of the world. The unmatched navy expanded trade network, an influence now stretched across the oceans. Centuries of wars, revolutions, and discoveries had transformed Britain into one of the most powerful nations on earth. Britain's great stage had not yet begun. The young queen soon set of Rome and lead the nation into the largest global empire in history. In the next episode, we witness the rise of the foreign era. Before the Ottomans stood a great city. That city was Britain. And the conquest of Bursa would change the destiny of the Ottomans. Years had passed, Osman Bey had grown old. But the siege of Bursa was still ongoing. During this time, Orhan Bey began to rise. And the conquest of Bursa would be shaped by a new leader. Bursa was one of the most strategic cities in Anatolia. The city was a major center of trade. But Bursa was protected by strong defensive walls. And the conquest of Bursa would change the destiny of the Ottomans. The Ottoman army began preparing siege positions around Bursa. The city's connection to the outside world began to be cut off. The siege of Bursa would be a long struggle. Orhan Bey was patiently waiting for the right moment. The siege lasted 4 months. Was completely isolated from the outside world. Inside Bursa, conditions were becoming harder. Meanwhile, the Ottoman army continued to wait patiently. After years of struggle, Osman Bey had grown old, and his eyes were still fixed on Bursa. This great objective now rested in Orhan Bey's hands. The founding leader was leaving behind a legacy. After years of siege, Bursa's defenses had weakened. Inside the city, negotiations for surrender had begun. The Ottoman army was waiting for the outcome, and the fate of Bursa was about to be decided. In the year 1326, the gates of Bursa opened. The Ottoman army entered the city. And the Ottoman banner was over Bursa. Bursa was now the new capital of the Ottomans. After the conquest of Bursa, Orhan Bey assumed leadership. Bursa became the first capital of the Ottomans. A new system of governance began to take shape. And for the Ottomans, a new era was beginning. After the conquest of Bursa, the Ottomans turned toward the west. The next objective was the Marmara region. And on the horizon, Rumelia appeared. For the Ottomans, a new continent was beginning. On the shores of Rumelia, a new opportunity had emerged. Internal conflict within Byzantium opened a door for the Ottomans. Ottoman forces settled in the fortress of Sim. This step marked the Ottomans' first permanent land in Europe. In the year 1354, Gallipoli became the Ottoman objective. After the earthquake, the city's defenses had weakened. Ottoman forces settled in Gallipoli. And with the capture of Gallipoli, the gates of Europe opened to the Ottomans. After Gallipoli, the Ottomans began advancing into Rumelia. New fortresses were taken one by one. Ottoman borders were expanding across Europe. For the Ottomans, a new era was beginning. Ottoman forces began establishing permanent camps in Rumelia. Strategic routes were brought under control. New settlements began spreading across Rumelia. The Ottomans were now permanent in Rumelia. The next major objective in Rumelia was Egypt. Ottoman forces were advancing across the plains of Thrace. Strategic crossings were secured one by one. The Ottoman army was preparing for Edirne. Across the plains of Thrace, two armies faced each other. Ottoman cavalry launched a rapid assault. The Byzantine lines began to collapse quickly. This victory opened the road to Edirne. In the year 1361, the Ottoman army reached Edirne. Soon after, the city gates opened. The Ottoman army entered Edirne. Edirne was now the Ottomans' new center in Europe. With capture of Edirne, Ottoman administration moved into Europe. Edirne was becoming the new capital. The Ottomans had now established a strong center in Europe. And for the Ottomans, the gates of the Balkans had opened. After Edirne, the Ottomans advanced deeper into the Balkans. Frontier fortresses became the next targets. Some fortresses surrendered without resistance. In Rumelia, Ottoman order began to take shape. The Ottoman army continued advancing through Rumelian roads. New towns were coming under Ottoman control. Ottoman influence was spreading rapidly across Europe. And the next objective lay deep within the Balkans. Ottoman expansion raised concern among Balkan princes. Along the frontiers, defenses were reinforced. Yet, the Ottoman army continued advancing. A great battle would begin in the Balkans. Balkan principalities began uniting against the Ottomans. The Ottoman army was preparing for a major campaign. The campaign order was issued from Edirne, and the Ottoman army was marching toward a battle that would change history. The Ottomans were now entering a new era. The new objective was the heart of the Balkans, and the Ottoman army was marching toward Kosovo. Soon, history would change direction. The battle began with the archers' assault. Shield lines collided on front line. Ottoman cavalry struck from the flank. The balance of the battle shifted in favor of the Ottomans. The Balkan lines began to withdraw. Ottoman central forces continued advancing. The battlefield came under control. Victory was now within reach. On the field of Kosovo, the battle had ended. The Balkan alliance was forced to retreat. The victory at Kosovo changed the balance of power in the Balkans. And the Ottomans had now become one of the most powerful states in Europe. After Kosovo, Ottoman expansion accelerated, but the real storm was just beginning to be continued. It all began beneath this silent mound. For 9,000 years, this earth kept humanity's strangest secret in its heart. When the first shovel hit in 1958, all known history was torn apart like paper. What stood before us was not a village, but a giant labyrinth. As archaeologists gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by a terrifying ritual. In this strange world, there were no roads or doors. The city was sealed together like a giant labyrinth. Life was in the rooftops. People lived their daily lives on these massive terraces that resembled big squares. So, what was the great fear that cut off 10,000 people from the outside world and trapped them in this breathless order? When science broke this deep silence and gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by the coldness of the bones emerging to light. What we encountered was not just death. It was the first evidence of a terrifying and ancient ritual. To enter a home, you had to step down into the unknown through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Every rung of the wooden ladder pulled you away from the outer world and left you in the arms of a smoky silence. When you reached the bottom, neither light or doors welcomed you. There was only the suffocating narrowness of the walls. These houses were not just shelters. They were windowless, breathless cells where 10,000 people were trapped. Belongings were few, but silence was plenty. Everyone shared the same narrow space, the same dim light, and the same fate. The walls were so close. There was no private life here, nor a secret corner. Everyone was watching each other, every single moment. No one could be different here. There were no leaders, no slaves, but there was no freedom either. 10,000 people moved as a single soul. Everyone slept at the same time, lived the same way, and bowed to the same rules. So, what great fear sustained this perfect order that even a king could not provide? Walls were not just mud. They were woven with the bones of the wild. Giant bullheads were like gods, watching you every moment. That pain was not just a decoration. It was the trace on the wall of a ritual, of shed blood, and of untamable fears. They did not conquer nature. They chose to imprison savagery in the deepest corner of their home and sleep beside it. Watch where you step. In these houses, the floor was not just earth, but a grave cover. They buried their loved ones right beneath where they slept, in a fetal position, as if in the womb. Death was not a parting here. The living and the dead were sealed together forever under the same roof. The story of some dead did not end with burial. They would separate the souls from the bodies and give them a new life. They rebuilt their ancestors' faces with clay. They made new eyes from mud and pigment so that it would never forget. These masks watched those sitting and read mats by the fire. Death was right there, at the hearth, inside family every evening. In this dark world, power came not from gold, but from a black glass born in the heart of the volcano, obsidian. They crafted it so sharply that obsidian was both a hunter's most loyal friend and the most perfect blade to put skin from flesh. But obsidian was not just for cutting. It was a black, misty mirror where humans first encountered their own dark reflection. The true masters of the steppe were not them, but the leopards watching from the shadows. They could not domesticate this savagery, but by carving it onto their walls, they turned fear into a power imprisoned within our homes. Wearing a leopard skin was not just clothing, it was the only way to possess and rule the most predatory spirit of nature. It all began with these symbols: power, belief, and fear. These walls you touch are silent witnesses of 9,000 years. This is Chronology, the first metropolis with no streets and doors closed to the world. You had only one way in, this dark opening on the roof. Outside was a wild world. Inside, a life of claustrophobia. Where were they hiding? From the gods above, or from each other? Sunlight could only seep through this hole. Just like life, narrow and limited. The weapons were made of volcanic glass, as sharp and dark as obsidian. But the real mystery was hidden in the floors of these empty rooms. 10,000 people breathing inside a giant labyrinth. They are still there, watching us and guarding our secrets. And one day, when the sky filled with fire, everything would change. Watch where you step. Because they are right beneath you. They slept together. Death was not an end here. The hardest goodbye was indoors. Every house was a cemetery. He was following his ancestors, Every silence has a price. Even the walls are made of bone. Why didn't they let them go? We're burying our secrets. Chronology, City of the Dead. This massive mound has kept humanity's greatest secret in its heart for 9,000 years. Today, science dives into the heart of the silent giant to map the digital past. With every brushstroke, we return to a unique world, without property or hierarchy. There were no masters in these houses. Everyone was equal under the same sky. Art was coming back to life with the blood of the earth, through natural pigments. Yet life lived in the shadow of Mount Hasten, always ready to vent its fury. These lines on the wall were the first known landscape painting in history. Cleanliness was an obsession. They sealed their walls with fresh white plaster every year. They were devoted to their ancestors, burying them right under the rooms where they slept. As the first seeds of farming were sown here, humanity learned to domesticate nature. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. And now technology is finally beginning to break this deep, millennial silence. But then, the climate changed and rivers ran dry. The protective fire of the city slowly began to fade. The massive population of 10,000 succumbed to nature. All that remained were the soot marks on the walls. People abandoned the city with fear and uncertainty. After 2,000 years, Chronology sank into silence. They even left their sacred figurines in the dust. No one knows exactly where they went. The roofs were sealed, never to be opened again. The last meals were never eaten. The pots remained empty. The city today is still waiting to speak beneath the earth. We are in a place where time and space lose meaning. We are touching the first great secret of humanity, 9,000 years ago. These bones, these lands, are not just remains. They are silent witnesses to a forgotten fear, a suppressed scream. To reach this secret, you had to step down into the unknown, through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Chronology fell silent. That great roar that lasted for thousands of years gave way to the dust carried by the wind. But this was not an end. It was the beginning of a vast void. Humanity escaped these narrow walls and set out on that great march that would last 1,000 years. In the next episode, what happened after Chronology? How did humanity change in that great void? We are going to that new and wild world called by rivers, Mesopotamia. Stay tuned. In the side of the Arabian desert, on a mountain above the city of Mecca, a message that would change human history was about to begin. At the heart of this land stood a city, Mecca. And at the center of Mecca stood a structure revered for centuries, Kaaba. In the early 7th century, the Arabian Peninsula, a land of vast deserts, tribal rivalries, and intersecting trade routes. In this land, a message would emerge that would change the course of world history. At the time Islam emerged, the Arabian Peninsula was politically fragmented. There was no central state. Society was organized around tribes, and each tribe governed itself. Rivalries and conflicts between tribes were part of everyday life. The strong held decisive power over the weak within society. Inside the Kaaba in Mecca stood hundreds of idols. It was in this very environment that a new message would soon emerge. Around the year 570 CE, a child was born in Mecca. He would become the bearer of a message that would change the course of world history. He lost his father before he was born, and at a young age, he also lost his mother, growing up as an orphan. He was first cared for by his grandfather Abdul Muttalib, and later by his uncle Abu Talib. In his youth, he worked in trade and had the opportunity to travel across different regions of Arabia. He traveled across different regions of Arabia. These journeys expanded his understanding of the world around him. Because of his honesty and integrity, he earned the respect of the people of Mecca. They gave him a name, Alam. At the age of 25, around the year 595, he married Khadija, one of the most respected and wealthy women of Mecca. The year was 610. He had withdrawn to the cave of Hira, near Mecca. There an event was about to unfold that would change the course of human history. One night, inside the cave of Hira, the first revelation began that would change the course of human history. and that night, the first word was revealed: read. After that night, as he descended from the mountain, nothing would ever be the same again. He returned home that night. He was deeply shaken and trembling. He asked his wife Khadija to cover him. His wife Khadija comforted him. She reassured him and stayed by his side. She told him this was not something to fear. He went with his wife Khadija to Waraka ibn Nawfal. Waraka said that what had happened was a divine revelation. The first to believe in his message were his wife, Khadija, Ali, Abu Bakr, and Zayd. Thus the first small community of believers began to form. In the early years, Islam was taught in secret. A small community quietly began to grow in Mecca. He later gathered the people on Mount Safa. There, he openly called them to Islam. However, the leaders of Quraysh opposed this message. The open call was met with strong resistance in Mecca. As Islam began to spread, persecution started in Mecca. The early believers were subjected to severe torture because of their faith. As persecution intensified in Mecca, some Muslims migrated to Abyssinia. It became the first migration in Islamic history. A harsh boycott was imposed on the Muslims and the Banu Hashim in Mecca. They endured great hardship for 3 years. Persecution against the Muslims in Mecca continued to intensify. The leaders of Quraysh surrounded his house to stop him. That night, Ali stayed in his bed. That night, he quietly left Mecca. To hide from those searching for him, they took refuge in the cave of Thor. They remained hidden in the cave of Thor for 3 days. After a long journey, they approached Medina. After 3 days, they continued their journey toward Medina. They arrived in Medina. Before entering Medina, the first mosque was built in Kuba. The people of Medina welcomed them with great joy. The Prophet Mosque was built in Medina. Brotherhood was established between Muhajirin and the Ansar. An agreement was established between the communities of Medina. Around 313 Muslims faced a much larger Meccan force at Badr. The battle ended with a Muslim victory. At Uhud, the Muslims faced the Meccan army once again. The battle became a difficult test for the Muslims. A trench was dug around Medina to defend the city. The siege failed. An agreement was made with the Meccans at Hudaybiyah. This agreement became an important turning point for the spread of Islam. In 630, Mecca was conquered. The city came under Muslim control with little fighting. The idols around Kaaba were removed. In the Valley of Hunayn, they faced a sudden attack. However, the battle ended in Muslim victory. A large army was prepared for the expedition of Tabuk. However, no battle took place. In 632, the farewell pilgrimage was performed. During the farewell pilgrimage, he delivered farewell sermon to the people. He passed away in Medina in 632. The legacy he left spread rapidly across a vast region. In 632, Abu Bakr was chosen as the first caliph. The Ridda Wars were fought to preserve unity. The verses of the Quran began to be compiled. In 634, Umar became the second caliph. Between 634 and 644, during Umar's rule, Islamic lands expanded rapidly. In 637, Jerusalem was peacefully surrendered. In 644, Uthman became the third caliph. During Uthman's rule, copies of the Quran were prepared and sent to different regions. In 656, Uthman was martyred. In 656, Ali became the fourth caliph. In 656, the Battle of the Camel took place. In 657, the Battle of Siffin took place between the forces of Ali and Muawiyah, the governor of Syria. This battle was a continuation of the political crisis that began after the martyrdom of Uthman. It became one of the major turning points of the Rashidun period. It was followed by the arbitration event and the emergence of the Caliph. After the Battle of Siffin, an arbitration took place between the two sides. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. After the arbitration that followed the Battle of Siffin, the group separated from Ali's army and became known as the Kharijites. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. In 658, the Battle of Narawan took place between Ali and the Kharijites. In 661, Ali was martyred. Thus, the Rashidun period came to an end. Abu Bakr was known for his honesty and loyalty. He became the first caliph and preserved unity during one of the most difficult periods of Islam. Umar was known for his justice and strong leadership. During his rule, the Islamic State became a major. Uthman was known for his kindness and generosity. During his rule, copies of the Quran were distributed to different regions. Ali was known for his courage, wisdom, and justice. He became one of the most important leaders in Islamic history. The Quran was revealed gradually over about 23 years. This process guided the community step by step and strengthened the believers. Islam is built upon 5 core practices: declaration of faith, prayer, fasting, charity, and pilgrimage. Islam encourages reading, cleanliness, goodness, and justice. It emphasizes protecting the weak and carrying responsibility. Within society, to be Muslim, one must declare with the tongue and believe with the heart. The Quran clearly declares that there is no God but Allah and that Muhammad is his messenger. This belief forms the foundation of Islam. Islam is a faith built upon justice, compassion, knowledge, and good character. For centuries, it has continued to guide the lives of millions of people. At the edge of the Pacific, a island stood separated from Asia. Humans reached the island thousands of years ago, building small communities between the forests and sea. Then, newcomers arrived from mainland, bringing rice farming, metalworking, and a new way of life. Villages grew, warriors gained power, and soon, one kingdom began to rise fast. By the 3rd century, balance of power in Southern Japan was beginning to change. The rulers of Muto began drawing rival lands beneath the growing authority. The power became so great that enormous tombs were built where the ruler monuments still shape Japan's landscape today. This dynasty would come hot to Japan's superior tradition. The rising kingdom would not reign untouched too long. The 6th century, envoys from Korea brought Japan with diplomatic gifts. They had an idea that would transform Japan forever: Buddhism. The new faith divided courts. Some embraced Buddhism, others feared winged Japan's ancient gods. But Buddhism endured. With writing, architecture, and new ideas of government, Japan was no longer simply gaining it, it was becoming a state. Beginning in 645, sweeping reforms began shifting power away from local clan and toward the imperial court. Envoys sailed China and returned with laws, writing, administrative systems and ideas, could reshape an entire country. In 710, Nara became a great capital with palaces, temple and broad avenues, displaying the power of rising state. In 794, the court moved against Uematsu, future Kyoto, but beyond its magnificent palaces, now powers began to rise. Kyoto court lived in splendor, very different kind of power was rising beyond capital. Warrior families grew powerful, protecting their lands. In time, this fighting class would become known as the samurai. Eventually, 2 warrior houses dominated the struggle: the Taira and the Minamoto. A rivalry would drag Japan into war. In 985, the Minamoto emerged victorious. The emperor would remain Japan's real power was passing into the hands of warriors. Japan still had an emperor, but he was no longer Mongolian control. In 1192, Minamoto no Yoritomo received the title of Shogun, military commander who ruled in the emperor's name. Yoritomo ruled from Kamakura, far from Kyoto. Japan now had 2 centers of authority: an emperor and a shogun. Shoguns had secured their rule, but beyond the horizon, an enemy unlike anything Japan had faced before was coming. In the 15th century, one of the world's most powerful empires turned its attention toward Japan, the Mongol Empire. Kublai Khan sent envoys begging Japan's submission. Japan's answer was simple: no. In 1274, the answer came across the sea. A massive Mongol fleet reached Kyushu, landing thousands of warriors on Japanese soil. Samurai faced a kind of warfare they'd never known, but first had to change the blow to come not on an army but on the sky. In 1274, the weather turned against the invasion. With their fleet threatened, the Mongol forces withdrew. But Kublai Khan was not finished. 7 years later, he prepared a far greater invasion of Japan. 1281, an enormous fleet sailed for Japan once again. This time, the invasion went on a far greater scale. Then the storm came in. The Mongol fleet was devastated. Japan would remember its deliverance as the Kamikaze of Dying Wind. Japan survived, but there were no conquered lands end. Mongol swords threw the warriors who had defended it. Death and disappointment spread among the samurai. The Kamakura government was beginning to lose the warriors to depend upon. Emperor Go saw his opportunity. He intended to destroy military rule and return real power to the imperial throne. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate collapsed. The emperor appeared victorious. The age of the warriors was far from over. After Kamakura fell, Odo tried to return real political power to the emperor after centuries of warrior rule. Many samurai were satisfied with new order, and one warrior was becoming dangerously powerful: Ashikaga Takauji. Takauji turned against the emperor and seized Kyoto. In 1338, he came Joden. Military rule had returned. But Odo stayed, established a rival board. Japan now had 2 competing emperors. The country was looking back toward war. The Ashikaga shoguns ruled Japan. Their ability to control powerful warrior lords beyond Kyoto was fleeting. These regional warlords were known as daimyo. They commanded their own armies, controlled their own land and wanted more power. In 1467, rival clans went to war one more after day and devastated much of the capital. As central authority collapsed, Japan pressured among rival warlords. The Sengoku of the Asia warring states had begun. In 1543, foreign traders and Portuguese arrived and they carried something that would transform Japanese warfare. It was the art of its bows and swords to matter. Gunpowder entered the Japanese battlefield. Japanese craftsmen quickly could build weapons. Soon men all across the country were arming their forces with firearms. And the chaos emerged ruthless daimyo, who would use these weapons with devastating effect. Oda Nobunaga. 1560, Nobunaga faced a vastly larger army, suddenly a and most feared warlords. 8 years later, Nobunaga was longer fighting fighting for control of Japan. In 1573, Nobunaga drove the last Ashikaga shogun from Kyoto. His Ashikaga rule were over. At Nagashino, Nobunaga's gunpowder forces showed how dramatically warfare was changing. Japan's old way of war was being transformed. By 1582, Nobunaga had crushed many of his rivals. The unification of Japan seemed closer than ever. Just as victory seemed within reach, a villain generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, betrayed him and surrounded Honji in Kyoto. Trapped from escape, Nobunaga died at Honji, building the break on Japan. But death did not end unification. His general, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, avenged hand, continued what Nobunaga had begun. By 1590, Hideyoshi had defeated his last major rivals. After more than a century of warfare, Japan was finally united. To cure the new word, the age of Putin, the divide between warrior and farmer would become permanent. But unified Japan would not nourish and now was far beyond islands through Korea and toward China. In 1592, a massive Japanese army invaded Korea. Hideyoshi's dream of conquest had dragged Japan to years of costly war. Years of war tested Korea. Hideyoshi's dream of conquest had failed. In 1598, Hideyoshi died, leaving behind a young heir. Japan wanted and suddenly the struggle for power. One man stood above the young struggle. Tokugawa Ieyasu patient, experienced, and ready to seize control of Japan. In 1600, two enormous armies met at Sekigahara. Ieyasu's victory decided more than a battle, decided Japan's future. In 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu, after a series a new order was taking shape in Japan. Ieyasu ruled from Iyo, old responsibilities in the world. Tokugawa kept the daimyo undertaked and brought support lords to spend regular periods in Iyo with their costly entourages. People gave over, but at least would cover the price. Japan would states to grow. 700 BC, the sun set for the last time over Catalyak. In the heart of Anatolia, one of history's greatest secrets lay hidden. Thousands of years ago, this fertile plain became humanity's first great home. This place, where water and earth met, gave life to tens of thousands. On the banks of the Garsamba River, the first steps of civilization were taken. Why did tens of thousands of people suddenly abandon that giant home they lived in for millennia? While thousands ported the streets of Mesopotamia, Europe was still in the deep silence of endless forests and solitary wooden houses. The grandeur of stone had not yet begun on the Nile. Life consisted only of the river's mud and reeds. In the Far East, life flowed with the rhythm of the earth and collective serenity, far from the greed of property. Across the ocean, the door had not yet been invented. Humanity was migrating boundlessly, without property, in nature's lap. What was it that the great crowd on the roofs of Catalyak couldn't fit, that they turned their backs on one another? Was that first stab between the walls a sign of a breakup or new freedom? Did that transition period that gave birth to today's city take from us, and what did it give? The 1,000-year experiment ended. The great city fell silent. Now begins the great void and the 1,000-year march. The earth turned bitter, the fertile marshes dried up. Granaries emptied, hunger seeped through the walls. Earths were cold, the 1,000-year fire no longer warmed. It was time to leave. Nature was casting them out. Smoke trapped in cramped houses turned the air into poison. The invisible enemy, plagues, seeped through the walls. The price of living side by side was heavy, bodies grew weak. Now these sacred houses were turning into graves. The necessity of living in tight spaces gave way to rage. The silent harmony of 10,000 people broke with a great roar. Neither rules nor shared meals were enough anymore. The dream of living together was replaced by the ambition for independence. The great community shattered. Families broke away from the city one by one. Safe walls were abandoned. The first steps into the uncertain step were taken. Those dark holes where thousands of voices once rose fell into silence. Humanity was escaping into freedom from this giant prison of its own making. Walls were no longer shared. Houses began to separate from each other. That narrow gap between the houses was the first street in history. Humanity began to breathe and see sunlight at ground level. Now everyone had their own boundaries. Privacy was quietly being born. Walls were pierced from below. For the first time, entrances moved from roof to ground. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. The door was not just entrance, but the first shield protecting man's fortress. When the door closed, the noise and gazes of the outside world remained behind. For the first time, humanity tasted the peace of breathing without others watching. Now we had secrets, private moments shared. Behind walls were born. When the door closed, the community ended, and the individual and family began. The colorful stones in the earth's bosom were heralds of a new power. Fire brought hard rock to its knees. Copper melted in the glowing embers. Molten metal took the shape of a new world in stone molds. Now, not only stone, but also metal bowed to the will of man. Catalyak fell silent, but the dream it built was sealed beneath the earth. The thousands of years passed. The desire to live together never died. Smoke rising from mud roofs have turned into towers, reaching for the sky today. We are the heirs today of the great story that began in those cramped rooms. The street was not just a road, it was a first boundary between yours and mine. Humanity took its first step from a common roof to a personal end here. The door and the threshold were born. Now the front of the house was as private as the inside. The giant mound of the past was given way to an organized order, the first neighborhood. Streets were not just paths, they were the world's first free markets. The economy moved from the privacy of roofs to the transparency of the street. Barter came to life on doorsteps. The street was a bond connecting people. Every story shared made the sea grow a little more. Loaves were no longer carried on backs but on wheels that the streets now allowed. Ownership brought fear with it. Now it was necessary to protect not just the house, but the street as well. Those first stones surrounding the houses drew the insurmountable boundary between us and them. The door was now being locked, not just for guests, but to keep the enemy out. Streets turned into the defense lines of civilization. Every corner became a new fortress. The street was no longer just a passage. It was a giant machine holding thousands of people together. As the city grew, streets began to carry not just people, but water and the burden of civilization. Where the street ended, walls began. The city was now both a sanctuary and a giant prison. In Uruk, streets were no longer just passages. They were the first great social contract holding thousands of strangers together. Doors closed, property became sacred. The street was now the sharp boundary between what belongs to all and what belongs to one. The sound of the wheel echoed for the first time on these unpaved roads. The street was no longer just for walking, but for hauling in trade. And then, time warped. Mud brick gave way to stone, and paths turned into imperial roads connecting continents. Light made the street livable at night. Random paths turned into a planned city. The gap between two houses was the street's first breath. Stone gravel protected the street against mud. Crossing paths created the first public space. The cleanliness hidden under the street was civilization. The wheel widened the shoulders of the street. Climate changed, the Euphrates shifted. The street was condemned to the dust of a parched city. As water receded, distant settlements were one by one plunged into silence. The streets became the dusty refuge for those fleeing to the city for survival. The street was no longer just a path, it was a last bastion of order. The wrath of the climate forced people to seek refuge behind massive walls. As the crowd grew, the rules of the street were carved into clay, not just memory. Records replacing words became a new and unshakable memory of the street. Information turned into an invisible power, governing the city and ending chaos. Water was trapped beneath the street. Hidden channels kept the city clean. Engineering turned chaos into health. Infrastructure became the foundation. The wheel made the street not just a path, the main artery of civilization. Every brick was the work of a collective will that turned chaos into order. Randomness ended, the streets were now the work of a mind and a plan. The unseen revolution was under the street. The first channels gave life to the city. Speech faded, clay tablets became the unshakable memory of the street. Millions of bricks protected the street from the chaos of the outside world. The street was no longer just a path, but the signature of a civilization. Randomness ended. Every street was the work of a mind and a plan. The story of the street didn't start here, but here it became immortal. The east of the ancient world, on the Iranian plateau, lived people. These people would later be known as the Persians. And one day, they would build one of the greatest empires in history. At first, the Persians were not a great empire. For many years they lived under the rule of the Median Empire. But in these lands, a new power was about to rise. Soon a powerful leader emerged in these lands. His name was Cyrus, later known as Cyrus the Great. His leadership would completely change the fate of the Persians. In 550 BC, Cyrus launched a great rebellion against the Median king. The Persian army faced the Median forces on the Iranian plateau. This war would mark the beginning of the Persian Empire. Cyrus' army defeated the Median forces and achieved a great victory. This triumph marked the moment of Persian independence. And thus, the Achaemenid Persian Empire was born. After his victory, Cyrus continued his conquests. He marched west toward the powerful kingdom of Lydia in Anatolia. This campaign would greatly expand the Persian Empire. Cyrus' army reached Sars, the capital of Lydia. The city was protected by strong walls, but the Persians began a siege. In the end, Sardis fell, and the kingdom of Lydia became part of the Persian Empire. After conquering Lydia, Cyrus turned his attention eastward. His next target was Babylon, the greatest city of Mesopotamia. This campaign would shape the future of the Persian Empire. The Persian army marched toward the heart of Mesopotamia. Their target was Babylon, one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. For centuries, the city had been a powerful center of the region. In 539 BC, the Persian army reached Babylon. The city fell into Persian hands with little resistance. Mesopotamia now became part of the Persian Empire. Cyrus entered Babylon not just as a conqueror, but as a new ruler. He worked to maintain order in the city. This policy would define Persian rule. The conquest of Babylon greatly strengthened the Persian Empire. From Anatolia to Mesopotamia, vast lands were now under Persian control. The Persians had rapidly built a great empire. Cyrus's rule strengthened the foundations of the Persian Empire. The conquests were not only about land. They were also about building a strong system of governance. Cyrus ruled the empire for many years. After his death, the throne passed to a new king. The Persian Empire would continue to expand. Cambyses II, who took the throne, began new conquests. His target was Egypt, one of the strongest kingdoms of Africa. The Persian army marched south. In 525 BC, the Persian army conquered Egypt. This victory expanded the empire into Africa. The Persian Empire now stretched across 3 continents. One of the most important kings of Persia was Darius. His rule made the empire even stronger. Darius introduced major reforms. Darius launched massive construction projects. The city of Persepolis was built during this period. It became a symbol of Persian power. The Persians built a vast network of roads. The royal road connected distant regions of the empire. These routes improved trade and communication. At its greatest extent, the Persian Empire had become a vast power. Its land stretched from India to Egypt. One of the first true super empires of the ancient world had emerged. The Persians influenced the world not only through war, but also through trade. Their roads connected distant regions. This network strengthened the economy. The Persian Empire included many different peoples. These cultures continued living under Persian rule. This system helped the empire remain stable for a long time. One of the most famous Persian military units was the Immortals. This elite force always consisted of 10,000 soldiers. They were known as the strongest army of the empire. But in the west, the Persian Empire would face a new power. Greek sea states were rising along the Aegean coast. This encounter would lead to some of history's most famous battles. In 490 BC, Persian and Greek armies met at Marathon. It was one of the first major battles of the Greco-Persian Wars. Greek hoplites achieved an unexpected victory. Years later, King Xerxes launched a massive campaign. A huge Persian army marched toward Greece. This would become one of the greatest military expeditions of the ancient world. King Xerxes sent messengers to the Greek cities. The envoys arrived in Sparta, demanding submission. But the Spartans would not accept this threat. Preparations for war began in Sparta. King Leonidas gathered his warriors. The Spartans were ready to face the Persian army. The Persian Empire was advancing toward the Greek lands. When the news reached Sparta, preparations for war began. Spartan warriors started gathering in the city courtyard. Soon, King Leonidas arrived in the courtyard. He stood before the warriors and assessed the situation. The Persian army was marching toward Greece. Leonidas began carefully inspecting the warriors. He was choosing the strongest and most experienced soldiers, because they would face a massive Persian army. In the end, 300 Spartans were chosen. This small force would march with Leonidas to Thermopylae. They were preparing for one of the most famous battles in history. Leonidas and the 300 Spartans left Sparta. They marched to defend the land of Greece. Their destination was the Pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans arrived at the Pass of Thermopylae. This narrow pass limited the movement of large armies. Leonidas chose it as the perfect place for defense. Soon the Persian army appeared on the horizon. Xerxes commanded a massive force, but the Spartans had no intention of retreating. At Pass of Thermopylae, Spartan warriors tried to stop the Persian army. King Leonidas and 300 Spartans resisted bravely. The battle began at the Pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans fought in a tight phalanx formation. In the narrow pass, they managed to stop the Persian army. The Persian army attacked again and again. The Spartans continued defending the pass. The battle lasted for days. Eventually, the Persians found a way around the pass. The Spartans were surrounded. Leonidas and his warriors chose to fight until the end. In the end, the Spartans were completely surrounded. King Leonidas and his warriors refused to retreat. They fought until the end and fell at Thermopylae. This moment became one of the most famous battle stories in history. The Persian navy met the Greek fleet at Salamis. In the narrow sea, the battle became a major defeat for Persia. This victory strengthened Greek resistance. Despite the Greek wars, the Persian Empire survived. The empire continued ruling its vast lands. But over time, its power slowly weakened. In the 4th century BC, a new power emerged in the west. Alexander the Great of Macedon marched eastward. His target was the Persian Empire. In 331 BC, the Battle of Gaugamela took place. This battle became the turning point for the Persian Empire. The Persian army was defeated, and the empire began to collapse. The Battle of Gaugamela was a disaster for the Persians. Darius' army was forced to retreat. Alexander continued advancing deeper into the east. Soon Alexander reached the city of Babylon. The city surrendered without another major battle. One of the great cities of the Persian Empire was lost. King Darius III fled eastward. He tried to gather a new army to save the empire. But Persian power was collapsing rapidly. Alexander marched toward the heart of Persia. His army followed the royal road. The core of the Persian Empire was now in danger. One of the most magnificent cities of the Persian Empire was Persepolis. It served as the ceremonial capital of the Persian kings. The city symbolized Persian power. Alexander finally reached Persepolis. The Persian capital was now defenseless. The Macedonian army entered the city. The palaces of Persepolis were filled with immense wealth. Alexander seized the Persian treasure stored there. This victory increased his power even further. Soon the palaces of Persepolis were set on fire. Much of the city burned in flames. This moment symbolized the end of the Persian Empire. One of the greatest empires in the world had fallen. The throne of Persian kings now stood empty. The balance of power in the ancient world had changed. Alexander now ruled a vast empire. The lands of Persia were under his control. But history would not end here. The Persian Empire would be remembered as one of history's greatest states. Its lands stretched across 3 continents. This scale made it a superpower of the ancient world. The story of history's greatest battles does not end here. Follow and subscribe to see what comes next. In 1815, an era that reshaped Europe came to an end. With Napoleon's defeat, a new order began to emerge across the continent. But for Italy, the future remained uncertain. Because Europe's leaders were about to decide Italy's future once again. In 1815, Europe's most powerful nations gathered in Vienna. Their goal was to build a new order after Napoleon. Italy's future was also being reshaped during these meetings. But decisions would not create a united Italy. After the Congress of Vienna, Italy was divided into small states once again. Piedmont, the Papal States, and Kingdom of the Sicilies controlled different parts of the peninsula. Even people speaking the same language continued living on different borders. The dream of a united Italy still seemed distant, but it would not remain that way forever. One of the biggest winners of the Congress of Vienna was Austria. Important regions of northern Italy came under direct Austrian control. Milan events were now governed from Vienna. As foreign rule ascended, Italian nationalism quietly began to grow. Many Italians were beginning to see themselves as part of one nation rather than separate states. Greater than things began to settle the idea of a shared language and history. For the first time, a powerful question emerged. and not one Italy. This idea would soon grow into a movement. One of first movements behind this cause was criticizing known as the carp. It matters secret sorrows and ordinance against Austrian influence. They quickly gained supporters across many parts of Italy. Soon, would turn their ideas to action. In 1820, the first major spark appeared in Naples. Carb-bound members mobilized people by demanding constitutional reforms. Face of pressure, king swore to back down. For a moment, it seemed that change was possible. But leaders began to watch the events with growing concern. Austria moved quickly to prevent the revolt from spread. The experienced rebels struggled against their official army. The uprising was crushed, but the idea survived. The events in Naples quickly spread to Piedmont. Military officers and reformers began pushing for change. Some were no longer dreaming of reform alone, but the united Italy. Once again, Austria would prepare to intervene. In the spring of 1821, the Austrian army moved once again. The rebels were matched in numbers and experience. But resistance quickly began to collapse. Once again, hopes of change would be postponed. After the uprisings, a harsh period of repression began. Many revolutionaries were arrested or imprisoned. Others left Italy and began living in exile. But those forced into exile had no intention of leaving the struggle. At this moment, new fear began to emerge. Giuseppe Mazzini, Italy should not only be free, but united. He wanted to transform nationalism into a movement of the people. Soon, his ideas would echo across the entire peninsula. In 1831, Mazzini funded the Young Italy movement. The goal was clear: a free, united, and independent Italy. The idea began crossing borders. Young people were joining the cause. For the first time, the dream of united Italy was reaching masses. Mazzini's call soon became into action. Throughout the 1830s, civil uprisings erupted across Italy. Most of these revolts were poorly prepared and quickly crushed. The defeat continued. The idea of unification could no longer be stopped. Each new uprising pushed Austria to impose even harsher measures. Secret societies were hunted down, meetings were broken apart. Hundreds of nationalists were sent or forced to exile. But greater the repression, the stronger the resistance became. During the 1830s and 1840s, Europe was changing rapidly. New ideas were crossing borders faster than ever before. Men for liberty, constitutions, nationalism were rising everywhere. Italy too was seeking to fill their boat of race storm. In 1848, Europe erupted once again. The revolutionary wave quickly spread across the continent. The Italian nationalists believed this was the opportunity they had been waiting for. Soon, the entire peninsula would be shaken by the process. In March 1848, the first major explosion came in Milan. After days of fighting, Austrian forces withdrew from the city. Soon afterward, Nez also rode against Austrian rule. For the first time, unification seemed like a real possibility. King Charles of Piedmont decided he would no longer. He led his army to fight against Austria. Many Italians believed this war would begin the path to unification. Austria was far from accepting defeat. By 1849, the first attempt at unification had off a major setback. Austria gained control of most of the territories it had lost. But nationalism that had run for decades could no longer be reversed. A united Italy had not yet been born, but struggle was only beginning. The revolutions of 1848 had failed, but the idea survived. A new generation refused to abandon the dream of a united Italy. This time, attention began turning toward the kingdom of Piedmont. Soon, a new leader would emerge and change the course of the unification struggle. After 1849, and the revolution slept, but Piedmont remained standing. King Victoriano II chose to preserve constitutional government. This turned Piedmont to the natural center of Italian nationalism. The hope of unification would now rely on state power rather than equal societies. The idea of unity was growing, yet Italy remained divided into many separate states. In the north, Lombardy and Venice remained under Austrian control. The center stood papal states, but the no desire to lose political power. The kingdom of the two Sicilies was equally determined to preserve its rule. The road to unification would be far more difficult than it seemed. By the 1850s, Italy was still divided, but the struggle no longer rested solely on the shoulders of revolutionaries. Soon, three men changed the course of history: Cavour, Victor, Emmanuel, and Garibaldi. A united Italy was still a dream. Today, that dream would become reality was no longer far away. The story of Italian unification continues. Don't forget to subscribe to Chronology existence. In 1210, Magna Carta had been sealed for the first time. Even King of England's not over the law. King John refused to accept defeat. Soon, he began breaking promises he had made. For the barons, this was nothing less than betrayal. Political crisis was becoming a civil war. England was changing, but this new chapter would be written in blood. In 1216, King John died. England's future now rested on a 9-year-old boy. But the kingdom was still divided. Rebellion had not ended. England stood on the edge of civil war. France saw an opportunity and flew across the channel, hoping to claim England's crown. England was no longer facing only rebellion, it was now fighting to survive foreign invasion. In 1217, England's future would be decided on the streets of London. Lead the Royal Army was William Marshall, legendary man, determined to save the kingdom. For England collapsed. Rebellion that had nearly destroyed England was finally beginning to fall apart. England had survived, but peace remained fragile. The struggle between the crown and the nobles was far from over. Years passed. Henry III was no longer a child. He now ruled England with absolute authority. The taxes, costly royal projects, and growing dissatisfaction pushed both the nobles and the people toward open resistance. At newly emerged Simon de Montfort prepared to challenge the king himself. England stood once again on the brink of civil war. In 1264, England marched toward another civil war. The Battle of Loos would decide the fate of the kingdom. The unimaginable had happened. King Henry III had been captured by his own subjects. In 1265, Simon de Montfort summoned a new parliament. For the first time, representatives from Bounds joined the nobles and clergy. But one man refused to surrender. Prince Edward escaped captivity, prepared to claim his father's kingdom. In August 1265, Prince Edward dropped back. The fate of England would be decided at Evesham. Refusing to surrender, Simon de Montfort fought to the very end. August surrounded. Rebellion was crushed. King Henry III regained his throne, and royal authority was restored. But after Evesham, and Mecca across England, Prince Edward, the future king who would reshape the kingdom forever. In 1252, Prince Edward became King Edward I, who ruled determined to unite Britain under one crown. Edward waited no time. His first objective was the conquest of Wales. Across Wales, Edward built mighty castles, became symbols of English power. But beyond the northern border, another kingdom refused to submit. Scotland was preparing to fight. By 1290, Scotland had become a kingdom, descending into chaos. The Scottish noble turned to Edward I, asking him to settle disputes, but Edward wanted far more than peace. Edward demanded that Scotland recognize him as its lord. Many obeyed, not everyone. Because soon, the man would unite Scotland and challenge the greatest king in Britain. In 1297, William Wallace rose against English rule. His rebellion would slaughter an entire nation. At Stirling Bridge, English army suffered crushing defeat. Scotland had proven that England could be beaten. Edward answered with overwhelming force, determined to crush the rebellion. He marched north instead. Wallace was captured and executed, most England bound to manage to make free. In 1306, Robert Bruce was crowned King of Scots. The fight for Scotland was far from over. Edward refused to recognize Bruce. He added another army, determined to end the rebellion forever. But Edward first died. King who had ridden to conquer Britain never saw his sign of victory. With Edward gone, Robert Bruce seized his chance. Sutherland was ready to fight for freedom once again. 1314, England invaded Scotland once again. Two kingdoms clashed in it. For the battle, Robert Bruce inspired Stan, his fearless leadership, to the spirit of every Scottish warrior. English cavalry did not take the Scottish lance. The mighty English army collapsed in defeat. Back in ancient history, Scotland had once greatest victory. England's dominance had been shattered. With Scotland temporarily contained, England turned its attention across the channel. A far greater conflict was about to begin. Edward III believed he had a rightful claim to the French throne. France strongly rejected that claim. In 1337, England and France entered conflict with a century. For generations, England and France would battle for power. Great would begin. In 1346, England and France met in the fields of Crecy. A single battle changed medieval warfare forever. Thousands of English longbows filled the sky with arrows. The legendary French cavalry did not break through. The French army collapsed. Europe witnessed the end of an unquestioned dominance. Crecy made England a military power, but an even greater enemy was already approaching Europe. Not war, but disease. 1 year after Crecy, Edward III captured Calais, it remained England's gateway to continental Europe for more than 2 centuries. Then, a silent enemy arrived, not an army, but the Black Death. Within only a few years, millions perished. England, like the rest of Europe, was devastated. The place of the war, but did not end. A new generation soon turned to finish fate. In 1415, King Henry V cropped in France. Despite hunger, disease, and exhaustion, his army kept marching. Near Agincourt, the English faced overwhelming odds. The French army outnumbered them by several times. The May ran slow of French advance, and the English longbows once again decided the battle. Against all expectations, Henry one of England's greatest military victories, his triumph at Agincourt would come legit for centuries to come. 14 England took never to victory. Henry V had bored France. The Treaty of Troyes recognized Henry V as the heir of the French throne. England seemed on the verge of ruins. Then, tragedy of the died unexpectedly. His room was left unfinished. The English crown now belonged to the infant Henry VI, England's greatest victory. Soon thrown into uncertainty. By 1429, England stood on the verge of total victory. Only one city still stood in its way. Then, a young peasant girl appeared. Joan of Arc claimed she had been sent to save France. Against all expectations, the siege was broken. For the first time in years, England was forced to retreat. Victory at Orleans changed the course of the 100. England held the advantage. Was in for the drugs captured, England allies had finally seized France as race symbol. She was accused of heresy and brought before an English bat court. The verdict, already undecided. In 1431, Joan of Arc was burned at sea. England believed her death would end the French resistance. Murder or sacrifice in France, and England long dumb and seek trouble. In 1453, the final battle of the 100 Years' War began, and the weapon was changing warfare forever. French artillery shattered the English assault. After more than a century of fighting, England's campaign in France came to an end. Nearly all English were lost, and English and broke. War with was over, but a far more dangerous conflict was about to tear England apart from within. Only 2 years after losing France, England fell into civil war. The houses of Lancaster and York fought with the English crown. For 3 decades, England was entombed with bloodshed. Kings were crowned, overthrown, and killed. In 1485, Henry Tudor defeated Richard III, ending the Wars of the Roses, and founded the Tudor dynasty. The Middle Ages had come to an end. A powerful new dynasty had risen. In the next chapter, England would enter the age of Henry VIII, the Reformation, the birth of a global empire. England's next episode will explore the Tudor dynasty, Henry VIII, the rise of England as a global power. Subscribe and join us as we continue the complete chronological history of civilization. In 1825, he died. He left behind a powerful empire, but its order was out. Palace intrigues began once again. A power not blood would decide the throne. And Russia was being dragged into a new storm. The young German princess arriving in Russia did not yet know she would change history forever. This princess named Sophie converted to Orthodoxy and changed her name. But life was nothing she expected. Intrigue and power struggles were everywhere. And young Catherine soon began dreaming of a Russian throne. In 1762, Russia was once again dragged into a palace coup. Catherine gained the support of the army and imperial guards. Tsar Peter III was removed from the throne, and the Romanov palace was stained with blood once again. Russia now had a new ruler, Catherine the Great. When Catherine ascended the throne, Russia was entering a new era. Her goal was not only to keep the throne, she was the strongest state in Europe. During Catherine's reign, the Russian court became increasingly European in style. But behind the palace's luxury, millions of peasants lived under harsh conditions. One of Catherine's greatest goals was to give Russia access to warm seas. This goal brought Russia into direct conflict with the Ottoman Empire. The Black Sea was no longer controlled only by the Ottomans. The Russian navy was rapidly growing stronger. And eventually, Crimea became part of the Russian Empire. During Catherine's reign, Russia began expanding not only southward, but westward as well. Poland was divided, and Russia advanced toward the heart of Europe. European powers could no longer ignore Russia. Under Catherine the Great, Russia had become a true superpower. In 1796, Catherine the Great died. Russia was now a vast empire, but its future was uncertain. At that very moment, a new power was rising in Europe, Napoleon Bonaparte. And very soon, Russia and France would be drawn into one of history's greatest wars. In 1812, Napoleon marched into Russia with one of the greatest armies in history. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were advancing toward the Russian Empire. Instead of fighting directly, Russian commanders chose to retreat. But the Russians left nothing behind. Fields, villages, even entire towns were burned. At last, Napoleon reached Moscow, but the city was silent. Soon, Moscow was consumed by flames. Russia was willing to burn even its own capital. Then winter arrived. Cold, hunger, and disease began destroying the French army. When Napoleon retreated, Europe's greatest army had been shattered. In 1814, Russian armies entered Paris. With Napoleon's defeat, Russia became one of the most powerful states in Europe. The Tsarist Empire was now at its peak, but beneath its glory, great problems were growing. While magnificent palaces rose, millions of Russian peasants continued living in poverty. By the mid-1800s, Russia had begun to change. Industrialization was growing, but the lives of workers were becoming harsher. Anger began spreading among the people. Hunger and poverty could no longer be hidden. And the Romanov dynasty still could not fully see the storm that was coming. In 1905, Russia was shaken by its first great wave of revolution. Thousands marched to ask the Tsar for help, but they were met with bullets. This event destroyed the people's trust in the Tsar. And now in Russia, Evolution was no longer just an idea, but an approaching reality. In 1914, Russia found itself trapped in a new catastrophe. World War I began destroying the Russian army and economy. Hunger was spreading through the cities. People were no longer thinking about war, but survival. And the Romanov dynasty had reached the edge of collapse. In 1917, Russia finally exploded. Even the soldiers no longer wanted to defend the Tsar. The empire was collapsing from within. And finally, Nicholas II abdicated the throne. The 300-year Romanov dynasty had come to an end. Russia was now entering a path of no return. But the revolution was far from over, because a new leader was entering the stage. Vladimir Lenin. The Bolsheviks now wanted total power. In late 1917, the Bolsheviks seized control of the government. And so, a new era began that would change world history forever. But the Bolshevik victory did not bring peace to Russia. The country was soon dragged into civil war. The Reds and the Whites were fighting each other. Hunger, disease, and war destroyed the lives of millions. But in the end, the Bolsheviks won, and the foundations of the Soviet Union were laid. In 1924, Lenin died, but the real struggle for power in the Soviet Union was only beginning. Winner of this struggle would be Joseph Stalin. Under Stalin, the Soviet Union industrialized rapidly. Factories and massive projects spread across the country. But the price of this growth was terrible. Fear, oppression, and purges affected millions of people. In 1941, Hitler launched an invasion against the Soviet Union. The German armies advanced rapidly. Cities began falling one after another. But the course of the war changed at Stalingrad. The Soviet resistance shocked the world. The Red Army had returned, and now the tide of the war was turning. In 1945, the Red Army reached Berlin. The Nazis' final defense had collapsed. The war in Europe was coming to an end. The Soviet Union was now one of the most powerful nations on Earth, but a new struggle was about to begin. The world was now dividing into two sides, and a Cold War was beginning. Throughout the Cold War, the Soviet Union competed with America for control of the world. The space race, nuclear weapons, and a global propaganda war had begun. But years later, the mighty Soviet Union began to collapse. From Viking principalities to the Soviet Union, Russia became one of the most powerful and complex empires in history, and its story is still continuing. The meeting in Berlin had ended, but for Africa, the real storm was just beginning. Europe's empires would be no longer whoever arrived first would claim the land. But Africa was still home to powerful kingdoms, and not all of them would surrender. The Zulu warriors, the Ashanti Kingdom, the Malay armies, and Ethiopia were preparing for fate for Africa's future. After the Berlin Conference, Europe wasted no time. Its empires began moving into different regions of Africa simultaneously. Britain expanded from north to south, and put inland for the west, while other European powers searched for their own share. But Africa was never an continent. Powerful kingdoms hesitated for centuries. And some of these kingdoms were determined to defend their lands. Africa's resistance was to begin. In southern Africa, the kingdom far stronger than Europe's second, the kingdom of Zulu. Under King Sefeo, the Zulu army was renowned for its discipline and courage. It had no intention of surrendering their homeland. Every warrior was trained from childhood. The Zulu army was one of the most disciplined military forces in Africa. But very soon, this powerful kingdom would face the British Empire. January 22nd, 1879, the British army had established a camp beneath the sun on a mountain. Everything appeared calm. Beyond the horizon, thousands of Zulu warriors moved silently. The British had no idea what was approaching. The Zulu commanders used the battle for mission that would become legendary. Buffalo Holmes formation was closing around British camp. Within hours, one of the world's most powerful armies was suffering one of the greatest shocks in its history. By the end of the day, British camp at Eisenhower had fallen. The British army had suffered a defeat it never expected. When Britain shut the British Empire, no one expected the Zulu army to achieve such victory. This victory gave one of Africa's greatest military successes against the European power, Kingdom of Zululand, demonstrated its strength to the world. The British Empire would not accept this defeat, much later surrounded weeks thereafter. The defeat of Eisenhower was successful to the British Empire. London dispatched thousands of reinforcements. British commanders would not repeat mistakes. Every movement was carefully planned. Within months, British objective was hot to the Zulu kingdom. King Sejuo knew the final battle approaching. At Ulandi, the fate of the Zulu kingdom would be decided. July 4, 1879, two armies met for one final battle on the plains of Ulandi. Zulu warriors, Vince Wilson, were this time faced an army fully prepared for battle. Britain's new tactics and superior firepower changed the course of the battle. After Ulandi, the Zulu kingdom lost its independence, but its resistance became one of the enduring symbols of African history. The Zulu Bell, new resistance was rising. In northeastern Africa, Sudan was beginning to rise. Armed and prepared for freedom. Within a short time, thousands rallied to his cause. Joined the movement one after another, a massive gun against British authority. The to a clear cartoon, one of the most important sieges in African history. Farsi, Lanatni, Sripu, Pilanos, Pilanuba, Modi's first day siege cartoon. Seized fence, led by General Charles Gordon, waited for reinforcements times run out. After a month of siege, the city completely isolated, Khartoum was cut off from the outside world. In early 1885, Khartoum fell, across the world. As much of Africa, under colonial rule, when independent, permanently, dual revenues come danger from across the country. Tens of thousands of warriors answered his call. Italy believed Ethiopia would follow neither African states. It was a grave miscalculation. In 1896, in the town of Ottawa, one of the most important battles in African history was about to begin. March 1st, 1896, the most moment of African history. The army at every corner of Ethiopia nation was determined to defend it. 10 commanders seized victory, but Ethiopia's mountains would become quite a challenge. By the end of the day, victory belonged to Ethiopia. Ottawa became a symbol of Africa's fight for freedom. Victory at Ottawa came more than Ethiopia's triumph. It became a symbol of hope for all of Africa. The news quickly spread across Europe. The world was talking about an African nation, the army. By 1914, almost all of Africa was in control. The greatest exception was Ethiopia. The continent ain't met forever, but struggle for freedom never ended. All across Africa, the Congo, a quieter, yet far more ruthless system was taking shape. Every village was required to collect fixed verbos, month after month. Those quotas had been breathing. So there is seed divorce, fields were abandoned, and village life began to change. We're in Congo, that's what people of the Congo. As workers began to last, people no longer were the meat, but for the men of the colonial system. Fields were left empty, food came scarce, hunger and disease began spreading through many parts of the Congo. This was not only economic exploitation, the daily life of society, its families, its security, and its future we turn apart. English, in Europe, rubber symbolized the modern world, but in the Congo, it can still immeasurable suffering for millions. Britain addition was far rarer than acquiring new territory. These rose, turned an empire stretching from Gate to Cairo. The project came known as Keep Cairo. Its goal was an unbroken British corridor across Africa. Railways, other funds, and new colonial outposts would cover the foundation. And the way was other important empires, or could free other in a small town in Africa, had which was sort of. On one side, the British army, on the other, the French expedition. Two great empires claimed the same land. Across Europe, war seemed possible. A single decision could ignite international conflict. In the end, and agreed with the system in Saka. The Indian inventor Dinosaurs had discovered South Africa almost overnight, the region being one of the world's most valued territories. These lands, home to the Boer republics, to want control over this immense wealth. In 1809, war erupted. Britain launched a massive military campaign to seize control of the and war ended. Britain emerged to cost women for evil in Africa. At the beginning of the 20th century, Germany was expanding African colonies. One of its most important possessions was German Southwest Africa. Land seizures, harsh colonial policies, deepened the anger of Ferrero and Nama peoples. The conflict began in 1904. Slave people, humanitarian teams regarded many historians together. All the entire African continent had invited the period remain independent. By 1914, nearly 90% of Africa was under European colonial rule. Border changed, kingdoms disappeared, new colonial administrations emerged, yet those borders would continue shaping Africa for generations. But colonial rule did not extinguish the will of Africa in the 20th century. Independence movements were spread across the continent. The Grand of Africa changed the destiny of the entire continent, but history does not end here. In this episode, we will witness Africa's long road to independence. The story of Russia began as warriors from the north, moving east. 862 Rurik arrived in Novgorod, and the foundations of the Russian state were laid. In the 9th century, Viking traders began descending the they began controlling the region's trade routes. According to legend, the Slav tribes invited Uruk to bring order to the region. The Pidons were laden off Rod. Over time, the Varangians captured the city of Kiev. Thus, the Kievan Rus state was born. It would become the first great core of future Russia. During the reign of Prince Oleg, Kiev became one of Eastern Europe's most powerful centers. Trade routes stretching between the north and Byzantium rapidly enriched the lands of the Rus. In the year 988, Prince Vladimir made a decision that would change history forever. Kievan Rus officially adopted Christianity, and Byzantine culture began spreading across the lands of the Rus. Orthodox Christianity became one of the foundations of Russian identity. A new civilization was being born. A great disaster was approaching from the east, the Mongols. In the 13th century, Mongol armies led by Bata Khan began destroying Rus cities one by one. Kiev fell, cities were burned, the people were massacred. Rus principalities were now under the rule of the Golden Horde, and Russia had entered a long dark age. But the Rus principalities did not disappear completely. Moscow slowly began. The Princess of Moscow cooperated with the Mongols while suppressing their rivals. In 1380, Dmitry Damsel launched great resistance against the Mongols. The Battle of Kulikovo gave the Russian people hope for freedom for the first time. By the 15th century, Moscow was no longer just a principality. A new power was rising. Ivan III refused to pay tribute to Golden Horde. In 1480, two armies faced each other at the Ugar River, and Mongol domination began to collapse. Moscow had now become the new center of the Russian world. In 1547, Ivan IV declared himself Tsar. This title symbolized Russia's transformation into an empire. Ivan's rule became increasingly brutal. Fear became a tool to rule Russia. At the same time, Russia began a massive expansion into Siberia. After Ivan's death, Russia descended into great chaos. Famine, civil wars, and struggles for the throne began tearing the country apart. At one point, even Polish armies entered Moscow. Russia stood on the edge of collapse. The people rose once again, and Russia was preparing for the rise of a new dynasty. In 1613, the Romanov dynasty rose to the Russian throne. The new dynasty tried to end years of chaos. During the Romanov era, Russia began expanding once again. The endless lands of Siberia changed the future of the Russian Empire. During the early years of the Romanov dynasty, Russia slowly began rising again. Years of war and famine devastated the country. The new government was trying to rebuild the army and restore order. And the Orthodox Church became one of the greatest pillars of Romanov power. In 17th century Russia, religion was more than just belief. The Orthodox Church had become one of the most powerful institutions of the state. But life remained extremely difficult for the people. Peasants struggled under heavy taxes. Russia was growing, but the gap between nobles and common people was also deepening. Meanwhile, Russia continued expanding endlessly toward the east. Cossack units and explorers were advancing into the unknown lands of Siberia. Siberia was more than land. The fur trade would bring enormous wealth to Russia. And with every passing year, Russia was becoming one of the largest land empires in the world. Born in 1672, Peter was very different from other Russian princes. From an early age, he was deeply interested in weapons, ships, and European technology. But intrigues inside the government never ended. Power struggles still shook Russia. Peter had already begun dreaming about the wars of the future. One of the places that fascinated Peter the most was the foreign quarter of Moscow. There he met European engineers and soldiers who realized how far behind Russia had fallen. But Peter's ideas disturbed the old Russian nobility. Peter's dream was clear: turned Russia into one of Europe's great powers. In 1697, Peter left Russia and began his journey to Europe. Peter did not travel simply to explore, he wanted to learn Europe's secrets. He studied shipbuilding, artillery, and modern armies. He was preparing to transform Russia completely. Peter now understood that Russia would never become a great power unless it changed. When Peter returned from Europe, he was no longer the same man. His first target was the old order. He began forcibly changing the tradition of the Russian nobility. The army was reorganized. Modern weapons and European-style discipline were introduced. Peter's greatest dream was to give Russia a powerful navy. But a great obstacle stood before Peter: the Swedish Empire. At that time, Sweden was one of the most powerful states in Northern Europe. In 1700, at Narva, the Russian army suffered devastating defeat. But Peter did not give up. This defeat would make Russia even stronger. After the defeat at Narva, Peter began rebuilding the Russian army from top to bottom. New cannons were forged, new weapons were produced. And for the first time in Russian history, a true war navy began to rise. Peter was no longer just a czar, he was becoming the architect of a new Russian empire. In 1703, Peter decided to build a new city on the Baltic coast. This city would become Russia's gateway to Europe. But St. Petersburg rose to great suffering. Thousands died during its construction. Before long, Russia's new heart had been born. In 1709, Russia and Sweden faced each other in one final great battle. King Charles XII of Sweden led one of Europe's most feared armies. But at Poltava, everything changed. The Russian army achieved one of the greatest victories in its history. The world now had to accept a new reality. Russia had become a great power. After the victory at Poltava, Peter declared that Russia was now an empire. Russia was changing rapidly. European influence had spread throughout the royal court. New schools were opened. Science, engineering, and the navy were strengthened. Peter's dream had come true. Russia was now one of the world's great powers. What once began as small Viking principalities had become a vast empire. Russia's rise was only just beginning. Today, Germany, the economic engine of Europe, one of the world's most powerful industrial nations. But how did this great country come into existence? The story takes us back 2,000 years. Around 2,000 years ago, there was no country called Germany. Instead, hundreds of Germanic tribes lived among vast forests and rivers. Each tribe had some leader. The Franks, the Saxons, the Alemanni, the Goths, and many other Germanic tribes. They were not united, yet foundations of the future German people were slowly taking shape. To the south stood the most powerful state in the world, the Roman Empire. Soon, great struggles would begin between Rome and the Germanic tribes, and those struggles were the first chapters of Germany's story. North of Rome, a vast and untamed world stretched across the land. Hundreds of Germanic tribes lived in these lands. There was no country called Germany yet. Franks, Saxons, the Goths, and Alemanni would have shaped the future German people. To the south stood a powerful neighbor, the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was expanding northward. Its goal was to conquer Germania. Romans built forts. They began bringing the region under their control. In 1180, a Germanic leader named Arminius emerged. At Buderberg Forest, Roman legions were destroyed. The course of history changed forever. Centuries passed, and Europe entered an age of great migration. The Huns arrived from the east, forcing many tribes to move. The Goths, Vandals, and many others spread across Europe. In 476, the Western Roman Empire fell, and a new era began in Europe. After the fall of Rome, new power began to rise. Frank quickly gained power. They united many Germanic tribes. The Frankish kingdom expanded, became one of Europe's strongest states. And soon, a ruler named Charlemagne would emerge. By the late 8th century, Charlemagne had become Europe's most powerful ruler. His armies conquered vast territories. His empire expanded rapidly. In the year 800, the Pope crowned Charlemagne as emperor. This empire would become one of the foundations of Germany's future. After Charlemagne's death, the empire began to weaken. Charlemagne's grandsons were fighting for the empire. To end the conflict, they came to an agreement. The Treaty of Verdun in 803, the empire was divided into 3 parts. Each frontier would eventually become Germany. According to many historians, the core of Germany was born here. East frontier continued to grow, a new German power was emerging. In Otto was crowned emperor. Thus, the Holy Roman Empire was born, but it was not a single unified state. Hundreds of different palaces and cities were ruled by their own leaders. The This would delay German unification for centuries. For centuries, German cities grew, trade and craftsmanship flourished. Trade was region across Europe, the cities became increasingly wealthy. In north, the Hanseatic rose to power. They controlled much of Baltic trade. German cities were growing rich, but the land remained divided into hundreds of states. In 1517, a German monk took a step that would change Europe forever. Martin Luther challenged the practices of the church. His 95 Theses spread rapidly. Thanks to the printing press, Luther's ideas spread across Europe. The Reformation transformed Germany, but it also created new divisions. Tensions between Catholics and Protestants were rising. German men were heading toward a new crisis. In 1618, an event triggered one of Europe's most devastating wars. The war lasted 30 years, cities were destroyed, and millions lost their lives. The war ended in 1648, but the German world lay in ruins. After the wars, a new German power began to rise. Its name was Prussia. It became famous for its discipline and army. Under Frederick the Great, Prussia became one of Europe's major powers. Soon, Prussia would change Germany's destiny forever. In the early 1800s, Napoleon was shaking Europe to its core. The Grand Army entered German land. The old order began to collapse. In 1806, the Holy Roman Empire came to an end. Napoleon destroyed an empire, but he also awakened German nationalism. After Napoleon's defeat, Europe's leaders gathered in Vienna. The goal was to create a new war in Europe, and new borders were drawn. 39 German states were united within the German Confederation. But one question remained: who would lead the German world? In 1848, Europe was shaken by a revolution once again. German nationalists wanted a united nation. For that purpose, the Frankfurt Parliament was convened. The Parliament offered a German crown to the King of Prussia, but the King refused the offer. The attempt at unification had failed, but a new figure was stepping up to the stage: Otto von Bismarck. 1848 had failed, but dream of German unity lived on. One major problem was the economy. German states taxed each other's trade. Aid by Prussia, sovereignty was established. Trade barriers began to disappear. Economic unity came first. Political unity will soon follow. There were two great powers in the German world: Prussia and Austria. Both wanted to lead. Germany could have only one leader. Smaller German states began choosing sides. The balance of power was shifting. Unity still seemed far away, but history was approaching a great transformation. Meanwhile, Germany was changing. Industry was growing rapidly. Belgians connected cities together. Distances grew smaller every year. As the economy grew stronger, the desire for unity grew as well. Germany was ready for unity. All it lacked was a strong leader. From Germanic pride to the rise of Prussia, the foundations of Germany had been laid. Now the stage belonged to one of history's most influential statesmen, Otto von Bismarck. In one of the hardest lands on earth, a child was born. His name's Timur. No one knew his future, but his destiny was not ordinary. His father was a tribal leader, but his enemy killed him. Temujin and his family were abandoned. They had to survive. Temujin and his family were abandoned by their tribe. He grew up fighting hunger. Temujin brought food back to his family. He was already carrying the burden of responsibility. But being alone on the steppe was dangerous. He did not yet know the threat approaching him. One day, he was captured, but he managed to escape. Now he was alone. But he had a great vision. And that vision would change the world. Young Temujin found a powerful ally. His name was Jim. They grew up together. They fought together. Temujin began gathering loyal warriors. He was no longer alone. But leadership was not easily earned. Jamuka was chosen as leader. Temujin chose a different path. He chose ordinary warriors over nobles. This decision changed everything. Old friends were now rivals. An inevitable war was approaching. The steppe became a battlefield, and Temujin would not turn back. Temujin began to fade. The steppe was his battlefield. Many tribes joined him. His army was growing rapidly. But Jamuka still stood against him. A great battle began. Temujin did not retreat. Jamuka was defeated. His old friend was captured. And their destinies changed. Now the tribes were uniting. A great girl Tai was called. A new leader would be chosen. All eyes turned to Temujin. Tribe supported him. And the decision was made. A new era was beginning. Temujin was now Genghis Khan. The Mongols were now one army. The world had not yet met them. Genghis Khan built a powerful army. The strength of the army was speed and mobility. He could shoot arrows while riding. The bows were deadly. They used the feigned retreat tactic. They lured their enemies into traps and surrounded them. The army was disciplined. Every unit was organized. Orders moved quickly. A relay system was created. The system sped communication. Scouts gathered intelligence. Plans were prepared in advance. Now borders would be crossed. In 1211, Genghis Khan invaded northern China. The first target was China. Mongols advanced against the Jin dynasty. The war was just beginning. In 1215, Zhongdu was captured. Zhongbu, Bugi and Kopiki. New cities were targeted. Northern China was now under Mongol control. In 1218, the Mongols turned west. A Mongol trade caravan arrived in. But the caravan was arrested. The envoys were executed. Genghis Khan entered with war. In 1219, the Great Campaign began. Ojo was besieged. The city was captured. The next target was Bukhara. In 1220, Bukhara fell. Genghis Khan entered the city. The next target was Samarkand was besieged. The city fell quickly. The Khwarezm Shah fled. The Mongols pursued him. The Khwarezm Shah died in the Caspian Sea. The Mongols advanced into Persia. Many cities fell. The Mongols continued westward. Now the world knew them. The Mongol army crossed the Caucasus Mountains. They were now approaching the gates of Europe. Mongol scouts were watching the Rus principalities. The great cities of Europe did not yet know the danger that was coming. Mongol reconnaissance forces moved across the Russian steppe. The borders of Europe were now before them. The Rus princes united against the Mongols. Europe was preparing a common defense for the first time. In 1223, the two armies faced each other at the Kalga River. This confrontation marked the beginning of a new era for Europe. The Mongols used the feint retreat tactic. They were drawing the Rus army into a planned trap. The Rus army began to pursue the Mongols. This advance was leading them into a trap. The Mongols suddenly turned back. The Rus army was now surrounded. The Rus army suffered a devastating defeat. Europe witnessed the true power of the Mongols for the first time. This victory was the result of Subtai Ajib's strategy. The Mongols had now tested the strength of Europe. The Mongols could have advanced deeper into Europe. But this campaign was only a reconnaissance mission. Europe was no longer unknown to the Mongols. This reconnaissance laid the foundation for future invasions. The Mongol reconnaissance army turned back east. The knowledge they gathered would shape future campaigns. In 1226, Genghis Khan launched his final campaign. The target was the Western Shah Kingdom. The Mongol army entered Western Jia territory. Soon, major cities were placed under siege. Western Jia cities were under heavy assault. The Mongols were tightening the siege ring. During the Western Jia campaign, Genghis Khan fell ill. The army continued its advance. In 1227, Genghis Khan died. The death of Genghis Khan was kept secret from the army. The campaign continued until the mission was complete. Genghis Khan was buried in a secret location. The place of his grave remains unknown even today. In 1229, Ogay Khan was proclaimed Great Khan. The Mongol Empire would continue to expand. Ogay Khan made Karakoram the capital of the empire. From here, campaigns across Asia and Europe were directed. In 1236, Beta Khan launched a great campaign toward the west. Subadai was the strategic architect of this invasion. The Mongols defeated the Volga-Bulk. The gates of Eastern Europe were now open. In 1237, Ryazan was besieged by Mongols. The city was completely destroyed in a short time. In 1238, Vladimir fell to the Mongols. the resistance of the Rus principalities began to collapse rapidly. In 1238, Moscow was burned by the Mongols. Though still a small settlement, it was completely destroyed. In 1240, Kiev was captured by the Mongols. One of the greatest cities of Eastern Europe had fallen. The Mongol armies were now advancing towards Central Europe. Poland and Hungary had become next targets. In 1241, European knights faced the Mongols at the Battle of Linica. But once again, the Mongol army proved superior. In 1241, the Hungarian army suffered a devastating defeat at the Battle of Mohi. The Mongols had now reached the gate of Central Europe. The Mongol armies continued advancing across Central Europe. Europe now appeared defenseless. In 1241, Ogedei Khan died. The Mongol army had to return for the Kurultai assembly. The Mongol army withdrew from Europe. But this was not a defeat. Beta Khan established the Golden Horde in the Western territories. The Rus principalities were now under Mongol rule. The Mongol Empire became the largest land empire in history. Its land stretched from China to Europe. The Mongols established secure trade routes across Eurasia. This period became known as the Pax Mongolica. The Mongol Empire connected different cultures across Eurasia. Knowledge and technology spread rapidly along its routes. Thanks to Mongol roads, travelers like Marco Polo reached Asia. The world was becoming more connected. The Mongols did not just build an empire. They changed the course of the world. After a century of war, Japan was finally at peace, and the Tokugawa shogun would do almost anything to get their way. European merchants saw Japan, and as foreign trade expanded, Christianity was spread with it. The Tokugawa increasingly feared that foreign religion and influence would become threat. Therefore, the shogun imposed sweeping restrictions of foreign contact. Japan was completely cut off, but its gateways to the outside world were now tightly controlled. In 1637, crushing taxes, hardship, and rigid persecution ignited rebellion in Shibara. Peasants and idle samurai took arms. Tens of thousands of rebels gathered at Haircastle. The shogunate responded by sending an overwhelming force against them. In 1638, Haircastle fell. The rebellion was crushed, and Tokugawa hostility toward Christianity hardened even further. Nagasaki, Denmark became one of Japan's most important control inputs to the outside world. Bishops carried more than goods. Maps, medicine, astronomy, and new scientific ideas were also entered in Japan. This became known as Rangaku Deshlearn. Japanese scholars studied Western medicine, astronomy, and technology. Japan had restricted the outside world, but it had not stood still. Its cities were growing, commerce was booming, and their new culture was emerging. Foreign contact was restricted even further, yet Japan was never completely sealed. Nagasaki, narrowed with the outside world made of it. Japan had largely closed itself to the outside world, yet within its borders, Edo would rapidly grow into one of the largest cities on earth. Years of peace-fueled honors. Merchants grew wealthier than ever, and the urban economy continued to expand. Buddhism and craftsmen influenced Japan's cities. As prosperity grew, an entirely new urban culture began to emerge. This prosperity transformed within the economy and reshaped art and entertainment. In Edo, a remarkable new culture was beginning to flourish. These did more than expand the cities. In Edo, theater, music, and public performances became part of everyday life. As the houses ended, the artistic circles flourished. People embraced a new lifestyle known as Yukio for the world. During this era, Yu-Gi-Oh! Prince emerged. Japanese artists transformed everyday life and nature into timeless works of art. For centuries, samurai had ruled the battlefield. Now, in an age of peace, they were searching for a new purpose. Japan was continuing to change. Decades of peace transformed lives of the samurai, who no longer lived up battlefields, but within Japan's point cities. And these samurai became administrators, officials, and advisors. Their swords were increasingly placed by documents and affirmed service. The spirit of samurai endured. The ideas of Uchiwa honor, loyalty, and discipline passed from one generation to the next. Japan remained largely isolated from the outside world, yet the tiny island of Jima, in Nagasaki, Western knowledge and technology continued to blend with the country quietly. Jima was more than a trading post. It was Japan's only window of business. Japanese scholars began from the came in the Rogai tradition. Western knowledge in medicine, astronomy, engineering gradually reached Japan, laying the foundation for dramatic changes to come. More than 2 centuries of peace were about to end. Ships appearing on the horizon would soon change Japan's destiny forever. In the summer of 1853, the American Navy entered Io Bay. It seemed how to worship displayed a level of power Japan had never witnessed before. Commodore Matthew Barry de Villers from the President of the United States. His message was clear: Japan must open its ports. Shogunate days and apostle choice. This could be war, while it would end more than 2 centuries of isolation. After more than 2 centuries, the evil order had reached an irreversible turning point. Japan stood on the threshold of change. In 1854, the Convention from Nagoya was signed. After more than 2 centuries of isolation, Japan opened its doors to foreign nations once again. Foreign ships could now enter Japanese ports. After generations of isolation, attempts were reconnecting with international trade. This decision divided Japan, slowly changed within the middle, while odds blamed the shogunate for weakened nation. The Tokugawa shogunate had begun to crumble. Soon, Japan would witness the greatest political transformation in its history. Japan would now divide. One side fought to preserve the shogunate, while the other demanded the power be restored to the emperor. The last shogun, Tokugawa Yoshinobu, faced military pressure. Japan was rapidly approaching civil war. In 1868, the first major battle of Boshin War took place at Tofushimi. The shogun's forces suffered decisive defeat. After nearly 260 years, the Tokugawa shogunate was come to an end. Japan was about to enter a new era. In 1868, the Meiji Restoration was proclaimed. The final political authority returned to the emperor. The new government moved quickly to modernize the nation. Railways were built, factories rose, and Western technologies spread rapidly across Japan. The privileges of the samurai class were abolished. In place, Japan's international army serving the entire nation. In just a few decades, Japan had become transformed from a feudal kingdom into a modern industrial nation. The world was about to witness completely new Japan. The convention Kenga was only the beginning. In 1858, Japan's forces signed new commercial treaties with distant powers. New ports were opened to foreign trade. For the first time, ordinary Japanese people can face to face with Western goods, technology, and culture. And Japanese viewed this treaty as a national humiliation. Confidence in shogunate began to collapse. This point anger will soon give birth to a powerful new movement. Young samurai were preparing to reshape Japan's future. After the uncool treaties, anger spread across Japan. Young samurai united behind a new slogan: Sende revere, Emperor, expel the barbarians. Believe only the emperor could save the nation. In their eyes, the shogunate failed to protect Japan. As taxes foreigners increased, Japan descended into instability. The authority of the shogunate weakened with Japan Day. The movement soon evolved to a powerful political force. As the leaders of Hatsuma and Seiya chatted in secret, the end of the Tokugawa shogunate drew closer than ever before. In just a few decades, Japan had transformed from a feudal society into a modern industrial power. The world now is a rising nation. Its history expanded, its navy grew stronger, and its influence spread across Asia. Japan was no longer just a time nation. In the 1930s, the winds were changing. As the global storm gathered, Japan's moving towards Aristotle. From hunter gatherers to samurai, for shoguns to industrial power, Japan's remarkable journey has reached the end of one era, but another chapter was just beginning. Soon, Japan will stand at the center of events that will reshape the world forever. After centuries of isolation, Japan had become one of the fastest modernizing nations in the world. While preserving traditions, Japan embraced science, technology, and dedication, rising as one of the powers of the modern age. From samurai to shoguns, from isolation to modernization, Japan's story became one of history's greatest examples of civilization adapting to age. With thousands of years of history, Japan became one of the world's most remarkable civilizations, a uniting tradition with innovation. If you enjoy this journey through history, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and join us for our next adventure into the story of civilization. Between 1799 and 1815, Europe became hell. Kingdoms collapsed, millions died, and the entire continent fell under the shadow of one man. His name was Napoleon Bonaparte. He began as a general, but soon became the Emperor of Europe. He could not be stopped until the frozen winter of Russia. And in the end, the man who shook the world fell at Waterloo. Europe was burning, and from chaos, one man rose, Napoleon Bonaparte. He was not just a general, he would change Europe forever. His armies could not be stopped, kingdoms collapsed, Europe fell into war. To every empire's end, and Napoleon's end, would come Waterloo. Napoleon was born in Corsica in 1769. He was noble, but not rich. At a young age, he was sent to military schools in France. He excelled in artillery science. When the French Revolution began, an opportunity appeared for Napoleon, and quickly began to rise. His victories in Italy caught Europe's attention. Now everyone knew his name. In 1798, Napoleon turned toward Egypt. His target was Britain's trade route. Near the pyramids, a great battle began. The French army crushed the Mamluks. Soon after, the British Navy attacked. The French fleet was destroyed atUb. Napoleon left his army behind and secretly returned to France because a greater goal was waiting for him. France was in chaos. The people were exhausted. The government. In 1799, Napoleon made his move and seized power through a coup. Now he was the first consul of France, but in reality, he was the nation's sole ruler. Napoleon's rise had begun, and Europe would soon change forever. By 1804, Napoleon wanted more, to become the sole ruler of France. A grand ceremony was held in Paris, and Napoleon placed the crown upon his own head. Europe's kings were shocked, because France now had a new emperor. Napoleon was no longer just a general, he had become the most powerful man in Europe. Napoleon's rise terrified Europe, and a great war began. In 1805, the Battle of Austerlitz, Napoleon had trapped his enemies. In 1805, the Battle of Austerlitz began. Napoleon trapped his enemies. Austerlitz became Napoleon's greatest victory. Now he ruled Europe. After Austerlitz, Napoleon did not stop. Much of Europe fell under French control. French armies marched to Europe's cities. Kingdoms collapsed one by one. Napoleon even placed his own family on thrones. Europe now lived beneath his shadow. But one power still resisted. Britain had not surrendered. Napoleon could not defeat Britain at sea. The French navy suffered heavy losses. So instead, he created a new plan, the continental blockade. Europe received the order. Trade with Britain was forbidden. The economy began to collapse. And eventually, a major crisis with Russia began. That crisis would become a disaster. In 1808, Napoleon invaded Spain, but people did not surrender. Guerrilla warfare began. The French army was attacked everywhere. Britain joined the war as well. Napoleon's armies were slowly being exhausted. And at that moment, a new crisis was rising in the east. Russia was the coming zone. In 1812, Napoleon marched into Russia. With him came hundreds of thousands of soldiers. But the Russians kept retreating. They burned cities and left no supplies behind. Napoleon finally reached Moscow, but the city was empty, and soon after, it was consumed by flames. When winter arrived, disaster followed. The cold destroyed Napoleon's army. After the Russian disaster, Europe united once again and declared war on Napoleon. Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Britain gathered on the same side. In 1815, the Battle of Leipzig began. For the first time, Napoleon was truly stopped. And his empire had begun to collapse. In 1815, Napoleon escaped exile and returned to France. The soldiers joined him once again. Napoleon was back in power. But the final battle was near at Waterloo. Napoleon suffered a crushing defeat. Napoleon was sent into exile, and years later, he died alone in the Atlantic. Napoleon died, but his influence continued across Europe. His battle tactics were studied in military academies for years. The Napoleonic Wars accelerated the birth of modern Europe. To some, he was a tyrant. To others, a genius. But one truth remained: Napoleon changed the world. History began with a question asked between two rivers. Sumer cradle of civilization, the rivers were tamed and time measured. They didn't just survive, they recorded human memory. Law, math, and time were born here. They controlled the rivers and built an empire. Logistics was born here. The wheel powered trade. Bricks built the first state. Wealth became numbers, power became records. They divided time itself. The hour was born. They mapped the sky. The circle was defined. Writing began to tell stories and laws. The first hero, Gilgamesh, seeking immortality. When the roared, the great flood came. Cities served the gods, humans obeyed. Even kings feared the dusty underworld. Their myths shaped humanity. They fought for water, not unity. Internal wars ended their golden age. Drought turned nature into their enemy. Northern power would replace the cities. Every civilization is a continuation of memory. Thousands of years earlier, humans did not know cities, but they had learned to live together. This was not a world of walls, it was a world of people leaning on each other. No streets, no doors, only life on the rooftops. Life began on the rooftops. A streetless human hive. Change broke the old safety. In 5000 BC, the first souls took a leap of faith. They walked away from the only home they knew, heading south toward the wild marshes. They were not searching for a place, they were searching for a way to live. And they found water. But water was not life. Water was chaos. And someone cut the earth. They messed with water with engineering. The wheel began a new era. The first Sumerian city, Uruk, began the Bronze Age. Before civilization, only rivers existed here. Humans had not yet built cities. This land was older than the Sumerians. Sometimes the water gave life. Sometimes it took everything away. Humans here were not against nature. They were learning to live with it. Humans tried to stop the water. Alone, it was impossible. The land was no longer just plowed. A path was given to the water. Nature was changing direction for the first time. The homes began to multiply. People no longer lived alone. Neighborhoods appeared. Shared spaces formed. Someone began to get it. They built the first skyscrapers. Writing was born from accounting. They turned stars into numbers. Water clocks measured the night. Created the 360-degree circle. And I trained the first administrators. Information became power through records. Writing became art and poetry. Rivers created a trade empire. They created the state treasury system. They created the first medicines. The cedar bluff, the first cities. Patterns became a visual language. The first global market was born. Law replaced tribal rule. Grain became the first wealth. bond gave them power. Taxes became a sacred duty. Connected east and west by sea. Sumerian cities were the Venices of the ancient world. The city raced against the desert. War became an organized force. The first armed marched as one. Survival was decided in bronze. Sumer didn't die, it waited. Under the silent moons of Mesopotamia, their words were preserved in clay. While empires of stone crumbled into dust, these humble tablets kept the secrets of the first stars, the first laws, and the first stories of mankind. They are the ghosts in our clocks, the logic in our laws, and the ink in our history. Sumerian may have vanished into the desert, but as long as we write, calculate, and look at the stars, they live within us. Sumer's chapter ends here. The storm of history is just beginning. In our next episode, the world's first empire rises from these very sands. The Akkadian Empire witnessed the dawn of King Sargon and the birth of a new era. For the complete story of our world, don't miss our playlist, a chronological journey from Earth's creation to today. You will love exploring how every piece of the puzzle fits together. Stay tuned for the full chronology.
The year was 66. England had become one king, but Scran was no longer secure. When King Edward died, an heir, 3 powerful leaders claimed the same throne. The England nobles chose Harold Godwinson as king, but his coronation would not bring peace, trigger one of the most famous invasions in history. From the north came Harald Hardrada of Norway, Todd. From the south, Duke William of Normandy prepared his fleet. England now faced 2 invasions at once. Harold would first march north, then turn his exhausted army south. Within weeks, England's fate would be decided on bloodless feats of battle. September 1066, King Harold Hardrada landed in English shores with 1,000 warriors. The Vikings began their final great attempt to claim the English realm. At the Battle of Fulford, the Vikings defeated the English. The road to York lay open, and England faced a grave danger. Harold Godwinson was no time. He marched his army into the north in just days. Routed and sought Viking completely by his pass. On November 25th, 1066, Harold Hardrada's skilled battle of Danford-Rish, the Viking army collapsed. Historians often regard this battle as the end of Viking Age. While Harold separated the in the north, one of the greatest invasions in English history was about to begin. On September 28th, 1066, Norman beleaguered England. Thousands of soldiers, 100 marched held armed to attack from north. William did not rush. In 8 days, he built defensive positions and fortifications, waiting patiently for Harold to attack. Every move was carefully calculated. Harold finally reached the south with his just army. Ahead stood the Normans, but his eye on the ground appeared in the south. On the morning of October 14th, 1066, Harold's army formed at Shield Wall top Senlac Hill. Below that, William's disciplined Norman army prepared to attack. For hours, Norman cavalry archers launched relentless attacks. Yet, the Anglo-Saxon shield wall held firm against the assault. During battle, rumors spread that William had been killed. He moved to town to reveal himself alive, rallying army. By the end of the day, Harold was dead. The Anglo-Saxon army collapsed as the Battle of Hastings ended. A new era in English history had begun. After the Great Hastings, nothing stood in William's way. London no longer resisted. England was forced to accept a new ruler. On Christmas Day, 1066, William was crowned King of England at Westminster Abbey, the day officially given. William wore an England crown, thus some cattle crossing them, symbols of Norman power, and a new political order. 1066 was born that conquest. England language, government, nobility, and culture began to change forever. The nation had entered a completely new era. That's what it. William next found in the court, was ruling an entire kingdom. To do that, he ordered something never done before. Royal officials traveled from village to village, courting lands, farms, livestock, and people. Never before hanging this greatest extraordinary detail. Completed in 86, Dunay became one of the most remarkable records of the Middle Ages, documenting everything from land ocean to taxation. William did more than conquer England. He built a powerful system of government that laid the foundation for medieval Europe's strongest kingdoms. And then, William conquered out, left behind powerful kingdom, but once again, the question of succession died no one dynasty of the William. No one would be able to come to the latest. Here, disrupting us. With the mint, it sank. Prince William Madeline and 100 of others found the feast sea. The prince's death launched England to uncertainty. The kingdom no longer had the heir. Soon the nation would descend into years of brutal civil war. After Henry I died, no agreement could be reached over succession. Swords embers until and kings defeated under England into years of civil war. As we founded and royal authority elect, historians remember this period by one name, the anarchy. After years of conflict, a new fear emerged. Henry Plantagenet, young, would become a man who reunited England. In 1154, ended the Anarchy dynasty began. A new era of strong government, legal reform, and royal power was out of shape. In this act, Thomas Becket was close friends. The king believed by making him Archbishop of Canterbury could bring the church under royal control. But Becket changed. He chose to defend the church instead of the crown. The fresh soon became Reverend's race of Holy Christies. Within 70, for one night, entered Canterbury Cathedral. Thomas Becket was beaten. Not shot all throughout. Becket had outraged the French to leave from hands though the king. He'd no full to his will. In 1189, Henry II got his son Richard the Ancient. Scourged military skill would earn the name Richard the Lionheart. Soon after becoming king, Richard joined the Third Crusade. The king Vela now commanded one of Europe's greatest armies. That is a peaceful of the led raids for another ship to assist victory. Richard sent one of his life for, and he, in 1199, he died from a arrow wound. He left behind a legendary reputation. When the was time to reform the era under its sixth king. The mercy of peace did not last. When God rejected the agreement, England decided to civil war and again. The rebel barons invited pursued France to claim the English throne. For the first time, but in 1216, in 1216, King John died. England lost its king in the middle of civil war. The crown no match to stop. Crown's a child, Henry III became England's new hope. The kingdom's still at war, and the real struggle had just begun. After years of conquest, civil war, and succession struggles, England slowly began to recover. But this was no longer the England of the Anglo-Saxons that had come a Norman kingdom. The Norman conquest, the Doomsday Book, and Magna Carta reshaped not only England, but political future for itself. England's raised trust at one of Europe's most in a decade war. Next year, we follow Edward I, William Wallace. The war's got independence, and the war is the process become one of Europe's greatest powers. To understand the future, we must first understand the past, backward history in chronological order.
1862, Otto von Bismarck stepped on the stage. Bismarck had one goal, to reach German unity. A new era was out to change Europe, the era of blood and iron. Should bits rutted Parliament, the army budget created a crisis. Bismarck said the vote, the liberal birth that would enter history. Great questions not decided by speeches, but blood and iron. Bismarck planned clear. Unity in the war. Tied Schleswig and Tulsi, Prussia and Austria were allies, but they marched against Denmark. War began in 1864. The Russian army emerged at Boris. And their plan being bigger, Bismarck had already chosen his rival. Denmark had been defeated, now Austria was next. Soon emerged between the allies, Schleswig and Holstein became a source of conflict. This was exactly what Bismarck wanted, who was to save Austria. The 1866 approached, Europe to win the war, out of the war. War came in 1866 for no enemies. Prussian independence, it would change the course of the war. Until home gained Congress, Austria suffered a crushing defeat. It lasted only 7 weeks. Germany's future had changed forever. Germany was Russia was not the undisputed leader. In 1867, the North German Federation was established. Management is ignited, but Germany was not yet complete. So the German states remained independent. One final obstacle stood before Bismarck. Russia's rise over Europe, especially France. Emperor Napoleon III did not want to powerful Germany. Bismarck knew this, and he pushed France into taking them state. 2 years for having war to confront the ship. War was now very close. Bismarck from the right to the nets. Summer of was Evelyn, the most shouldn't in Jordan text. The ancestor was published, France was outraged and declared war. The summer of 1870, the war was raging. German armies advanced deep to France. At the end, the French army was surrounded, its escape routes were closing. Emperor Napoleon III was trapped inside the encirclement. Defeat had become inevitable. On September 1870, Napoleon III surrendered. Bismarck's dream of Germany was now within reach. The war and the German armies marched over Paris. The capital was under siege. Food shortages began to spread. Bismarck did Italy. Paris fell. Germany was born. When the siege finally paid off, French resistance was collapsing. While Paris remained under siege, they were died. Northern and southern German states were uniting behind one goal, a single Germany. The Muslim plan was succeeding. German unity. January 1871 was approaching, a new level. January 1818 arrived. The Battle of Versailles was about to make history. The Germans achieved a single decision. Unity was now official. King Wilhelm I of Russia was proclaimed German emperor. Century of women, Germany is now a single empire. Germany was knitted at the oven. Was always the new German industrialist for iron, coal, and steel production surged. Germany became one of Europe's most powerful nations. As history expanded, new problems emerged. Millions of workers lived under harsh conditions. Bismarck saw the danger. The worker movement was growing stronger. New laws were introduced. Health insurance and social protection were established. One of the world's first modern welfare systems was emerging. Bismarck was strengthening Germany from within. Now all of Germany's problems are solved. A new struggle was beginning. Some confluence of the church needs to come first. New laws were introduced. A fierce struggle began between church and state. The period became known as Kulturkampf. Bismarck strengthened his authority across Germany. Germany was united for peace. France was most isolated. In 1873, the League of the Three Emperors was formed. His army was born. Tied Germany's power through proximity. Bismarck continued expanding his land had preserved. In 1882, a new line was formed. Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy joined together. During this period, Germany grew rapidly. Its economy and industry rose to the top of Europe. Germany had become a member of most powerful nations. 1880, campaigning for Germany, Emperor Wilhelm I passed away. His son Frederick III succeeded him, but was raised Leo. Just 9 days later, Frederick also died. Wilhelm II ascended the throne. The young emperor had different ideas. Clash with Bismarck was inevitable. Ideas of Akula, who wanted Germany himself. Disagreement between Bismarck and Wilhelm grew, but stood opposed. In 1890, Bismarck was forced to leave office. Germany was the stage, a new era was beginning. Bismarck was on. Wilhelm II gave credit. Industry expanded, the military grew stronger, Germany became world power. But Europe was dividing once again, alliances and rivalries were growing rapidly. United Germany had the most quiz word in history. Being needed from Germany towards war. 848 was turned, King war fate, and the people demanded freedom, but the ideas spread, still haunted the streets of Europe. Europe's king fleet had restored the order, but they failed to see the coming storm. In 1848, flames of national revolution swept across the continent. 1815, Europe came gathered together. They wanted to restore the order changed by Napoleon. In 1815, Europeans gathered together. They wanted to restore the order changed by Napoleon. Censorship increased shut down. Armies people under pressure. But the ideas of freedom were not dead. The fire of revolution was suddenly growing across Europe. In the 19th century, Europe was changing rapidly. Factories were growing and war labor for 14 hours a day. Children were dying in die factories. In the 1840s, the economic crisis began. Prices soared. The people of Europe faced hunger. Now, it was not only was demanding freedom, the hungry also wanted revolution. In 1848, the fire of revolution exploded in Paris. The streets quickly filled with barricades. Different source of flee before the anger of the people. The Republic divided France. Revolution began in Paris, across all of Europe. The revolution quickly reached Austria, streets of Vienna filled with protests. Students and workers built banning freedom. Attack of Europe's most powerful land. The moment civilized the beginning of the revolution of 1848. The German people also wanted unity. Germany was still divided into dozens of small states. The idea of nationalism was right. Many Germans being united under one flag. The French Parliament had its goal was to create a free, united Germany. Although this movement fell, the idea of united Germany could no longer be sought. The revolution of 1848 also shook Italy. Many Italians now dreamed of a united nation. Revolutionaries such as Mussolini began organizing youth. In northern Italy, people rose against Austrian rule. The revolution of 1848 failed, but the invasion of Italy had already begun. Once the revolution of 1848 which Hungary and Poland began. The revolutionaries were divided among themselves. Workers, liberals, and nationalists didn't share the same goals. Thousands of people were killed. Many revolutionaries rebelled. The revolution of the ideas of freedom and nationalism could no longer be stopped. The revolution had failed. Europe had already begun to change. Italy and Germany would not 10 years ahead. As nationalism grew, the Great Empire slowly began to weaken. The storm began in 1848, would eventually lead Europe to war. Napoleon was dead. The ideas he spread continued to live on. The people demanded freedom, constitutions, and the old order of Europe was again. The food decay, but laid the foundations of Europe. Europe would never be the same again. The revolutions of 1848 came one of the turning points in European history. Although they were defeated, the ideas of freedom could no longer be destroyed. Europe was entering the modern age. History, nationalism, and power struggles will reshape the world. Changes that became into the war that changed the entire world. In 1848, people rose up across Europe. The continent was shaken with the fire of revolution. The ideas of freedom, constitutions, and nationalism inspired millions of people to rise. They stopped revolutions, but the order of Europe would virtually return. The revolutions of 1848 began the beginning of modern Europe, a great war's time. The revolutions were over, but Europe was no longer the same. History was expanding, and railways were connecting the continent. Nationalism could not be stopped. Germany and Italy were moving over unification. But a new rivalry would emerge across Europe. It would eventually affect the entire world. 1848 fate returned for them. When power was dying in Russia, it would change the destiny of Germany. The German state slowly began to unite would become a political force. Europe would enter a new era, and the rivalry between great powers was growing stronger. What was only a dream in 1848 became reality in 1881. Italy united well. Nationalism was retriumphant in Europe. But there were rulers. All the ethnic empires were beginning to shake. Changes began in 1848. The Europe war was later. The revolutions of 1848 did not affect only Western Europe. The idea of nationalism was spreading into Ottoman land as well. Across the Balkans, many peoples began questioning their identity and future. Similar challenges were emerging in the Austrian Empire, for a nation were demanding great rights. This was the last of 1848. Nationalism became an unstoppable force across Europe. Let's get the of 1848 a name. The springtime of nations. Bazillions of people would mandate freedom, constitutions, and the revolution crushed, but yet it survived. 1848 not a modern Europe. After 1848, Europe had changed. No ruler could completely silence the voice of the people anymore. Many countries introduced constitutional reforms. Parliaments became increasingly important. Industry was growing, insisting Europe became the economic center of the world. A new rivalry was emerging among the rising powers. This rivalry was preparing the stage for future conflicts. Transformation began in 1789 at Jade in all Europe by 1848. Freedom, constitutional government, and nationalism became the most powerful ideas of the 19th century. But these ideas did not bring them beyond. They also created new rivalries and conflicts. The revolution of 1848 came to an end. Their legacy continued to shape the 20th century in the modern world. Portugal, a civilization forgotten by time, once rose. In the deep jungle of Central America, a civilization was born. A civilization, one accurate description. The verdant land of the revolution that was reaching to the sky, and each left on its walls was a code whispering the secrets of the universe. Present here. Here are those lost ruins, once nestled in nature. Every stone, every vine tells a story. This civilization would change the world. The Mayan civilization spread across the vast region. It all began with small villages. Corn was at the center of life. To them, humans were created from maize. Villages slowly transformed into great cities. Cities rose in the heart of the jungle. Stone structures reached toward the sky. They built massive pyramids, without metal, only with intelligence. They would do tools or had pyramid overlooking the sky and moving tons of stone deep into the forests. Populate the population of the cities is seen during this period. These structures were not just architecture, they were connected to the sky. On some days, sunlight touched the pyramids and moved like a serpent of light. Architecture, they developed acoustic and astronomica. Architecture so precise that during the equinoxes, the sun's rays would cast a serpentine shadow on the pyramid steps. The Maya watched the skies. The stars were their guide. Astronomy and calendar, calculated movements of Venus with accuracy. The solar calendar they developed differs from our modern calendar by only seconds. They tracked planetary movements, especially Venus, which was crucial to them. They tried to understand time, found ways to measure it. They created complex calendars, still incredibly accurate today. They were one of the first civilizations in the world to use the concept of 00. They developed the base 20 number system. Writing system. They possessed the most advanced writing system hieroglyphs in the Americas. They wrote history books using over 800 symbols. Maya writing system was advanced, combining symbols and sounds. They imprisoned Venus in time, carved history into stone, and discovered zero. They carved their stories into stone, leaving records of kings and wars. Kings are not just rulers, they were believed to speak with gods. Rituals were part of daily life, everything had meaning. Sacrifices were made for the gods, to maintain balance in the universe. It was not peaceful. Cities were constantly at war. Blood was spilled for control. Captives were highly valued and ritual. Then nature began to change. Drought made life harder. Agriculture began to fail. The land was no longer as fertile. Cities were slowly abandoned. Massive structures stood empty. Jungle reclaimed everything. A great civilization collapsed, but the reason remained unclear. One thing's certain, the collapse was sudden and deep. But the Maya people did not disappear. They continued to live on. Today, millions of Maya still exist, and language live on. Their past still lives within them, and their story continues. The Maya civilization trend in humanity. They unsolved. Perhaps they never will be. The secrets of ancient civilizations and codes from the past. Stay tuned for more. Every day the Nile River, flowing through the desert, the river flooded each year and left behind rich black soil. And on that soil, one of the greatest civilizations in human history was born. Every year the Nile flooded its banks. The waters receded, but remained behind, because this fertile land keeps settling along the Nile. Over time, two powerful kingdoms emerged along the Nile, Upper Egypt in the south, and Lower Egypt in the north. Two crowns, two rulers, and two kingdoms divided the land of the Nile. But one day, everything changed. A king from the south united the two kingdoms into a single land. His name is Narmer, and with him, ancient Egypt was born. The kings who came to Narmer were more than rulers. They saw themselves as the earthly representatives, and so a new title was born in Egypt, Pharaoh. Pharaoh was the most powerful ruler of Egypt. He needed trusted officials to govern the kingdom. The most powerful of them was the vizier. The true power of Egypt came from the Nile River. Each year's floods made the land fertile. Thanks to this, Egyptians built a thriving civilization. Large cities emerged along the Nile River. Cities such as Memphis and Thebes became centers of Egyptian life. Trade, craftsmanship, and daily life flourished within them. Market cities were always busy. Merchants sold fruits, fabrics, and pottery goods. Trade was an important part of everyday life. In ancient Egypt, artisans worked with great skill. Statues, jewelry, and pottery were shaped by their hands. These craftsmen reflected the art and Egypt. Writing was a great power in ancient Egypt. Scribes recorded on papyrus. History, laws, and stories survived through these writings. Religion was at the center of life in ancient Egypt. The Egyptians worshipped many gods, such as Ra, Osiris, and Anubis. Inside temples, priests performed daily work. The Egyptians built massive temples for their gods. These sacred places of worship, but also religious and cultural centers. Priests performed rituals here in the name of the gods. Ancient Egypt possessed a powerful army. Soldiers fought with spears and shields, while war, chariots became the fastest and strongest weapon on the battlefield. This army protected Egypt's power and its borders. At the top of ancient Egypt stood the pharaoh. Egyptians believed the pharaoh was not just a king, but the living of God on earth. His word carried the power of law throughout the land. The Egyptians did not believe death was the end. They believed the spirit of the pharaoh to continue to live. But for that to happen, the body had to be preserved, and so the practice of mummification began. Royal tombs were filled with gold, jewels, and sacred objects. But over time these tombs became targets for thieves. The pharaoh took not only their bodies, but their tombs as well. Pharaoh Djoser wanted his tomb to stand forever. His architect Imhotep proposed new stone structures upward, and in the desert of Saqqara, the first pyramid in history began to rise. After the first pyramid, pharaohs began demanding even larger structures. Pharaoh Sneferu ordered the construction of a massive pyramid, but as it rose, the angle had to be changed, giving the structure its unusual shape. Today, it is known as the bent pyramid. Pharaoh Khufu decided to stay. On the east plateau, millions of stone blocks were moved, as construction continued for years. In the end, one of the greatest stone monuments in human history rose into the sky, the Great Pyramid of Khufu. The pyramid were not alone in Giza. Watching over the desert stood a colossal statue, but not the face of a human, it's the Sphinx. The Great Pyramid was not only massive, it was built with astonishing precision. Its four sides are almost perfectly aligned with cardinal directions. Even today, it remains one of the greatest engineering mysteries of the ancient world. Inside the pyramids were complex passages and hidden chambers. Narrow corridors led deep into the buried chamber of the pharaoh. There, the sarcophagus and objects meant for the afterlife were placed. Building pyramids required millions of stones. These massive blocks were cut from limestone quarries near the Nile. Workers used copper tools to rake bare stones, weighing several tons. Cut stone blocks were transported along the Nile River, loaded onto wood barges. The massive stones were carried. The Nile became the most important transportation route for the pyramid construction. Once the stones reached Giza, they were dragged across the desert on wooden sledges. Hundreds of workers pulled massive blocks of thick ropes. Water was poured onto the sand to reduce friction and help stones move more easily. Moving the stones became increasingly difficult. To solve this, architects built massive ramps around spilled blocks. These ramps reached higher levels of the pyramid. Egyptian architects carefully determined the alignment of the pyramid. Using ropes, measuring bars, they aligned the structure with the cardinal directions. This is why the pyramids achieved an almost perfect symmetry. Thousands of workers who built the pyramid lived in villages near Giza. These settlements contained bakeries. The pyramid construction had become one of the most organized projects in ancient Egypt. After years of work, the pyramid slowly began to take its final shape. Workers placed massive stone blocks on the upper levels. Each new stone was seen as a step toward the pharaoh's immortality. Today the pyramids appear rough and weathered, but when they were first built, the surfaces were covered with smooth, white limestone casing stones. Under the desert sun, the pyramids shone like immense towers of light. When the pyramid was completed, a special capstone was placed at the top. Many historians believe it was covered in gold. Shining in the sunlight, it symbolized the pharaoh's ascent toward gods. The pyramid was not a single structure. Around it stood temples, ceremonial courtyards, and long stone causeways leading to the pyramid. These places were used for royal funerals and sacred rituals. Years later, from an end, priests and royal attendants began preparing for the great funeral ceremony. For the Egyptians, the king returned to the world of the gods. Priests prepared the body of the pharaoh for the journey to eternity. The organs were removed, the body was dried, then wrapped in linen bandages. This secret process ensured that the pharaoh's spirit could return to its body. The pharaoh's organs were placed in containers. These containers were known as canopic jars. Gold objects, statues, and sacred symbols were also placed inside the royal tomb. The mummified body of the pharaoh was carried toward the pyramid in a grand funeral procession. As priests recited prayers, mourning women raised their arms and cried in grief. This ceremony symbolized the pharaoh's final journey to the world of gods. Prepared the burial chamber of the pharaoh. Golden treasures, statues, food offerings, and sacred symbols were placed inside the tomb. The Egyptians believed the pharaoh would continue his life in the afterlife. The pharaoh's sarcophagus was placed inside the burial site to follow prayers and rituals with unfortunately and eternity began. After the funeral ceremony, the passages of the pyramid were sealed. Massive stone blocks were slid into the corridor to close the tomb. From that moment on, the pharaoh's resting place was meant to remain protected forever. Years passed, then centuries. Pharaohs changed, dynasties rose and fell. Yet in the desert, the pyramid continued to stand against the passage of time. Centuries later, the pyramids had become relics of an ancient world. Travelers and merchants crossing the desert could see the massive structures from afar, and everyone asked the same question: who had built these enormous monuments? The pyramids, narrow corridors, and dark passages led deep inside the structure. The pyramid still held many secrets. Inside the pyramid there were not only corridors. Some passages were blocked by massive stone blocks. These hidden structures were designed to protect the pharaoh's tomb. As centuries passed, most of the treasures inside the pyramids disappeared. Many tombs had been emptied or damaged. What remained were empty stone chambers and the traces of lost civilization. Once the pyramids were crowned with shining capstones, many historians believed in gold, but over time they disappeared. Pyramids with bare summits. Centuries passed, yet pyramids continue to stand in the desert. The journey doesn't end here. We will continue exploring world chronological order. Follow the channel and visit us to continue the adventure. In 15th century Europe, spices were worth more than gold. The Ottoman control for trade routes forced Europe to search for new paths. And so the kingdoms of Europe turned toward the oceans. The greatest age of exploration in human history beginning. And near the age of exploration is the kingdom of Prince Henry, established schools for navigation and cartography. Portuguese sailors began exploring the coasts of Africa. Their goal was clear: to reach India by sea. In 1497, Vasco da Gama began his voyage to India. One there saw his death. And finally, Europeans reached India. The spice trade was changing, and world trade was entering a new era. Christopher Columbus's voyage continued for weeks in uncertainty. The crew was beginning to lose hope. A new world appeared on the horizon. Columbus believed he had reached Asia, but he had actually discovered America. Newly discovered lands sparked great rivalry among European kingdoms. In 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed. The world was being divided between two great powers. Because of this agreement, Brazil came. In 1590, Ferdinand Magellan began voyages in history. After months, they discovered a hidden passage in the south. The Pacific Ocean was far greater than they had imagined. And finally, for the first time in history, the world had been circumnavigated. The Spanish did not only explore America, they also began. The Aztec Empire was one of the most powerful states in the Americas. But war is technological princes, broken Aztecs. The Aztec Empire collapsed. In South America, the Inca Empire became the next target. The Incas were one of the greatest civilizations of the Andes. Emperor Atahualpa was trapped by the Spanish. And soon after, the Inca Empire also collapsed. The age of exploration increased the wealth of Europe. It had drifted to the Atlantic Ocean. This era also brought sons. And the world had changed forever. gold and silver from the Americas began transforming the European economy. European cities were rapidly growing. While Mediterranean ports declined, the Atlantic coasts were rising. England, Spain, and Portugal were becoming the greatest maritime powers in the world. The age of exploration also had a dark side. Millions of Africans were forced into slavery. The wealth of the New World was built on human labor and suffering. And the Atlantic Ocean became the new center of global trade. Over time, new maritime powers also emerged. The Dutch and the English began rising in global trade. The riches of the East were falling under the control of European companies. And world trade was becoming truly global for the first time. The age of exploration marked the rise of European empires. Nations that ruled the seas now ruled the world. The old world order was ending, and the modern age was beginning. And humanity had entered a path with no return. The ships that crossed the oceans did not only discover new lands, they changed the course of human history. New continents, new empires, and a new world was born. And the world would never be the same again. Today, English is one of the world's most influential languages. The British Empire became the largest empire in history. But where did it all begin? The ancient lies on some mysterious side thousands of years ago. This land with Romans, Vikings, Normans, and countless invasions had become a species-shaped kingdom. Every war for its stronger kingdom. England's rise did not happen overnight. It was a story of thousands of years of invasions, survival, relentless struggle. In this episode, we begin all before England even existed. To understand the world's greatest empire, we must first uncover how this island was forged. Around 15,000 years ago, Britain was not yet an island. It was connected to Europe by a vast land known as the island. First humans crossed the land in Britain. The early communities survived hunting and gathering. In those days, no kingdom building nature, and the struggle to survive. As the age ended, rice seas submerged Greenland. Britain became an island, a transformation that would shape its destiny for thousands of years. Britain now stood alone. The isolated island wanted to become one of Europe's most considered lands, then one of its greatest kingdoms. Around 4000 BC, new settlers rocked in Britain. They brought more new way of life. They introduced farming, livestock, and permanent settlements. During this era, one of history's greatest movies began to rise Stonehenge. Even today, historians still debate how these massive stones were moved and why the monument was built. Many researchers believe Stonehenge served as an astronomical observatory, a secret temple, or ceremonial gathering place. Its true purpose remains one of history's greatest mysteries. Stonehenge will stand for centuries as one of Britain's greatest symbols, but a new era was approaching. With the Bronze Age came strong societies, new technologies, and powerful tribes that will reshape the island forever.
Around 1000 BC, Ganymede reached Britain. New weapons, new technologies, and both tribes rapidly spread across most of the island. The also powerful step temple lived. They forged weapons, traded with British merchants, and competed constantly for power. Among this Druid was the most respected figure. They added religion, law, tradition, while nature itself considered secret. For centuries, Celts ruled Britain. But across the sea, rising power began to look toward the island. Soon, Roman legions arrived on the shores. In 50 BC, Julius Caesar became the first Roman member to reach Britain's shores. Although the active effect would last in Rome had discovered the island. Nearly a century later, in 843, Emperor Claudius launched full-scale invasion. This time, Rome came to stay and conquer much of Britain. The Roman built roads, bridges, forts, and new cities. The medium quickly became one of the most important centers of Rome. Britain fully surrendered. Soon, a remarkable queen would be one of the great rebellions against the Roman Empire, named Luca. In 860, Luca cast out Russia and Rome rule. Recalling that it crossed Britain to St. Paul. Rebellion spread rapidly. Commuladun, Udine, and Berlalion were consumed by fire as Rome's greatest cities in Britain fell alive after that. Rome refused to retreat. In the final battle, 7 legions defeated Celtic armies. Luca's rebellion ended in defeat, but her legend will live forever. Rebellion had been cried. Rome strengthened its government, building roads, forts, and cities that shaped the island for centuries to come. In 810, the Roman Empire was under immense pressure. Its legions grew from Britain into nearly 4 centuries of Roman rule. With Rome gone, cities declined, roads found Rome, and several port collapsed. Britain instead became land of wild chiefs, troubled kingdoms. Soon, Angles, Saxons, and Jews brought from the Greek lands. First invaders merchants began to province of Britain. The newcomers, Stilicus, Wessex, Mercia, Northumbria, and others emerged, laying foundations of one big mainland. In the late 8th century, the invaded New Threat. Viking warriors emerged from the northern seas, launching swift and devastating raids along the coast. 793, it acted for monastery Europe. Historians to mark this rate the beginning of the King Age. The raid soon became full-scale agents. Proms, the Greek army conquered one Anglo-Saxon kingdom after that, threatening the future of England's death. Thus when all team lost, leader rose to name Wessex. His name was Alfred, and he changed the destiny of England forever. In 871, Alfred King gave Wessex a time of making invasion from Detroit. The future of England now rests on his shoulders. In 878, Alfred personally led his army battle of England. His victory marked his decisive turning point against Viking defense. After his victory, Alfred did more than defend the scene. He built fortified dams, strengthened the law, and revived Jada, a teacher force with the foundation for England. Alfred never ruled all of Britain, but the foundations he laid allows descendants to create the first unified kingdom of England. After Alfred's death, his son Edward the Other continued his father's mission. Still he reclaimed territory controlled by the Vikings. Edward was not alone. The case is to fulfilled. Rule Mercia with honorable skill and wins the invaders and the Vikings. Case become one of the influential women of the Middle Ages. In 924, Athelstan did the foe. Within a few years, he united England at a single round of their time hatred. After centuries of invading conflict, England had finally become one king, but peace would not last. The Viking armies were gathering in the north, and even British stormed the Putin. In the early 11th century, England would debate conquering England, uniting the Anglo-Saxon and Viking worlds on one path. This union would not last. Under Edward the Confessor, England regained stability, but one great problem remained: he had no heir to inherit the throne. As Edward looked through to end, super powerful rulers claimed the English throne. The Emperor earned a word in. As the year 1066 approached, England stopped with the great succession crisis in its history. Soon, Duke William Harvey gained the Lady Isle forever. After centuries of divisions, wars, and division, England finally emerged as something united. Alfred's courage, Edward's determination, depth of leadership, and Athelstan's unity shaped the future of England. But peace would went. Across the sea, a new army was gathering. The coming storm was changing forever. In the next episode, history's most famous conquest begins. The year 1066 will forever change not only England, but of course the European history. To understand the future, we must first understand the past. Subscribe to Chronology of Existence and continuous world history in chronological order.
Year 793. The ships on the horizon were not ordinary. Long, narrow, and crowned with dragonets. The warriors of the north were coming. The long ships reached the shore. Warriors carrying sheets and axes stepped onto the silent coast. Lindisfarne was no longer safe. Helmut wrote in his chronicle, "God protect us from the fury of the Northmen." Europe was now facing a new threat. The Vikings were not born raiders. It was the harsh geography they lived in that pushed them toward the sea. Narrow lands, long winters, and limited resources forced northern people to search for new horizons. Population was growing in Scandinavia. Land was limited. For young warriors, the path to wealth and glory now lay across the sea. The Vikings' greatest strength was not only their warriors, but their ships. Long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through shallow rivers. The Vikings did not raid England alone. Soon they reached the coast of France, the Baltic, and the rivers of Eastern Europe. The northern warriors were now everywhere across Europe. In 845, Viking ships sailed along the Seine River. The northern warriors had reached the heart of Europe. Their target was Paris. King Charles of Gaul was forced to pay a large tribute to save Paris. European kingdoms were now negotiating with the Vikings, instead of stopping them. The Vikings were no longer only raiders. They settled across large parts of eastern England. These lands became known as the But England did not completely fall. King Alfred the Great of Wessex managed to stop the Viking advance. His resistance changed the future of England. Some Vikings turned east instead of west. Traveling along great rivers, they reached Byzantium, who were now known as the Varangians. Some Viking warriors entered the service of the Byzantine Empire. In Constantinople, they became the emperor's most trusted guards. This elite unit was known as the Varangian Guard. The Vikings were not only raiders, they explored new lands and settled there, Iceland being one of the most important colonies founded by the northern people. Viking explorer Eric Red sailed even farther west. He named the newly discovered land Greenland and established a new colony there. Leif Erikson sailed far west and reached a new continent. Viking had set foot in North America nearly 100 years before Christopher Columbus. Vikings were not only warriors. They built powerful trade networks stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, transporting furs, silver, and valuable goods. Viking society was divided into three main classes. Jarls were the ruling elite, Carls were the free people, Thralls stood at the lowest level as slaves. In the Viking world, battle was more than survival. They believed in Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, and that brave warriors would enter Valhalla after death. Over time, the Viking world began to change. Scandinavian kings accepted Christianity. The old gods were slowly replaced by a new faith. The Viking Age came to an end. the legacy of northern warriors lived on in Europe: culture, trade, and exploration. They were not only raiders, they were explorers who helped shape history. One of the most mysterious figures in Viking history was Ragnar Lothbrok. According to some sources, he was a great warrior. According to others, only a legend. Ragnar Lothbrok later turned toward the shores of England, but this time, the campaign would not end as he expected. Ragnar Lothbrok quickly gained fame in the Viking world. His raids across England and Frankish lands made his name legendary among northern warriors. Ragnar was not only a warrior. Under his leadership, many Viking warriors united. Across the northern world, his name became associated with great expeditions. Ragnar Lothbrok sailed toward England one last time, but this time he had not commanded a great army. This journey would change his fate. Ragnar Lothbrok was captured in England by order of King Alella. He found that did not invite mates. It marked the beginning of a much greater army. Ragnar's death caused great anger in the north. His sons gathered one of the largest Viking armies in history to take revenge. In 866, the great heathen army reached the shores of England. This was no longer a raid, it was the beginning of a permanent invasion. The great heathen army quickly captured the city of York. The city would now be known as Jorvik, and became a major center of Viking power in England. The great heathen army quickly began to shake the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Northumbria, Mercia, and East Anglia fell under Viking control. Much of England was now in the hands of northern warriors. Much of England had fallen to the Vikings, but the Kingdom of Wessex still stood. King Alfred formed the last line of defense against the Viking advance. In 878, at the Battle of Edington, Alfred's army stopped the Viking leader, Guthrum. This victory became a turning point that prevented England from falling completely under Viking rule. After the victory at Edington, Alfred and the Viking leader, Guthrum, agreed on the Treaty of Wedmore. England was now divided between two worlds, the south, under Anglo-Saxon control, and the east under Viking rule. In 1066, William, Duke of Normandy, invaded England. This conquest was not only a change of kings, it was the return of the Viking legacy to England. The Norman descendant of the Vikings reached not only England, but also the Mediterranean. In southern Italy and Sicily, they established new kingdoms and shaped the politics of southern Europe. In 1066, Viking King Harald Hardrada launched his final campaign into England, but he was defeated at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. This defeat marked the end of the Viking Age. The Vikings changed Europe not only through war, but through the legacy they left behind. The cities they founded, the trade routes they opened, and the kingdoms they shaped permanently influenced the continent. The Vikings became the first Europeans to reach North America. The settlement of Finland was short-lived. It marked the first known European journey across the Atlantic. The Vikings were not only raiders, they were traders, explorers, warriors, and the legacy they left behind changed the course of European history. The greatest strength behind Viking success was their ships. Carefully built, long ships could cross open seas to travel deep inland through rivers. The Vikings were not only brave, they were skilled navigators. Using the sun, the stars, and signs from the sea, were able to travel across the open ocean. The Vikings were not only warriors from the north, they were explorers who expanded Europe's horizons, sailors who reshaped trade routes, and civilization that influenced the course of world history. The towering cedar tree atop the mountains of Lebanon were the pens that wrote the destiny of the Phoenicians. These trees were so remarkably strong that the ships built from them defied the fierce waves of the Mediterranean. It all began with a voice lost among the dusty pages of history, beyond written history. The masters of the sea lay quietly in wait. With the launching of these vessels into the sea, history's first true seafaring people emerged. Phoenicians were not a single empire, but a series of interconnected giant port cities. Tyre and Sidon were like impenetrable fortresses built upon the sea. These ports became the first great metropolises where goods, languages, and cultures from across the world blended together. The heart of maritime trade beat here. Phoenicia flourished within these harbors. Very purple, obtained for sea snails, was more valuable than even gold in the ancient world. This special color was produced through the laborious processing of thousands of sea mollusks. Over time, this color became an indispensable status symbol for kings, emperors, and nobles. The greatest secret of Phoenicia's economic power and wealth lay hidden in this unique purple dye. But Phoenicia represented not only trade, but also impenetrable defense. A circular waterway leading to the center, with a small island in the middle where the admiral was positioned. When the enemy entered, they would find themselves facing a massive fleet. This was strategy written in stone and water. The Cotton Harbor, rising in Carthage, was the most advanced military engineering marvel of the ancient world. From the outside, this circular harbor appeared to be a quiet, trading center, but inside, there were secret hangars housing more than 200 warships. According to legend, Phoenician merchants discovered glass by chance while lighting a fire on the beach. Turning this coincidence into a magnificent craft, the Phoenicians became one of the first peoples to succeed in shaping glass by blowing. Transparent glass vessels, elegant vases, and colorful beads became the most sought-after luxury goods everywhere from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. Glass craftsmanship proved their aesthetic sense and commercial intelligence to the entire world. They were drops of light spreading to every corner of the Mediterranean. This was the greatest proof of how the Phoenicians mastered the elements of nature, fire, and sand. Now we turn our camera thousands of miles away, across the Atlantic Ocean, to the rainforests of Mexico. While the Phoenicians were shaping glass, the Aztecs, a major culture of the Americas, were rising to prominence. They were carving colossal basalt rocks to erect mysterious, 20-ton statues, and developing complex calendars. While the Phoenicians navigated by looking at the stars, the Olmecs used those same stars to build their pyramids. Two different worlds, with one shared curiosity, the sky. Meanwhile, in the east, in the heart of China, the Zhou dynasty reigned supreme. This empire, which proclaimed the sanctity of governance, with the concept of the regency of the Hans, were laying the foundation of philosophy and social order. While purple-dyed fabric adorned kings in the west, an empire of silk and wisdom was rising in the east. Arsalan ministry was like a gigantic machine beating, unaware of each other, but at the same pace. They set aside complex hieroglyphs and cuneiform scripts to create the first alphabet, consisting of only 22 letters. Thanks to this revolutionary invention, reading and writing moved beyond the monopoly of palaces and reached the common people and merchants. The foundation of the modern alphabets we use today was laid with this knot tied by Phoenician scribes thousands of years ago. The Phoenicians did not just build ships, they also learned to read the language of the sea. They were the first sailors to find their way during night voyages by following the North Star, known at the time as the Phoenician Star. Their double-rowed galleys, the biremes, provided both agility in war and high capacity in trade. This technological superiority made them the undisputed sole masters of the open seas. They were the only people who dared to cross the Pillars of Hercules, known today as the Strait of Gibraltar, which was considered the end of the known world. They fearlessly ventured into the fierce waters of the Atlantic Ocean, circumnavigated the African continent, and reached the British Isles to trade in tin. For them, the horizon was not lit, but the beginning of a new world waiting to be discovered. These courageous expeditions changed the geographical knowledge of antiquity forever. Carthage, whose foundations were laid with the exile story of Princess Dido, soon reached a power that would overshadow even its mother city, Tyre. This new city rising on the North African coast became the most magnificent fortress of the Phoenician spirit and commercial genius. Carthage was not just a colony, it was the new master of the Western Mediterranean and the center of a massive empire that would rival Rome. This rise ensured the spread of Phoenician influence throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. One of the greatest strategic battles in history took place before the city of Tyre, which was considered impenetrable. To capture this island city in the sea, Alexander the Great achieved a massive feat of engineering by building a causeway from shore to the island. This relentless siege, lasting for months, was not just full of the city, but a historical turning point where the Phoenician city-states began their physical decline. This event, the absolute dominance of the ancient world over the seas, began to change hands. Even though the Phoenicians have withdrawn from the stage of history, their indelible footprints still remain in every letter we write today, in our maritime rules, and our global trade system. They were the first true global civilization to connect distant lands. Their courage, intelligence, and cultural legacy continue to shine like jewels embedded in the foundations of the modern world. Although the masters of the sea are gone, we touch the legacy they left behind every single day. The ancient world was far larger than we imagined, bound together by invisible threads. From Venetia to America, from China to Africa, humanity built with the same unwavering determination. In the next episode, we'll explore the great turning point where these civilizations met. Don't forget to subscribe and join this vast journey. 884. Europe's most powerful empire sat in Berlin, where with the most important meetings in history. On one map-dominated table, Africa, the last great continent, not yet fully divided among Europe's empires. The dumping system that room, not a single African leader had been invited to decide the future of their own continent. A few senators, a few strokes of a pen, a fate of millions will be changed forever. 1800. Africa was far from empty. It was home to hundreds of kingdoms, millions of people, civilizations that deferred for thousands of years. Europe knew Africa was foul. For centuries they built trading boats and into the Atlantic slave trade, but continent's interior remained misery. And Europeans ventured inland and returned. Malaria, tropical diseases, a harsh environment made the continent incredibly difficult to conquer. In European maps, these lands were once almost entirely unknown, but soon, a single big road changed everything. First that had Europe conquer Africa was not a rival, it was Edison. Why not? A threat from Arthur's own tree, being one of the first five beacons against malaria, the African interior, more deadly to Europeans, were finally becoming accessible. Routes had once been certain death, came pathways of respiration, explorers, soldiers, and cartographers began moving deeper into the continent. The door finally opened. Africa's unknown interior was no longer waiting to be explored, but to be divided. At the very moment, King Leopold II of Belgium dreamed of something greater, like the other European empires. He wanted a calling of his own. Leopold first purchased colonial powers, Spain, Portugal, Britain, but every instance were the same. No. Leopold had turned his attention. Two lands Europe had not gained, the heart of Africa, Congo Basin. The expedition about to begin, chained from modern maps, it would reshape the lives of millions forever. Leopold planned that in motion. The famous explorer, and reborn Stanley, would put indeed into the heart of Africa, along the Congo River. Stanley timed greens with many local peace, with misty trees, where documents local people did not fully understand. With 3 new agreements, maps became more complete. Leopold's dream of a colony was slowly becoming reality. More daylight at these expeditions were laying the foundation for one of history's most brutal colonial regimes. Leopold advanced to the Congo, not going to just be Europe great North. No, everyone's asking the same question. If Belgium could, why could we? One after another, Europe grew our surrender right to a word of Africa. Britain, France, Germany, Portugal, and Italy all began moving toward the same continent. Africa was no longer just a continent to explore. Europe's great empires had got rest to divide. In 1884, Europe's powers gathered once again in Berlin. This time, their goal was to decide Africa's future. 4 hours after carefully examined, Africa was no longer seen only as a land to explore, but as a continent to be divided. And nations were represented at conference, yet not a single African representative was present. The decision made in Berlin would completely reshape Africa's look map. The scramble for Africa had fully begun. At the end of the Berlin conference, a new principle was adopted. Simply claiming land on a map will no longer be enough. In the Asian wish to claim a region and to establish real presence there. The decision accelerated the race even further. Across the continent, new exploration routes were taking shape. With each passing month, the map became more detailed. The borders were not belligerent yet, but for the future was now being shaped by decision made in Europe. After the Berlin conference, activities spread across every corner of Africa. Each nation wanted to be the first to reach new territories. Routes were being slowed, rivers were carefully mapped, mountains and valleys were recorded in remarkable detail. But this land burned for empty. For centuries, powerful kingdoms brought trade, networks, and rich cultures. For Europe, this was the journey of exploration. Very soon, this race would reach the destiny of the entire continent. 1885, new chapter for the Congo. These lands belonged not to a nation, but to men. After the Berlin conference, King Leopold II gained international recognition for his control over the Congo. His mission had Chronology. The maps were changing quickly. New routes were being drawn. New administration were taking shape. The heart of Africa was entering a completely new era. From the aside, everything appeared orderly, but soon, the Congo would become one of history's dark stolen stories. At that very moment, the world was inventing new raw material. His name was bird. Bicycles, telegraph cables, electrical systems. The Industrial Revolution added more and more rubber. Europe's factories were spending an incredible pace. And one of those valuable sources hid inside the forests of Congo. The Congo was no longer as a vast priority for Europe. It was becoming one of the world's most valuable natural treasures. For centuries, quite realistic sound of rubber, the forest, was becoming an obligation rather than a source of life. Rubber, not harvested for plantations, but on vines deep inside the rainforest. To reach the brines, people worked for mass every single day. It became worse, had become part of their daily lives. After hours of work, every opera elected, pushed factories across Europe. Rubber for the Congo forests had power Europe industries. The rise of that prosperity was paid the people of Africa. And government, requirement kept increasing, many communities struggled with the growing burden. Fields were picked, daily life began to change. The rhythm of village life slowly started to disappear. Rubber will bring immense wealth to Europe, but in the Congo, the cost of their wealth grew heavier every day. At first, the outside world knew very little about what happened in Congo, but some travelers and missionaries began recording what they witnessed. Letters, reports, and eyewitness accounts slowly began reaching Europe. The reports shook the European public. For the first time, people began asking what was really happening in the Congo. Silence had broken. It was no longer just about colonial expansion. The reality of what was happening in the Congo was beginning to emerge. The report coming from the Congo had become impossible to ignore, measured to be on across Europe. Newspaper published reports all every day. Public opinion was being questioned Leopold's role. After a year of absolute control, Leopold faced growing international pressure for the first time. The balance of power was beginning to shift. But this, something the colonial race in Africa, great partition, only beginning. Senator Berlin ain't not only the fate of the Congo, the future of all Africa. In the years that followed, France, Germany, and their European powers would extend control across almost the entire continent. But did African kingdoms simply surrender? How did Ethiopia remain independent? How did Zulu, Ashanti, and Mali's armies resist? We'll explore all of that in the Scramble for Africa, Part 2, Step by Step.
Chronology of existence, chronology of existence. We will build new lives through time.
Thousands of years ago, in the cave of Calcutta, women of human control fought for the first time. The struggle for survival begins amidst dark forests and wild animals. As the age ends, people leave the caves and settle. Along the Yellow River, the first milled fields are planted, and the art of painted pottery leaves the first marks of civilization. Around 2500 BC, society became complex. Long-shanted people built high walls, produced technological marvels, pitch black, glossy, eggshell-thin pottery. The legendary Yellow Emperor Huangdi gathers the scattered warrior tribe along the Yellow River under one roof, laying the political and cultural foundation of Chinese civilization. Empress Lizu was sitting under a mulberry tree in her garden, unspooled silk fibers from a cocoon that fell into her teacup, starting the silk weaving that would dominate the world for millennia. Just witness how the fate of a river, the fate of people, and determination of one man intertwined, and how a dynasty was born. Here, understand how Grey Goose transformed into a legend by harnessing the destructive power of nature to serve humanity. Grey Goose, working for 13 years to stop the deadly floods of the Yellow River, drained the water to the sea by digging massive canals and establishes China's first official dynasty, Xia, with the people's gratitude. Shan priests cracked turtle shells in fire to read the will of gods. The symbols engraved in these cracks become the earliest ancestors of Chinese writing. The last Shen king, Di Shen, falls in love with the legendary, beautiful but cruel Dagi, indulging in luxury in palaces with lakes of wine while his people starve. The virtuous Zhou Liu Wu unites the tribes and defeats the Shan army at the Battle of Nan. King Di Shen sets himself on fire with his treasures, ending the dynasty. Zhou kings declare they have received a mandate of heaven. They established China's first major feudal system by distributing land and bulls gathered in the palace square. Amidst political turmoil, the sage Confucius teaches morality and loyalty to students under a willow tree as philosophies that will forever change China's mindset begin to flourish. As central authority collapses, China divides into 7 great states. Technology shifts from bronze to iron, and mass armies clash to rule all of China. Ending the War and States period, Qin Shi Huang declares himself the first emperor. He unifies the 7 kingdoms under one flag while standardizing weights, currency, and writing. To stop nomadic raids from the north, the emperor connects previously built walls into a massive defense line. Thousands of workers raise the world's largest structure on mountain peaks. Fearing death, the emperor buries thousands of clay soldiers underground, each with a unique face, to protect him in the afterlife. The Silk Road carried not only silk and horses, but also the arts and riches it encompassed as China encountered the world. Beyond its walls, it was also experiencing an enlightenment. Within itself, the stability of the Han Dynasty paved the way for some of history's most brilliant inventions and cultural achievements. Now, it's witnessing an invention that will change the very end, and a history that will never allow the past to be lost. D.S. Ilan, an official in the Hun court, produces the first real paper by mixing tree bark and old rags. This invention changes the world by allowing knowledge to move from bamboo sticks to light pages. Capital Shenzhen becomes the largest and wealthiest city in the world, in palaces with vast gardens. Poets, musicians, and scientists produce the most elegant examples of Chinese art. A massive fleet in the Yangtze River is engulfed in flames, as the strategic genius Zhu Ziyang turns the wind. Unified, smaller armies engulf the tyrant Cao's massive force in fire. 3 legendary warriors under blooming peach trees, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, swear an oath to remain brothers until death to protect the people and they the empire. The wise Zhu Ziyang sits on city walls with feather fan, stopping the enemy with a single musical note. He proves to the world that intelligence is superior to brute force. The Tang capital Yangon becomes the world's largest city, with a population of 1 million. Arab, Persian, and Indian merchants from the Silk Road gather in markets, filled with silk and spices. Wu Zetian, the first and only woman to sit on the throne in Chinese history, ruled the empire with her intelligence and iron fist. She takes the power of women in society and the grandeur of art to its peak. Wise poets Li Bai and Du Fu right there, poems by the river. Under the moonlight, as Chinese literature and painting produce the most elegant examples that will not be forgotten for millennia. Towards the end of the 10th dynasty, the 800s AD, 9th century Chinese alchemists accidentally invent gunpowder while searching for the elixir of immortality in their laboratories. Although this explosive mystery was initially just a matter of curiosity, it ignited the views of fire that radically changed human history. This revolutionary secret is carried to the Arab world and then to Europe via Silk Road. Caravans setting out from China carry not only silk and spices, but also the formula for this destructive power that will shape the world on an intercontinental journey, forever changing the nature of war. This technology reaches its peak during the Song Dynasty. Gunpowder arrows and the first cannons begin to roar on battlefields. Chinese civilization now guides the world, not only with its philosophy, but also with its engineering. From the first fire by the Yellow River to the world shaking invention of gunpowder, Chinese civilization, like a river, flowing uninterrupted for thousands of years, shaped the soul, its philosophy, and the world with its engineering. On this journey, we only saw the foundations, the wisdom of Confucius, the ambition of the first emperor, and the grandeur of the Silk Road. There is 400 meters above the Oaxaca Valley, on top of a mountain, Monte Aban. The White Mountain. This name was given by the Spaniards, who arrived in the 16th century. They did not found the city. The Zapotecs built the city, yet even today, we still do not know the original name they gave to this mountain, because the Zapotic writing system has not yet been fully deciphered. 700 BC, that's 300 years before Rome founded the city. The Olmecs had collapsed, the Mayans were rising, but here, in southern Mexico, something else was happening. The people leveling the mountaintop, a construction project that lasted 300 years, and the resulting city, with a population of 15,000 terraces, empes, observatories, and a message: we are here, and we are watching. The construction of Monte Aban seems like madness. Why the top of the mountain? Why 400 meters up? Defense, perhaps, but there's more to it. Surveillance, control. The Oaxaca Valley is one of Mexico's most fertile agricultural areas. And this mountain is right in the middle of the valley. It sees everything. It controls everything. City center, Grand Plaza, 300 meters long, 200 meters wide, flat, symmetrical, planned. This is the oldest land city in Mexico, and this plan hasn't changed for 1,000 years. The J platform, the South platform, the Ice monument, all remain faithful to the original design from 700 BC. Why? Because that plan was secret. J platform, Monte Aban's most mysterious structure, shaped like the letter J, but why J? Astronomical alignment, calendar calculation, or is a burial complex? In the 1930s, more than 170 tombs were discovered here. Mummies, 8 masks, obsidian knives, and one name, the 12 apostles, Lady 12 Macaw. A female ruler, circa 450 BC, the most powerful period of the Zapotecs. Monte Alban's most famous monument, dancing figures. Stone reliefs, over 300 figures, men, women, children. Some dancing, some are in pain, some are dead, and above all, names, glyphs, hieroglyphic writing. The Zapotecs invented writing. Before the Olmecs, independent of the Mayans, this writing system is still undeciphered. 80% of it remains unknown. The inscriptions on the figures, names, dates, faces. There's a place called Bourgeois, where we don't know, and then called Bloody Moon, when don't know. But what we do know is, these figures are prisoners, enemy, leaders. They're not dancing, they're being tortured. And this is the message of Monte Alban: if you oppose us, this is your end. This monument is propaganda, a show of force. But it is also history, a record of how the Zapotecs conquered the neighbors, and this record spanned 1,000 years. Because Monte Alban stood for 1,000 years, until 708. Rome fell, Teotihuacan fell, but Monte Alban still stood. The place of women in Zapotec society is still debated. Was it male-dominated, or did women also hold power? The tombs of the 12 apostles support the second question. But is this the only example? Or were there more female rulers? We don't know. Because the Zapotec script remains undeciphered, and perhaps, when it is deciphered, we will find even more of the 12 apostles. Outside Monte Alban in the valley, there were villages, agriculture, corn, beans, squash. 3 sisters, Mexico's staple food, and handicrafts, obsidian work, ceramics, weaving. The Zapotecs were expert in textiles, and these textiles were traded to Teotihuacan, to the Mayans, even further afield. Monte Alban and Teotihuacan, 2 mountain cities, 2 power centers, 500 kilometers apart, connected. Between 200 and 500 AD, there was a tense trade: obsidian, ceramics, jade, and perhaps ideas. Was Zapotic writing influenced by Teotihuacan writing? Or was it the other way around? Don't know. But what we do know is, these 2 cities knew each other, and they respected each other. Teotihuacan-style ceramics have been found at Monte Alban. Tala figures, feathered serpent motifs, and Zapotec jade from It came from Guatemala, but passed through Zapotec hands. This wasn't just trade, it was diplomacy, perhaps an alliance. 2 superpowers, not enemies, but partners. But there were differences too. Teotihuacan is anonymous, it has no king. The Zapotecs have named like the 12 apostles. Teotihuacan wasn't written, the Zapotecs were written, and perhaps that writing made a difference, because writing is identity, it is history, and the Zapotecs record their history. On tombstones, on monuments, we are still trying to decipher those records. See by AD, Monte Alban is being abandoned. Why? Drought, civil war, depletion of resources, perhaps all of them. The city on the mountaintop was unsustainable, the water was low, the agriculture was low, and the people moved down to Mitla, a new city, smaller, but Zapotec culture lived on. Mitla, the place of the dead, a new center of the Zapotec civilization. And here, a unique form of art emerged: mosaic walls, geometric patterns in red, white, and black. These designs became the final expression of Zapotec identity, and that identity endured until 1521, until the Spanish arrived. In 1521, the Spanish conquered Oaxaca. The Zapotecs did not surrender. Their resistance lasted for 50 years in the mountains and forests, and in the end, an agreement was reached. Zapotec leaders took positions within the Spanish colonial administration. The language survived, their traditions survived, and today, even after 2,000 years, more than 400,000 people still speak Zapotec. Monte Alban is in ruins, but Zapotec identity lives on. In Oaxaca, the Gelgueto festival every year. Zapotec dances, Zapotec music, and in those dances, perhaps, we see the dancing figures of the Grand Plaza. 2,000 years ago, on a mountaintop, eyes are still watching us, and we are still looking back, because Monte Alban is not just stone. It is people defiant against the mountain. A nation struggled to conquer time, and perhaps its success. This apocalypse remains undeciphered, but one day, it will be deciphered, and on that day, we will hear the voices of 12 apostles, and perhaps, that voice will say, "We were here, and we have not been forgotten." Monte Alban was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1987. The book is still spoken by 400,000 people in Mexico. Archaeologists have only excavated 10% of Monte Alban. Long before dinosaurs walked the earth, 252 million years ago, large extinction occurred. The world experienced hell. Giant volcanoes. The atmosphere became toxic. Oceans warmed and lost oxygen. Nearly 90% of species went extinct. The earth began to reshape. The climate was mostly hot and dry. Only the strongest could survive. The Triassic began after this devastation, about 252 million years ago. End of the Permian period. Pangea. Our world is still a single continent. 252 to 247 million years ago. Early Triassic begins. Earth is still extremely hot. Life struggles to recover. Inland areas are dry and desert-like. 240 million years ago. Archaea. Ecosystems slowly stabilize. A new era is about to begin. Reptiles spread across the land. Crocodile-like archosaurs appeared. Small mammal-like creatures emerged, preparing for a battle for survival. Giants have not appeared yet. Survival is the priority. The formerly dominant species had become extinct. The ecosystems were empty. This gap, it's an opportunity for new life. Resistant strains have gone to proliferate. Competition was low. Resilient species had an advantage. Reptiles began to spread. Some lived in water. About 230 million years ago, the first small dinosaurs appeared. They were small in size. They were fast and agile. They were not dominant yet. Survival mattered more than hunting. They moved cautiously in open areas. Being small was an advantage. Speed mattered more than strength. These traits set them apart. But there were still few in number. The age of dinosaurs had not begun yet. 225 million years ago, Earth was slowly changing. Large reptiles struggled. Small dinosaurs used these gaps. They could reproduce quickly. They adapted more easily. But they're still not dominant. Earth was approaching another turning point. 215 million years ago, the climate became more stable. Rainfall increased. Plants spread across the land. green landscape expanded. Ecosystems began to strengthen. Food sources increased. Survival became easier. Dinosaur numbers slowly increased. Species diversity grew. Small groups formed. Competition became more balanced. Earth became more humid. Dinosaurs adapted to their environment. Different feeding strategies evolved. Herbivores became more common. Predator-prey balance formed. Earth was now more alive. Rainfall became regular. Dinosaurs became more visible. But dominance was not complete yet. 201 million years ago, Jurassic period began. Things stabilized. Plant diversity increased. Dinosaurs rapidly multiplied. Species became more defined. Large body size became an advantage. Predators specialized. Initially, the small dinosaurs. She became ruler of the land. Jurassic is the heart of the age of dinosaurs. 190 million years ago, giant dinosaurs appeared. They're called sauropods. Earth could now support giants. When life found balance, it grew. Power came not from destruction, from harmony. Subscribe and like. In 1402, the devastating defeat at the Battle of Akura brought the Ottoman Empire to the brink of collapse. After Pisa was captured, Ottoman lands were divided among rival princes. The struggle between the princes dragged the empire into years, a civil war. This turbulent time would later be known as the Ottoman Interregnum. After the Battle of Ankara, Bayezid was taken captive. Timur's advance across Anatolia severely weakened Ottoman authority. Many Anatolian beyliks declared their independence once again. The Ottoman Empire now faced a major crisis of authority in both Anatolia and Rumelia. In Rumelia, Sultan Çelebi seized control and became one of the strongest contenders. In western Anatolia, Isa Çelebi was trying to establish his authority. In Amasya, Mehmed Çelebi patiently began gathering his strength. Thus, Ottoman lands were effectively divided among the rival princes. Mehmed Çelebi moved against his rival, Isa Çelebi, in Anatolia. Isa Çelebi prepared to defend his authority in Anatolia. The struggle between the two princes soon turned into open warfare. At the end of these clashes, Mehmed Çelebi gained the upper hand. In Rumelia, Sultan Çelebi had established strong authority. And Çelebi was preparing to confront his powerful rival in Rumelia. The struggle for the throne now extended beyond Anatolia, into Rumelia. The struggle between the Ottoman princes was turning into a harder war. Despite his control in Rumelia, Sultan Çelebi's authority was gradually weakening. Many local commanders and soldiers began changing their allegiance. Meanwhile, Musa Çelebi emerged as a new power in Rumelia. These developments prepared the end of Sultan Çelebi's rule in Rumelia. Musa Çelebi crossed into Rumelia and quickly began gaining strength in the region. Soon, many soldiers and commanders gathered around Musa Çelebi. The clashes in Rumelia quickly weakened Sultan Çelebi's power. Thus, Musa Çelebi took control of Rumelia. After taking control of Rumelia, Musa Çelebi moved quickly to strengthen his authority. He made a strict decision to consolidate his control over the region. These developments once again alarmed the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine leadership began seeking a new balance against Musa Çelebi. Emperor Emmanuel sought a new ally against Musa Çelebi. For this purpose, contact was established with Mehmed Çelebi. By accepting this threat, Mehmed Çelebi helped to begin a new struggle that would change the fate of the Interregnum. With Byzantine support, Mehmed Çelebi crossed into Rumelia and began his campaign. In Rumelia, he strengthened his army with newly joined forces. Meanwhile, Musa Çelebi completed preparations for the approaching major confrontation. The struggle between the two princes was now turned into a final, decisive battle. In 1413, the final great battle between the two brothers took place at During the battle, Mehmed Celebi maintained firm control over his army. By the end of the fighting, Musa Celebi's forces began to collapse. With this victory, Mehmed Celebi secured decisive supremacy and struggled for the throne. After the victory at Jamru, Mehmed Celebi entered Idorn and assumed control. In 1413, Mehmed Celebi ascended the Ottoman throne as Mehmed I. The new sultan began rebuilding the state after years of civil war. Thus, the interregnum ended and the Ottoman Empire was reunited. After ascending the throne, Mehmed I began restoring central authority. Many Anatolian lords once again pledged loyalty to Ottoman rule. After years of civil war, the army began to be reorganized. The state soon entered a period of recovery and stabilization. Soon after, a major rebellion began in Rumelia under the leadership of Sheikh Bedr. The rebellion quickly spread across a wide region. The Ottoman administration moved quickly to suppress the rebellion. After the clashes, the rebellion was suppressed and Sheikh Bedreddin was captured. After the rebellion was suppressed, Sheikh Bedreddin was executed. This development helped restore Ottoman authority in Rumelia. Empire further strengthened central administration. Thus, the state regained strength against internal threats. In 1421, the death of Sultan Mehmed I marked the beginning of a new era for the Ottoman Empire. Murad II ascended the throne and assumed control of the state despite his young age. The Ottoman ruling elite gathered around the new sultan once again. However, Murad II's reign would soon face new challenges. Shortly after Murad II ascended the throne, a rebellion Falsafa began. The Byzantine leadership supported this rebellion to weaken the Ottoman state. False Mustafa quickly managed to gather significant support in Rumelia. The young Sultan Murad II moved quickly to confront this threat. Murad II quickly mobilized his army against False Mustafa. Clashes in Rumelia quickly intensified. After the fighting, False Mustafa's forces collapsed. With the rebellion suppressed, False Mustafa was captured and neutralized. After the rebellion in Rumelia was suppressed, another uprising began in Anatolia, led by Prince Mustafa. Prince Mustafa quickly gathered significant support around him. Murad II turned toward Anatolia to confront his new threat. These developments triggered a new internal struggle in Anatolia. Murad II quickly moved to suppress the rebellion in Anatolia. Prince Mustafa's resistance soon began to weaken. Following these events, Prince Mustafa was captured. With this development, Murad II strengthened his authority in Anatolia. With the suppression of internal rebellions, Murad II re-established strong authority across Anatolia and Rumelia. With the suppression of internal rebellions, Murad II re-established strong authority across Anatolia and Rumelia. As the Ottoman Empire regained strength, great wars were about to reshape the course of history, to be continued. 1850, nothing was defeated. His greatest legacy was not his army, it was an idea. Conquers Vienna divided Italy and Saul, states again, the order had returned. Austria ruled in north, the Papal State controlled the center, and the come to the south. Italy remained divided. But a new dream began to spread across the peninsula, one united Italy. Congress of Vienna divided Italy once again. The idea of freedom could no longer be sought. Secret societies began to emerge across the peninsula. These secret groups, known as the Carbari, fought against foreign rule and applied the dream of united Italy. Austria rushed assault prisons, arrests, exile, and executions failed to stop the growing nationalist movement. Every favorite rebellion created new heroes, and drew one. Italy grew stronger in the hearts of people. In 1831, young visionary emerged. His name was Giuseppe Mazzini. He led Italy to not only unite, but become a free nation. This new idea Italy movement, its mission was to unite the people under a single flag. The idea quickly spread across the peninsula. Young Italians embraced the dream of united Italy. A symbol map of Italy, slowly gone, see tick, what is off, hopeful stars, some masterpiece, ultra realistic, 60 time. Mazzini called it praising, but Italy was not yet strong enough to unite. The enemy crushed the rules, hundreds of revolutionaries were killed or imprisoned. Mazzini was forced to exile, but exile not end struggle. Even far from Italy, the cities continued to survive the nation. German unity had become possible to erase. In 1840, Europe erupted once again. From Paris to Vienna, Berlin to Milan, revolution spread across the continent. People of Milan moved against the Austrian army. 5 days of sea fight and burned the world's attention toward Italy. In Barcelona of Sydney, they historic sin, by declaring war on Austria, took the first major step toward Italian unification. For the first time, the civil volunteers from different Italian states marched side by side. A nation was beginning to shape. In the summer of 1848, the Sicilian army confronted Austria at Catania. Italy's hero would be set on the battlefield. Field Marshal Reddy, Epperly committed the Austrian army. The Italian forces suffered a defeat. King Charles was forced to retreat. The unification hadn't been solved once yet, but struggle for forward, defeat and break the Italian spirit. Soon, two new leaders would change history, avoiding Garibaldi. In 1849, the Battle of Novara was lost. Italy's dream of unification suffered another devastating blow. To defeat King Charles abdicated, his son, Victoriano became new king. The new king refused to surrender. Kingdom of Sardinia became the strongest hope for united Italy. At that moment, extraordinary statements onto the stage. Colonel Cavour was preparing a strategy that would change Italy's destiny. In 1852, Colonel Cavour became Prime Minister of Sardinia. He lived Italy to be united not only through war, through smart diplomacy. He threatened Kingdom first, always expanded, factories were built, and Sardinia quickly became a modern, European state. Cavour began winning his hope to Europe's great powers in Austria. Battle would now be fought diplomacy well. So, Sardinia with Emperor Napoleon III event would take place. It agreed to change Italy's destiny forever. In 1858, Cavour served with Emperor Napoleon III in South mirrors. The meeting changed the future of Europe. The agreement, France would support Sardinia if Austria attacked. In return, its support would be sealed defense. Cavour had a clear objective of Austria and striking first, force France to war. The landmark, Austria led to Sardinia. Europe stood on the brink of another war. In spring 1859, Bourbon, French and Ardennes forced his vast garrisons Austria. At the Battle of Franchetta, Austria thought it made defeat. The gate of Vendée wide open. Then battles are on. 10,000 soldiers lashed in one of Europe's bloodiest battles. Wars so free became more and more of war. They inspired the creation of the Red Cross years later. Street victories, and it returned followed. Napoleon signed the armistice of La with Austria. This integration, leaving the Austrian unity, hadn't lost. He resigned as Prime Minister. But people thought differently. For instance, say, Parma, Moena, and Romania overwhelmingly supported the Kingdom of Sardinia. Italy was united not only through war, through its people, yet South remained worlds apart. In 1860, Say Garibaldi made a bold decision. There were 1,000 volunteers he said to liberate Sicily. Garibaldi's ships landed in Marta. They were few in number, but their determination was immense. The Battle of Laverne, Garibaldi volunteers for spread army retreat. Victory inspired Italians across the peninsula. The people of Sicily welcomed Garibaldi as liberator. United was no longer just a dream, it was common reality. After Sicily, Garibaldi did not stop. He crossed the River Sina, with his volunteer army, and reached mainland Italy. The Roman government for Naples, Garibaldi and Naples would have risen. King Francis II left capital, urban rule in London. Italy was nearing the end. Most of Italy was now united, but the most important decision, implementation suitor was yet to be made. On October 26, 1860, Garibaldi and King Victor Emmanuel met near Tiel in one of history's most symbolic encounters. Garibaldi didn't claim credit for himself. Instead, he headed over to the future kingdom of Italy. To become a national hero, Garibaldi submitted no title. He quietly returned to private life. Italy was now close to unification, but Venice and Rome still remained beside him. On March 17, 1861, historic moment arrived. Columbus officially proclaimed the Kingdom of Italy. Victor Emmanuel II became the first king of Italy. Centuries of vision finally come to an end. Unification was still incomplete, and it reigned under Austrian rule, while Rome was controlled by the Papal States. The Kingdom of Italy had been born, but two big objectives were reigned, Venice and Rome. In 1866, Europe was once again at war. Prussia confronted Austria, and Italy joined Russia in hope of reclaiming Venice. The Italian armies defeated once again at Sosa. It seemed the dream of Venice had led away. But Russia aimed the Fourth War at conquest. Austria suffered a Russian defeat and was forced to seek peace. After the peace agreement, Austria ceded Italy. Only one goal remained Rome. In 1870, war broke out in France and Russia. France was forced to withdraw troops protecting Rome. Italy seized the opportunity. The Royal Army marched toward Rome. On November 20, 1870, the wall of people were reached. After pre-fighting, Rome came under Italian control. After centuries of division, Italy was finally complete. Rome had come to the heart of the United Nation. In 1871, Rome was officially declared capital of Kingdom of Italy. Along with unification signed complete. But everyone except New Italy, Pope Pius refused to recognize the Kingdom of Italy and threw to the Vatican. Political unity had been achieved. The common total divisions between Northern and Southern Italy still remained. Italy was friendly with nation, but the new world became strong, and the United country had only just begun. Italy's unification changed more than Italy. New European power emerged. Italy's success also accelerated Germany's path to unification. Europe entered the age of nationalism. But the rising nations saw rivalry, industrialization, colonial competition, and militarization would push Europe toward a new era. Italy had finally united, but even Greece also hated Europe. A new century would bring wars that would reshape the world. After centuries of division, Italy finally united beneath a single flag. Massive division, Coptos, Garibaldi occurred, and Manuel's leadership changed the course of history. The Italy's unification, European rivalry, into a new era. The rising powers in the burnt a war to the lands of Africa. The Safavids were a great empire that transformed Iran. The Kizilbash warriors formed the foundation of Safavid power. Safavids not only fought wars, they also expanded Persian culture and art. And eventually, they entered one of history's greatest rivalries against the Ottomans. In 1501, a new power was rising in Persia. A young leader was about to change the fate of the Middle East. That leader was Shah Ismail Safavi. At a very young age, he captured Tabriz and founded the Safavid Empire. The greatest power of the Safavids was the Kizilbash Turkmen warriors. They were not just soldiers, they were a fanatical force loyal to Shah's. The rise of the Safavids would become a major threat to the Ottomans, and soon the two empires would enter a deadly struggle. The origin of the Safavids did not come from an empire, but from a religious order. Everything began audibly. The founder of the order was Sheikh Safi al-Din Arabili. At first, Safaviya was only a mystical Sufi movement. But over time, the order began to grow. Turkmen tribes were gathering under the Safavid banner. A religious movement slowly transformed into a military power. And eventually, the Safavids marched toward the throne of Persia. Shah Ismail's greatest decision was changing the official faith of Persia. The Safavid clergyism is the state religion. This decision completely changed Persian history, because Persia slowly began to form a Shiite identity. But this situation would create a major conflict with the Ottoman Empire. Now in the Middle East, two great powers stood against each other. And this rivalry would soon turn into devastating wars. Shah Ismail was not only a religious leader, he was also a highly successful commander. The Kizilbash armies rapidly conquered much of Persia. 5 Turkmen states were falling one by one. Within a short time, the Safavid state became a vast empire. Beyond Persia, they expanded into Iraq and the Caucasus. The rapid rise of the Safavids created great concern in the Ottoman palace, because in the east, a dangerous new rival had emerged. A harsh and determined ruler had now taken the Ottoman throne. Sultan Selim Sato saw the Safavid as a major threat, because his Kizilbash influence had spread deep into Anatolia. The Ottoman Empire began preparing for a massive war. Toward the east, a gigantic army was marching. Now, war was inevitable. The Ottomans and the Safavids preparing for one of history's greatest conflicts. War was now inevitable. In 1514, the two armies met on the plains of Talrin. The Kizilbash cavalry launched their attack, but the Ottoman defense was extremely strong. The Battle of Talrin became one of the moments that changed military history forever. The Safavid army suffered devastating losses. Shah Ismail was forced to retreat. And Talrin marked the beginning of the Ottoman-Safavid rivalry. After the victory at Talrin, the Ottoman army entered Tabriz. This defeat left a deep impact on Shah Ismail. The Safavids did not collapse. The empire slowly began rebuilding itself. The Ottomans and the Safavids would fight for control of the Middle East for many years. The Safavids were not only a military power, they also became a major cultural center. Art, architecture, and Persian culture flourished during this era. Especially Isfahan became one of the most magnificent cities in the world. And Safavid became one of the empires that changed Middle Eastern history forever. After the defeat at Talrin, Shah Ismail slowly began losing his former strength. But the Safavid Empire survived. New leaders kept the empire alive. Over time, Isfahan became the magnificent capital of the Safavid Empire. And it became one of the most powerful empires in Middle Eastern history. Years later, a powerful ruler rose to the Safavid throne. Shah Abbas completely transformed the military system. During his reign, Isfahan became one of the richest and most magnificent cities in the world. Art and science also flourished. Safavid culture influenced the entire region. But the Ottoman-Safavid rivalry did not end. The struggle was concentrated mainly in 3 regions: Eastern Anatolia, Iraq, and Caucasus. But over time, the Safavid Empire began to weaken. But the legacy they left behind will live forever in Middle Eastern history. Foreign invasions, accelerated the empire's collapse. In 1722, the Safavid Empire effectively collapsed. For centuries, Europe stood united under one faith. The Catholic Church was the most powerful authority on the continent. Kings were changing, wars were ending. But the power of the Church remained above all else. People believed salvation could only come through the Church. Fear of damnation had spread across every corner of Europe. The Church controlled not only religion, but laws, education, and human life itself. Europe was ruled under a single spiritual authority. Over time, corruption within the Church began to grow. Some priests were selling forgiveness for money. People were told that money could bring them closer to heaven. Fear merged with faith. While the Church gathered immense wealth, the people of Europe lived in poverty. Anger was silently growing. A dangerous question was now rising across Europe. What if the Church had lost its way? At that moment, an invention appeared that would change the course of history. Printing press. Knowledge was now spreading faster than ever before, for the first time. For the first time, people could freely read new ideas. Under the influence of the Renaissance, Europe was beginning to change. People were now learning to question authority. And in Germany, a monk would change this order forever. Martin Luther. Martin Luther was originally studying law. But one day, a violent storm changed his life forever. Believing he had escaped death, Luther decided to dedicate his life to God. And he entered a monastery. He prayed for hours and fasted for days. But no matter what he did, he could not find peace. While studying the Bible, Luther reached an idea that would change everything. Salvation was possible through faith alone. At that time, the Church was selling documents called indulgences. People were told their sins could be forgiven. Some preachers claimed that paying money could bring people closer to heaven. Fear was controlling the faith of the people. Pope Leo X was gathering enormous wealth for St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. And the sale of indulgences was spreading rapidly across Europe. Martin Luther grew furious as he witnessed these events. Because to him, faith was not something to be sold. In 1517, Martin Luther wrote one of the most important documents in history, the 95 Theses. Luther nailed his theses to the door of Wittenberg Church, and the silence of Europe was broken. Thanks to the printing press, Luther's ideas spread across Europe within weeks. People were now openly questioning the Church. Rome was consumed with anger. For the first time, the authority of the Church was being seriously challenged. In 1521, Martin Luther was summoned to the Diet of Worms. The emperor and church officials demanded that he take back his words. But Luther refused to step back. Unless proven otherwise, I cannot take back my words. The Pope excommunicated Luther. The Holy Roman Empire declared him an outlaw. Now anyone could kill Martin Luther without punishment. But several princes secretly began protecting him. Martin Luther continued working while hidden inside Wartburg Castle. And he began translating the Bible into German. This moment was a revolution in European history. For the first time, ordinary people could read the Bible in their own language. The Church's absolute control of knowledge was beginning to break. New ideas were spreading rapidly across Europe. The Reform movement was no longer limited to Germany. Europe was entering a new era. Luther's ideas began spreading across different regions of Europe. In Switzerland, Ulrich Zwingli was challenging Catholic traditions. Then, John Calvin emerged, and the Reformation movement became even more radical. According to Calvin, God had already turned into faith of mankind. The belief spread rapidly across Europe. Europe was no longer a single Christian world. Catholics and Protestants had begun seeing each other as enemies. As the Reformation grew, tension across Europe intensified. In Germany, the peasants began to revolt. For years, people had lived on crushing taxes, and now they demanded freedom. Reformation ideas were turning into rebellion. But Martin Luther did not support the peasant uprising. he feared Europe would descend into total chaos. The rebellion was crushed with brutal force. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives across Europe. Meanwhile, in England, a new crisis was emerging. King Henry VIII desired a male heir, but Pope refused to annul Henry's marriage, and England found itself in conflict with Rome. In 1534, the king was declared head of the Church of England, and thus the Anglican Church was born. Monasteries were closed, and church land were seized. England was now entering a completely different path. The Catholic Church realized it was facing a massive crisis, and the Counter-Reformation began. The Council of Trent was assembled. The Church was trying to stop corruption within itself. During this period, the Jesuits emerged. They became one of the strongest defenders of Catholicism. The Jesuits built schools, educate people, and spread Christianity across the world, but conflicts in Europe were far from over. The religious division in Europe soon turned into massive wars. Catholics and Protestants took arms against one another. In 1572, Paris witnessed a horrific massacre. Thousands of Protestants were killed during the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. The streets of Europe were filled with blood and fear. Religious wars were tearing the continent apart. In Spain, the Inquisition brutally punished religious dissent. The Catholic world was struggling to preserve its authority. In 1618, Europe was dragged into a new catastrophe. The 30 Years' War had begun. The war was destroying not only armies, but entire populations. Cities burned, and famine spread across Europe. Catholics and Protestants fought each other for decades. Europe had descended into complete destruction. In 1648, the Peace of Westphalia was signed, and Europe entered a new era. The 30 Years' War had devastated Europe. Millions of people died from war, famine, and disease. The Peace of Westphalia changed the balance of power in Europe. States would now be allowed to choose their own religion. The era of united Christian Europe had come to an end. The continent had been permanently divided. The Reformation is not only a religious movement, but was a great revolution that carried Europe into the modern age. 541 million years ago, Earth did not resemble the world we know today. In the depths of the oceans, life suddenly began to multiply. Predators appeared. The First Great War began beneath the seas. And within just a few million years, Earth transformed into an alien world. 541 million years ago, an incredible event began on Earth. Today, scientists call it the Cambrian explosion, because life began to diversify faster than ever before. Life existed on Earth for billions of years, but most organisms were extremely simple. Microscopic organisms, soft-beaked creatures, primitive forms of life. But then, a massive change began in the oceans. The atmosphere was changing, oxygen levels were rising. And this transformation allowed life to reach an entirely new level. For the first time, complex eyes evolved, hard gels appeared. Powerful muscle systems developed, creatures could not move efficiently. But the greatest change was this: creatures began hunting one another. And so, Earth's first great predators emerged. One of the most terrifying creatures of the Cambrian seas was chronology. It was nearly 1 meter long. By the standards of its age, it was a gigantic moss. It had enormous eyes. It captured prey with sharp grasping limbs. The trilobites were among the most common creatures of the Cambrian period. They had hard outer shells. Some could swim, while others crawled across the ocean floor. And for millions of years, they dominated the oceans. The Cambrian explosion did not only create new creatures, it also created competition. To survive, creatures had to become faster. They had to become stronger. defenses began to evolve. Shells became thicker. Spikes appeared. Camouflage began to evolve. Earth's first great evolutionary arms race began. The Cambrian oceans were extremely dangerous. Predators were everywhere. Strange creatures roamed the seas. Some had long spikes, others had multiple eyes. Earth truly looked like an alien world. Many animal groups that appeared during this era became ancestors of modern life. Scientists still ask one question: what did Cambrian explosion begin? Some point to rising oxygen levels, others believed net changes were responsible. But one thing is certain: without this event, complex life might never have evolved. There would be no fish, no dinosaurs. Because the Cambrian explosion was the beginning of Earth's great story of life. The story of humanity began in dark prehistoric oceans. 541 million years ago, massive continents drifted slowly, while oceans covered most of the planet. On land, there was still great silence. The oceans were the true center of life. Distinct colonies of organisms spread across the seafloor. Sponge-like creatures, primitive worms, and bizarre soft-bodied organisms. Some creatures began actively swimming for the first time. This development completely transformed predation. Now, hiding was no longer enough. Creatures had to escape. They had to fight. During the Cambrian explosion, evolution accelerated dramatically. According to many scientists, most major animal groups appeared during this era. The first arthropods, the first advanced predators, the first complex nervous systems. Nature was becoming far more complex. And this complexity became the foundation of all future life. The eyes we use today, our movement systems, even basic body structures, may trace much of their origin back to this period. Life in the Cambrian seas was brutal. A predator could attack at any moment. This is why organisms were forced to evolve constantly. Faster fins, stronger shells, sharper senses. For millions of years, this struggle continued. 1912, China, the last emperor, was about to fall. He was only 6 years old. The 4,000-year-old imperial system was ending. The longest-lasting empire in world history was fading into darkness. The ancient Chinese empire now rested on the shoulders of a child. There was fear inside the palace because the dynasty was collapsing. From Qin to Qing, a 4,000-year-old order was nearing its end. And China's last dynasty was fading into darkness. China had been ruled by dynasties for centuries. Empires rose, wars were fought, yet the system survived. And this civilization became the longest-lasting political system in history. But now, the order was collapsing. 1368, peasant seized the throne of China. Du Yuandong grew up in poverty. He became a monk, then rebel. And the Ming dynasty was born. Hongwu was a ruthless emperor. He executed thousands of officials. But he rebuilt agriculture. And China began to rise again. Yongle opened China to the seas. And Xingyi commanded the greatest fleet on earth. Chinese ships reached the coasts of Africa. But then, China closed its doors to the world. famine was slowly destroying China. And the rebellions began. In 1644, the rebels king and lasting emperor to his own life. But the real threat came from the north. The Manchus were building a new empire, and the gates of China were opened to the Manchus. In 1644, the Qing dynasty began. The new emperor was only a child. The Qing regime changed China with force. Cities and cities were destroyed. And the Qing began ruling all of China. In 1661, Kangxi ascended the throne. Kangxi remained on the throne of China for 61 years. He crushed rebellions and reunified Qing Empire. He was fascinated by science, especially astronomy and mathematics. Under Kangxi, Qing once again became one of the world's greatest empires. In 1735, the era of Qianlong began. The Qing Empire reached the greatest extent in its history. Art, porcelain, and imperial culture reached their peak. But China still believed it had no need for the outside world. In the 1830s, a new war was approaching. Opium addicted millions of people. And China tried to stop the opium trade. But Britain responded with war. The Qing army was unprepared for modern warfare. Britain's industrial power crushed China. In 1842, the Treaty of Nanking was signed. Hong Kong now belonged to Britain. In 1860, Beijing fell. The summer house was looted and burned. At the same time, China was falling into civil war. The Taiping Rebellion caused the deaths of millions. In 1894, Qing went to war with Japan. And China collapsed in Japan's modern army. Taiwan was lost. Qing was humiliated once again. Some believed China needed to change. In 1898, Wang Shu launched major reforms. But Zhigli refused to give power. The emperor was imprisoned, the reforms were stopped, and China was thrown into chaos once again. In 1900, the Eight Nation Alliance marched toward Beijing. In 1900, the armies of Britain, Japan, Russia, Germany, France, America, Italy, and Austria-Hungary advanced toward Beijing. 60 fled cattle. China was now with the foreign powers, and the Qing dynasty was living through its final days. China was occupied by foreign armies in its own capital. The Qing dynasty agreed to pay massive reparations, and the Chinese people began losing faith in the empire. Inside the army, revolutions now being discussed. In 1908, Empress Dowager Cixi died, and the Qing dynasty lost its last powerful ruler. The one who ascended the throne was only a small child, Hui, last emperor of China. In 1911, the uprising began in Wuhan, and the revolution quickly spread across China. One by one, provinces broke away from Qing rule. The revolutionaries wanted New China, a republic. And in the end, Qing general agreed to surrender. On February 12, 1912, Hui was removed from the throne, and the 4,000-year-old Chinese Empire came to an end. Constantine III, Roman emperor, Christian, and visionary, he chooses the ancient city of Byzantium, mouth of the Bosphorus, between Asia and Europe, and here he built the new Rome. 6 years, 100,000 workers, forums, palaces, a hippodrome, and his city will stand for 1,000 years. The walls, 5th century Theodosius, 6 kilometers, 20 meters high, 3 layers of fence, for 1,000 years. These walls stopped the greatest armies of Europe, Huns, Avars, Bulgars, Russians. They were all broken at these walls. Until 1453. When Roman Empire collapsed, the world changed. But Rome did not disappear. Its heart kept beating. and that heart was Constantinople. Today we call this Empire Byzantium. But its people never called themselves Byzantines. They used only one name, Romans. While Western Rome collapsed into darkness, another world was rising in the east. Rome's shift to the east was not an accident. Emperor Constantine understood the empire's future now lay in the east. So in the year 330, the capital moved away from Rome. The new capital would be Constantinople. This was not just a change of cities. The decision changed the destiny of Rome. Constantinople was not only a capital, it was one of the world's greatest trade gateways. And this city was not only wealthy, it was protected by one of the strongest defensive systems in the world. As Western Rome collapsed, central authority across Europe rapidly disintegrated. But in the east, Constantinople remained powerful, imperial center. The sea became one of the most important crossroads of trade between the east and west. This trade network gave Byzantium enormous economic strength. Byzantium was powerful, not only militarily, but also through diplomacy. In the 6th century, Emperor Justinian became one of the most powerful rulers in Byzantine history. Justinian's greatest ambition was to restore the former borders of the Roman Empire. Byzantine armies advanced into North Africa and ended Vandal rule. Soon after, Byzantine forces advanced into Italy and Rome returned to imperial control. The Mediterranean once again began to resemble the center of the Roman world. During Justinian's reign, Hagia Sophia was built and became a symbol of imperial power. 527, Justinian, 38 years in power, in the height of the empire, reclaiming the West, Africa, Italy, Spain, former Roman territories. Codex, the foundation of law, we still use it today, and Theodora, the empress, coming from slavery, fighting for women's rights, 1500 years ago. Hagia Sophia was not only a place of worship but also a peak of Byzantine engineering. Constantinople was not only a capital, but also one of the richest cities in the world. For centuries, Constantinople once again became one of the richest cities in the world. The heart of trade between East and West beat here. 8th century, iconoclasm, icons banned, war within Christianity, and this war weakened the empire. 1054, the Great Rome and Constantinople, Catholic and Orthodox. They ever united. In 1204, the Fourth Crusade, the Crusaders plundered the Christian city. Byzantium falls to its brethren. 50 years of occasion, and then a resurgence. Always weird. Justinian reorganized Rome law and left a lasting legacy. However, Byzantium entered long and exhausting wars with the Sasanian Persian in the east. After these wars, the Arab conquests began, and Byzantium lost important territories. Yet Constantinople survived thanks to its powerful defensive walls. Byzantium survived not only through war, but also through diplomacy. The empire developed new military systems to defend its borders. But in 1071, the Battle of Ancourt became a major turning point for Byzantium. After the defeat at Ancourt, the gates of Anatolia began to close for Byzantium. Byzantine control in Anatolia rapidly weakened. During this period, Byzantium was forced to seek military support from the west. The Crusader armies unexpectedly turned toward Constantinople. In 1204, Constantinople was captured by the Crusaders. The city was looted, and Byzantium suffered a devastating blow. Byzantium recovered, but never regained its former strength. The 14th century, the Ottoman Empire, rising from Anatolia, Byzantium, now a city-state, just Constantinople in the Peloponnese, in 1451, meant to 19 years old, and its goals clear. This city, April 1453, 8,000 Ottoman soldiers, 7,000 Byzantine defenders, and a 21-year-old emperor, Constantine XI, the last Roman emperor. Meanwhile, a new power was raised in Anatolia, the Ottoman state. Ottoman ships were transported overland into the Golden Horn. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II arrived before the walls of Constantinople. This will neutralize the city's strongest defensive line. With the final assault, the defenses of Constantinople collapsed. On May 29, 1453, Constantinople fell. This event marked the end of the Byzantine Empire. But Rome did not die, because Byzantium left a legacy: Orthodox Christianity, Russia, Greece, Balkans, law, Justinian's Codex, the foundation of Europe, art, mosaics, icons, and Hagia Sophia. 1,500 years. First a church, then a mosque, now a museum, and it's still standing, because Byzantium knew how to build structures. It took 1,000 years to build, and these structures are still speaking. We can still hear Rome's last breath. Byzantium, Eastern Rome, Constantinople, Istanbul. The names have changed, but the stones are the same, and we are looking at the same stones 2,000 years later. Rome was founded in 753 BC, it ended in 1453 AD, 2,206 years. Byzantium protected Hagia Sophia for 1,000 years. Istanbul is still situated between two continents. Hagia Sophia welcomed its visitors in all its splendor on Turkish soil. This great transformation, stretching from the last era of Rome to the rise of the Ottoman Empire, was one of the most important turning points in history. We continue to trace the footsteps of world history together. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and stay with us on this journey for the continuation of the series. The mountains valleys of Mexico's Oaxaca, on ancient peaks peering out from the mists. The shadow of a civilization still live on. They called themselves New City People of Rain. Historians call them the Mic. January 1932, Mexican archaeologist Alfonso Caso, while digging in the hills of Monte Alban, touches one of history's most astonishing treasures. 7th tomb contains over 500 artifacts made of gold, silver, turquoise, and jade. But this is just the beginning. Because behind these treasures lies the tragic story of forgotten civilization. People who ruled the rugged mountains of southern Mexico from around 1500 AD to 1523 AD. They weren't just warriors, they were the world's finest masters of gold craftsmanship. They were decorating buried mummies with turquoise mosaics. Using lost wax techniques, they created decorations that are still imitable today. But the story isn't just about gold and precious stones. This is the story of the 8-deer Jaguar Paw, greatest leader in the history of Rangel. The story of a man who conquered 94 cities, united 3 different regions under a single kingdom, but was ultimately killed by his own family. In this documentary, we'll unveil the pages of lost codices. We will break 1,000-year silence and journey into the mysterious world of the Rain people. Welcome to the heart of the Mixtec civilization. The Mixtec people call themselves New City People of Rain. This name reveals the fundamental truth underlying their existence. Rain, in the rugged mountain terrain of Oaxaca, agriculture depended on rain, and rain was a blessing from the god. The Mixtec region was divided into 3 main areas: High Mixteca, mountains and gold, difficult for agriculture, but rich in minerals; Low Mixteca, warmer, more suitable for agriculture; and Coastal Mixteca, tropical, famous for its cocoa and salt trade. Tonga was the sacred capital of Mixtecs. From the 8th century AD onward, it became the center of Mixtec politics and religion. Codices record the birth of 4 crocodiles, the first ruler of Tonga. This is the beginning of Mixtecs. The Mixtecs were recording their own history centuries before the arrival of Europeans. These codices, drawn on deerskin, tree bark, and cotton cloth, recounted the births, marriages, wars, and deaths of rulers. These codices were not merely historical records. They were also mnemonic tools, recalling oral tradition and serving as guides for storytellers. Each image held a story, a legend, and epic. In 1063 AD, a prince was born in Tonga. He had named 8 stags because he was born on Stag Day, the day of the 8th stag, but history will remember him by another name, Jaguar's Claw. 8-deer was the son of 5 crocodile, the high priest, and 9 eagle. He had 2 siblings, 12 earthquake, and 9 flower, but 8-deer was the one fate had chosen. According to the codices, during his reign as King 8, he conquered 94 cities. Each victory was recorded in vivid colors on pages of the codices. His son was depicted wearing a jaguar helmet, a symbol of his warrior spirit and strength. But he ruled not only by the power of the sword, but also by diplomacy. They formed an alliance with 4 jaguars, a more powerful Toltec ruler than Cholula. In turn, for this alliance, they received the turquoise nose ornament, a symbol of Toltec royal power. The most striking story of 8-deer is his tragic relationship with his family. His stepsister, 6 litters, married 11 winds. This marriage posed a threat at 8-deer because 11 Win family had their eyes on Tonga throne. In 1101 AD, the 8-deer finally conquered the city of the Red. In one punch, the center of their rivals, they captured 11 Winds and his brothers, but they spared their youngest brother, or Winds. His pardon will seal his fate. 14 years later, in 1115 AD, 4 Winds, now both 8-deer's half-brother and son-in-law, formed an alliance. The combined forces of the Mixtec kingdoms rose up against 8-deer. 8-deer are captured and sacrificed. His conqueror, in Mixtec history, died at the hand of his own family. The codices silently record this moment, the fall of the hero, Prince of Power Nets. January 6, 1932, while excavating in Monte Alban, Alfonso Caso sensed something beneath the soil, a tomb, an ordinary tomb. This will become the richest archaeological treasure in the Americas. 7. The tomb was originally built by the Zapotecs between 300 and 600 AD, but the Mixtec reused centuries later. This was a way of embracing the power of the past and paying respect to the spirit of their ancestors. 9 skeletons were found inside the tomb, but the most surprising thing were the artifacts: 121 gold objects, silver, ornaments, turquoise necklaces, jade stones, obsidian mirrors, and crystal vessels. All were prime examples of the mastery of Mixtec craftsmen. But most striking artifact was a human skull covered in turquoise mosaics. It had a hole in it. For instance, It was an incense burner, a war trophy, perhaps a secret object made from the skull of an enemy leader. For years, archaeologists believed the main person in the tomb was a male warrior, but recent research suggests it was actually a woman. The weaving tools found alongside her needle spools of thread. Crystal bowls suggest she was a high-deious woman, perhaps a priestess or queen. This discovery prompted us to rethink the role of women in exact society. We also see strong female figures in the codices, women who were both warriors and rulers, like the 6 monkeys. The tomb treasure are now on display at Oaxaca Cultural Museum, but tomb itself, high up in Montalban, still awaits visitors, although the late inside, perhaps, its story savant. For mystics, rain was not just a meteorological event. Rain meant life, and Joey, god of rain, was their supreme god. Joey is typically depicted wearing a blue or green rain goggles mask, the jaguar-like expression, and bared teeth. Rain seen is thought to emanate from his nostrils. This imagery symbolizes both his life-giving and destructive power. Ceremonies were held on mountaintops in honor of Joey. During severe droughts, darker rituals were performed. Historical records indicate that god sacrifices were offered to appease the rain god.